Hello everyone and welcome to the round 4 live coverage of the US Junior Closed Chess Championship, coming to you from the beautiful Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis. I'm Aviv Friedman and I'm next to Grandmaster Ben Finegold. Hi Ben.
Hey Aviv.
And we had a very exciting game yesterday. We had 3 exciting fighting draws. A little disappointing to see draws after such fighting games, but we were instantly rewarded with 2 decisive games.
That's right, and the people yesterday who had the decisive results are now tied for first. So we have, actually Akshat drew yesterday, didn't he?
That's right.
So he has 2.5 out of 3, and he was caught by a Wonder Liang who also has 2.5 out of 3. So actually our other decisive game was the first decisive game for Jeffrey Zhang, who won to get 2 points and now is tied for third. So very exciting day yesterday, and well, every day the standings can change. And thus far there's been no draws where there was any play left at the end. All of the draws were
Fighting
just dead draws
king
at the
versus
end.
king almost, yes.
Yeah, we're just dead draws at the end.
And let's take a look at the standing together. As we said, Akshat Chandra and Wonder Liang lead the tournament with 2.5 out of 3 after the first third of the tournament. Next come, I am Jeffrey Shen and I am Yan Liu with 2 points each. Next follows Mika Batain alone with 1.5 points. He is followed by Arthur Shen, Rufang Li, and Michael Bodek and Luke Harmon Valetti all have 1 point. Closing the cross table is our US Junior Open winner, Kuran Han, with 0.5 point. He got on board yesterday with his first draw. Hopefully he will score more points as the tournament progresses. We can also see the chief arbiter and the deputy arbiter at their station, Tony Rich on the left, Michael Kammer on the right. They're discussing some technical issues, getting ready for the tournament. Again, from the beautiful conference room of the club. And we can see that the players are starting to arrive, getting ready for their games. We can see Tarun Chandra, Akshat's father.
Who hit on the show yesterday.
Yeah, he was a guest on the show.
There he is.
Very pleasant family. He's taking pictures, and this is Will Liang, A1's dad, looking a little tense because his son is really doing surprisingly well in the tournament, no wonder. And no pun intended.
Exactly.
And here we see Kuran Han and Michael Bodek getting ready for their game. Akshat Chandra versus Mika. It's funny how, despite them being title players and high-ranked, many of those players haven't played each other before.
Yeah, in fact, that happened with me in the junior a lot when I was playing. The only time I would play my fellow junior players was this
At
tournament.
the junior.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So you get to see who your competition is for later in life and for those times as well.
Yes, I was looking at who played who and what the result was before the round, and I noticed that Luke Harmon Valetti, who is playing against
Jeffrey
Zhang, they have played twice before, I believe. And I think that they were both at the US Juniors, 2013 and 2014.
Yep.
Both games ended in a draw. And if I had to hazard a guess based on the last game with the same colors, then we are due for a Grinfeld. No guarantees, of course. That was Bishop G5, Grinfeld with 94 to follow.
Right.
Yeah, similar to already a game that we've seen in this
We already
event.
saw, exactly.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Well, I'm assuming Mike Kammer's making announcements because the kids seem to be amused.
Yes.
We can't see, but
no.
It's the only thing I can guess. Usually they are more amused by Mike Kammer than Tony Rich.
Yes. And here's, look,
Oh, it's
and
actually Tony. Laughing at Tony Rich. Wow.
So Tony is with good humor, as always.
Yep. And nobody's been wanted yet. What kind of
And
tournament
he's
is
very
this?
animated. I'm
Yeah,
really
that's
curious
right.
to see what he
Yeah.
says. What is he saying? We'll have to figure it out later. Yes, something very amusing is going on. Everybody's smiling and happy. That's good. A little relaxing moment before the tension of the round. And yeah, Akshat Chandra, who is playing Mika, they actually played once before in reverse colors. But believe it or not, it was in the US Chess League online on ICC.
Yeah, that'll happen.
That was the only time they played. And Akshat won with black, a pretty long maneuvering game. As far as I could tell, those were only previous meetings of players in this round. Everybody else are, like A Wonder and Arthur are playing for the first time. Of course, Kuran Han, who just entered that level of play, he's never played. And look at this, the moment has arrived.
Here we go.
The Wanderer.
Yep. Mike Kammer wanting Mika.
Yes, this is always an interesting moment.
Yeah, in fact, I think there was a round, maybe last round, where Mike Kammer made somebody take their shoes off.
So he said, yes,
Yeah.
but that was before we got the camera on him.
Uh-oh, that's right. Get rid of those shoes, Mike.
He is taking it seriously. I must tell you that after passing the magnometer at Newark Airport,
Yeah.
I was wondered too, but not that extensively.
That's all right. Well, Mike Hummer has another career if this
Exactly.
doesn't work out.
Yeah, exactly. If he's
Victor
ever to
Shen.
leave the club, he's going to be a TSA agent.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Yeah, he's too thorough to be a TSA agent right now.
that's true. Yeah,
Exactly.
he's going to get fired for efficiency quickly.
Yeah.
So Michael Bodek is very amused by the process. Everybody is of good sport
Got to
about
have
it.
his hoodie off. Got to
Yes.
take it off.
I think that if I was one of the players, I would bring something metallic just for the heck of it. Nothing electronic, obviously,
Yeah.
but just something to give him a good buzz. So far everybody's clean, and
So
the last
far.
person to be tested is Yan Liu. And
I know he looks pretty suspicious.
yes, I think that now,
Mike Hummer's really doing a thorough job there.
and that is it. Now we're ready for the real chess, and Yan Liu seems like he was sighing a sigh of relief. Is he hiding something?
Yeah, in fact, people were on the internet talking about our coverage and saying it's good we don't use computers. Actually, we would use computers, but they want us before we come in here.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
we have to
That's
just do the analysis on
deposit
our
them.
own.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Very unfortunate. Let's talk a little bit about today's matches. So Chandra is white against Britain. Any predictions for this game?
Yeah,
Gonna be
Britain
hard to
has all
stop.
draws so far, and Akshat's playing really solid chess, 2 wins and a draw, and he's trying to have basically wins and draws.
So you're betting on 2 results.
Yeah, it would be very unusual if Mika won because Akshat hasn't lost a game and Mika hasn't won a game. So I'm going to predict a draw here.
Okay.
Always go the safe way, draw.
Yeah. How about Shen against A Wonder?
Shen against a Wonder. Well, okay, a Wonder has 2.5 and Shen
Right.
has 1.
Right.
On the other hand, Shen's 3 out of 3 with the white pieces.
Right.
He's lost every game with black and won every game with white. He has white this game. This is going to be a sharp game.
He's
the
also
higher,
seesawing.
He's the higher rated player. I got Shen.
Okay, so you're betting on Shen in this
Yeah.
one. Very interesting. How about Bodek versus Kuran Han?
Well, I mean, I'm going to bet against Curran in every game because he's the lowest rated player by such a wide margin. And Bodek 2,500. Bodek's white. So I got Bodek.
You're going with the odds again.
I got Bodek. Always go with the odds.
Always go with the odds.
Yep.
And how about in this exciting, probably the toughest match of the day?
That's what I think.
Luke
yeah.
Harmon Valetti against Jeffrey Shen.
Yeah, Luke against Jeffrey. Again,
With two
all
previous draws, as
all
mentioned.
3 results possible. I'm going to go safe again, draw.
Okay.
Always go
Interesting.
safe.
I hope you're wrong, of course, because then we have a very peaceful day, right?
Well, we could have some exciting draws. It doesn't have to be too peaceful.
You know, exciting draws are a little bit like 0-0 in soccer.
Yeah?
The game can be really
But don't-
exciting,
but
but
don't you
without
like
the
that?
goals, no, not when it's 0-0.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's
you
the
can have
highest-
0-0s that are really exciting, but you always want to see the goals.
But isn't 0-0 a pretty high-scoring game for soccer?
I'll think about it. I'll get back to you on that. What an insult to soccer. Unbelievable. And from who?
But come on, the U.S. won the World
Very
Cup. You
different.
said it would never happen.
Yes, but not for women's, right?
Well, we didn't discuss what it was
That's
for.
a detail. That's
So,
true.
Remember, there's soccer and there's men's soccer.
Exactly.
Now that the women have won the
That's
World
true.
Cup. Yeah.
So our last matchup of the day, Yan Liu versus Li Rufeng.
Well, I really like the way Yan Liu's playing, and I think he could have more points, and he
Mm-hmm.
has the white pieces, so I got him this game.
Okay. Interesting. We will see at the end
So
of the day
I'm
if you're right.
predicting 3 decisive results and 2 draws. I got Bodek, Shen, and Yan Liu winning, and the other 2 games draws. Hopefully I can go 0 for 5 today. It'll be my best day.
We will see. We will see how that happens. So, last sip by
Man,
the
those
chief
guys,
arbiter.
they don't look too nervous. Mike Hummer
no.
always looks nervous.
But you know why they don't look too nervous?
Why is that?
They don't have to play.
That's true.
That's why we are so cool and so calm, and we are allowed to give pieces away with no mercy.
Yeah, but
The
look, they
players
have
are
to figure
respected.
out when it's 1 o'clock and when to start all the clocks.
Exactly. So right
That's
now, I think it's
nerve-wracking.
almost 1 o'clock on the nose.
Yep, and all the players are there.
Yep.
I've seen all 10.
And I personally can't wait for the round to start.
Now, of the predictions that I made,
Yeah.
which ones do you think were the craziest, or which ones do you agree with?
No, I think you went the safe route. I think that it's hard to,
Yeah,
no, nothing was crazy. I think that you made sense. Of course, Bodek against Han is a big favorite.
yeah.
Yeah, Harmon Valetti against Shang to say a draw is very reasonable.
I thought Shen, I wonder, since one has 1 point and one has 2.5, you might not bet on the 1-pointer.
No, but you know what? I'm thinking that Arthur Shen is much stronger with white than he is with black.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Because with white, he has some, when he gets his kind of a position in a wild Sicilian, I would never bet against him. If you saw his results lately, I had the pleasure of looking at the database, looking at making puzzles and looking what the players play. And Arthur has beaten some really good players in the last few years with white.
Yeah, he even beat Matt Larson once, who we're going to have on the show later.
That's right.
That's amazing.
Yeah, 2 p.m. We're going to have Matt Larson, a former U.S. junior participant and a local St. Louisian, should I say?
St. Louis, yeah.
Yep, he's going to be a guest on the show at 2 p.m. And the games have started. Why don't we start
We'll start at the beginning.
taking our first look?
Yep. Akshat played d4, and
Yep.
I think I saw Mika play d5 and then knight f3.
Okay.
Wow, they play even quicker than I thought.
Yeah. So we have this.
Okay, so let's go back. Looks like an a6 Slav. Okay. And then a6. It's funny, when I have white, I get this position often, and I'm always wondering what to do. And normally, from game to game, I change which move I play here. So I've actually played e3,
C5.
cd5, c5, and a4. I've played everything. Yeah, and bishop g5 maybe too.
And what is your favorite?
Well,
C5 seemed to be really the topical.
I think
contemporary
e3 and
move.
cd5 are not my favorites. I think c5 I won a nice game once where I did a lot of preparation against Vladimir Georgiev. That was my second GM norm. And let's see, did I play a4 against Kulyasevich, the game that I won very quickly? I think it was a4, yeah. Yeah, a4 takes on c4, then e4. Or did I play bishop g5 first? It's been so long.
Yeah.
So I have to find a new move, like queen d3 or queen b3. I got to find something new.
Okay.
These old moves aren't working out very well. Okay, let's see what Akshat did.
I don't think he did anything.
So he's thinking about a6. Yeah, you can actually see his opponent left the board and he's sitting there musing which line should I play against
Perhaps
a6.
he wasn't expecting a6 in this variation.
Yeah, I started playing a6 too a little bit. I wasn't playing it very often, but just to change things up a little bit. Pretty modern move, and the idea is it's somewhat of a waiting move, but also if we play d takes c4 like in a normal Slav, now we're really going to defend it with b5, and if white plays c takes d5, we go into an exchange Slav, which isn't
a6 is very
the most
useful.
dangerous, right? And c5 is one way to try to refute it, but again, you're taking pressure off the center.
Right.
So a6 is a very reasonable move.
Let's go down. And here we have a Giuco Pianissimo, I guess. Or two knights that turn into a Giuco Pianissimo.
No, bishop c5.
Yeah. So d3.
d3 we saw.
Very unpretentious, not even playing c3 to
Right,
play
we saw
d4.
c3 by Michael Bodek earlier against Jeffrey Zhang. Yeah. Knight f6.
Probably it'll transpose somehow.
Yeah, I actually had this position yesterday in a game over the phone.
Against Rufus?
Yeah, I was against Martin actually. I was black and I was losing, but I won.
Impressive.
So it's my usual. It was my usual game.
The usual game.
Yeah.
So refresh it because I thought he made a move. He did make a move on the board.
He did, but I don't.
We don't see
we
it just
haven't.
yet. I think he played c3. If I can see the live board.
Yeah, I was hoping this would be some really sharp Sicilian, but.
Yeah, I guess solid is the word.
It looks like he castled, because I don't see anything on h1.
That is also true.
Yeah.
And I think I see a pawn on c3 also.
These guys are too quick for us.
Okay. Too quick for the DGT board.
Yeah, exactly. That happens.
Okay, let's go down and we get back to it. We're not in a hurry.
This looks like a Sicilian.
Definitely.
Michael Bodek and Curran Han.
And again, it looks like some Topalovic h5 idea.
So we have an open Sicilian. We have a Najdorf. It's like the fifth Najdorf of this tournament, I think. H3 we've seen before in this tournament.
That's right.
And now E5. So this is a very good day to have Matt Larson come here, the resident Najdorf expert.
Favorites, yeah.
And I think against H3, he would probably play E5 also.
Okay.
Knight E2,
H5 to prevent G4.
There we go. Yeah, it's too bad Maurice isn't over there because he'll play this with black as well. He plays an early H5 in the Najdorf. Bishop G5, Bishop E6, Knight G3. And both players still in preparation. They both have more time than they started with. And let's see if any more moves
is
were
in the
made.
think tank now.
Now it's the first time to think after Knight G3. Okay. But Michael obviously still in prep since he has 3 minutes more than he started
And he's not
with.
at the board.
Yeah. It reminds me of this, you know, we played chess when there was an increment and delay and when there was analog clocks. One of the first times I saw this funny instance where you have more time than you started with, there was a tournament with Super GMs where it was 25-minute with a 30-second increment. And there was a game, Anand versus Salov. The game went about 24, 25 moves, Anand won. And when the game ended, Anand had 28 minutes left. So he had more time than he started with for a whole game.
Impressive.
So, yeah, Salov was not so happy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not an unusual situation for Anand.
Right, but it's not a common occurrence when the time control is slow like this.
Not.
So is that a bad sign, Aviv, when you're playing the sharpest of the sharp openings, and you start thinking first, and you've never seen the move.
Yeah, I think, yeah, especially when it's move 9. You know, it's your move.
Yeah, knight g3 seems like that's why you played knight e2, right? So why would you not know this move?
Yeah, good question.
Maybe there's another move he knew, or maybe he's just out like that.
But he has to make a commitment because the knight is about to take the pawn on h5. He is threatening knight takes h5, right?
Knight takes h5, and you can preface it with bishop f6 if you want, if you don't like to calculate.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, the problem is if you play bishop e7, I could take the knight and then take on h5. Not only could I think I would.
You would, yeah.
Yeah.
Even after bishop e7, bishop takes, bishop takes.
Right,
knight
so
h5.
I think h4 is a normal looking move, and then...
But then he has to calculate what happens if the knight hops to f5.
No, I think the knight's going to go to f5, yeah. So I'm sort of surprised that he doesn't know knight g3 and that he seemed to blitz before that. Like,
That's right.
This is what he knew.
But he's getting into very committal situations, right? First putting the pawn where the bishop is, attacking it for later. And after knight f5, he's probably going to have to take it. Because the knight is attacking everything and how to develop even. Not to mention that if you chase the knight might even go to e3, and then there's going to be total domination of d5.
Right, and a lot of people are probably wondering, why would you retreat the knight to e2? Because black played e5, you want your knights to go to f5 and d5. And if the bishop on e6 has to take the knight on f5, the other bishop can go to c4 for white.
That's right.
And really dominate the white squares in the center and take advantage of this weakening e5 move.
Yeah.
e5, h5, very aggressive, but it's a little scary when you play so aggressively in such a sharp opening and you're the one who starts thinking first.
That's right.
It's such an early stage, too.
Absolutely.
It doesn't look like he's trying to remember his prep. It looks like he's out of his
He's
prep.
out of it, yeah. There's nothing to remember. He's thinking for a while now. So I'm a little concerned about our wild
Hey, this
card.
looks like a position I would have white in. In Luke Harmon Vladi's game with Jeffrey Zhang, we see a queen c2 Nimzo,
Yep.
c5,
A former favorite, right?
a current favorite. And
Still?
then he played queen b6. I've had this several times. My most favorite game, obviously, is the last round of the National Open against Dmitry Gurevich on board 5 or so. I won and tied for first as a result. Actually, I tied for first in the National Open twice, but beating Dmitry in the last round was nice. And this is, well, the idea is, you know, white wants to play bishop f4, bishop g5.
Sure, and you immediately attack f2.
But if you attack f2 and you stop it with e3, which is what I do,
bishop is going to...
you don't really want your queen on b6, but you prevented the bishop from developing. So now you play a hedgehog system. And here white has two ideas. One is to play a3, b4, bishop b2. And the one that I usually play is b3, bishop b2. And often, if black's not careful, white can get in a quick g4, which I'm sure is something Luke would want to do, and attack on the king's side, because if knight g4, we have rook g1. And if otherwise you play g5. I've had this several times, actually. My game with Dmitry was very complicated and ended up, his king just stayed on e8, so he got in a lot of trouble, and ended up winning an attacking game. That was, I think it was exactly 10 years ago. I think it was 2005. So I've had this position with white at least 3 or 4 times. But it's a very interesting idea for black, stopping the bishop on c1 from developing and just play a hedgehog. Bishop e7, put all the pawns on the third rank. Now, a game that you don't know, my game with Gelfand.
Yes, I was worried
Exactly.
about that.
Right. We had this position, and here Boris played queen c7,
Yeah.
which I've never faced before or since. And we got sort of the same position, except he didn't force me to play e3, so I played bishop to g5 at some point. But the idea was just to play a hedgehog. And unfortunately for Boris, he castled queenside. And because of that, guess who's
Bad
not
things
coming to the
happen.
Singfield Cup this year?
Right.
No Boris Gelfand.
He has never recovered since.
Yeah,
He even played a world championship match, but never recovered from that debacle.
exactly. Okay, so instead of fianchettoing his queen bishop, Luke just played bishop to e2, which is fine.
Okay.
And black played b6. He's going to fianchetto his bishop. His bishop's going to drop back to e7. He'll play a hedgehog formation. And I think Jeffrey wants the type of game that's sort of long and positional and strategical and not get into some crazy tactical melee where
Right, especially
Luke will
against
feel at
someone like
home.
Luke, yeah.
Exactly. So good strategy from Jeffrey, and I'm guessing the players probably aren't so familiar with this, not having a lot of experience in this kind of Nimzo Indian. This is a pretty old line, so I've had it several times.
Okay, let's go down the list.
It looks like a Sicilian. Yan Liu versus Rufeng Li. How many nighters have we seen this tournament? Every game?
Many.
More than every game.
Yep.
Okay, so we've seen h3 a lot.
G3
and
we've seen.
G3, and now bishop e3.
We've seen that before as well.
e5.
And this time e5 instead of
Right,
E6.
and I
So
think,
no
I think this
shenanigans.
is, again, it's a good day for Matt Larson to come We got 2 knight orfs, and he's
He's
going to
gonna
know
have some
theory in
things to
both
say,
of them. Yeah. Knight f3. Yeah, in fact, Matt had this in his last 2 tournaments, I believe, with black. So queen c7, this stops bishop to c4. A4. H6. H6 is a little funny because I guess he wants to play bishop e6,
E6,
but I wouldn't be super worried about knight g5, but maybe he's super worried about knight g5. A5. And it looks like, okay, he played bishop to e6. So this is a really unusual move order, in my opinion, even though both sides have all their time left. Queen c7 immediately stopping bishop c4. He wants to play bishop e6, but he wants to stop knight g5, so h6. White immediately plays a4, a5 instead of castling, trying to control b6. So a big battle of ideas here, and we'll see if Matt Larson is happy with black's play and thinks black is better, which he usually does when he's playing the knight orf, or he thinks that maybe he allowed a4, a5 too quickly. But yeah, this definitely didn't happen in any Matt Larson games. I've never seen the pawn on a5 so early. So I just wonder if h6 is the, well, I mean, I wonder because I don't know the line very well, but okay. I mean, he's playing h6, he must still be in prep if he has more than an hour and a half left.
Right.
Yeah. So after bishop e6, is Jan Liu having his first think of the game?
I think he moved already.
Yeah?
At least he looked like he made a move.
By looking at the players now, I can't tell. I can't tell whose move it is looking at them.
Yeah, not from this angle.
They're
for
both
sure.
very focused. Yeah, Ru Feng not really having a great tournament so far. Sort of struggling, not having any advantages, and
Yeah, his preparation is like he prepares for to a certain point, and then all of a sudden he seems like a bit lost in the desert, right? So hopefully that that will change.
but it doesn't stop the
moves very
players
fast,
from
yeah.
playing the sharpest lines possible.
That's right. That's right.
And you were right. Knight d5 was
bishop.
played.
Okay.
I see the threat.
Yeah, we all see it. So are you expecting knight takes and bishop f5? Or are you expecting bishop takes and knight bd7?
I'm expecting one of them.
Yeah. Which one?
I don't like giving my
Often-
bishops away, so off the top of
often
my head,
knight takes-
I would take with a knight and play bishop,
Bishop f5, right?
Yeah. But if that happens, then white can't be very unhappy because black just played bishop e6. So
That's right.
good time to play knight
Well, he
d5.
could play c4, b4, right? That's
Yeah.
probably going. So let's go over this variation a little bit for the views.
Knight takes, e
Pawn
takes,
takes,
bishop f5, I assume
c4.
c4.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm getting in b4 really
And
quickly.
b4 is going to happen quickly, yeah.
Yeah.
So I kind of like this white wedge with a5, b4,
Yep.
c4, d5.
Yeah. What's not to like?
Yeah. So maybe can we see the other variation with knight takes, with the bishop takes and knight e7? But even there, I guess you can still get b4 relatively quickly. How to stop b4, c4? Is e4 an idea here because of the d5 pawn, or is this just crazy?
Oh, and after knight d4, you want to take this
After
guy.
either knight d2 or knight e4, I want to take here, yes.
Right. I haven't seen this before, but I don't see. Knight g1 looks just awful.
Yeah, maybe knight h4 and you're going to f5?
Yeah. If knight takes d5, I take, and then I take on e4 with check. Has to be good for
Yeah,
white.
that has to be very,
So
very good for white.
g6 with the idea of stopping the knight. But yeah, I like white here. I think
Only
just-
question is if the knight's not going to end up
yeah,
stranded
just
on
g3
h4.
should be okay, and then c4, and yeah,
Yeah, if c4 and b4 come in, then we really like it.
yeah, I sort of like white here. But yeah, I like white in every position.
So the question is, how should black continue? Well, for sure he cannot leave the knight on d5. He cannot allow knight takes e7, for example, or something to b6. No, he has
No.
to take it.
Right.
For sure he's taking it. Now the only question is with what piece? And I see Ru Feng is not
Yeah.
moving fast, so I
Yeah,
guess,
Yang Liao is really getting good positions this tournament.
yeah,
I mean, he
Yeah,
has
he
a good
comes up
score,
pretty-
2 out of 3, but he could have more.
that's
And
right.
seems like he always has a good position.
Yeah, he had a big miss in the second round.
So we both like white.
Yeah.
And we'll see if
See how
Matt
the game
Larson has an
progresses.
opinion as to why we like white.
Yeah, we will see it.
He'll be
Well,
like, wait, black played this move. Why did he do that? I do this.
yeah,
Yeah. He's very opinionated also. You
Yes.
know, when I met Matt, when we first started working and he was 1100, he made, I'm blanking on Margaret's last name from here.
Hua?
Yeah, Margaret Waugh, he made her look loud and obnoxious. He didn't say anything. I was
Very
like,
quiet.
is this a good move? And he wouldn't say yes or no. And this is for like a year. And now when we have a lesson, he does most of the talking. This is the theory. This is what Kasparov did. Terrible. This is what Gelfand did.
In the span of several years, two things have changed in the person.
Yeah.
A, he more than doubled his rating.
Yeah.
And two, he became an extrovert from being an introvert.
Yeah, he's very opinionated about the open
I know.
variations that he studies.
Yes, I heard that.
And and he just got accepted into Yale, and he'll be starting there next month.
Yeah, he's a very impressive young man.
Yeah.
I have to say that probably just looking plainly at his rating, not knowing anything about him does him a little injustice, right? Because when it comes to opening repertoire and preparation, what rating would you give that? Much higher, right?
Top 30 in the world.
Okay, that's not
I'm
exaggeration.
not kidding. I'm not exaggerating. I mean,
Top 30 in the world?
yeah.
Okay.
We'll see if he agrees. No, but and you know he's usually pretty modest. And I asked him who in the U.S. knows theory better than he says, well, Caruana does.
Yeah.
And then he says, anybody else? He says, I don't know about that.
Including others? Hikaru or
Include everybody. Include everybody. Yeah, I think so
Alright.
does, but I wouldn't bet my life on it.
Yeah.
No, there's some variations in the Najdorf. He knows to move 30, and he has novelties in the 20s and 30s, and he remembers them.
Thank goodness for correspondence games.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, but even in the World Open, like in the DC International, which just finished before the World Open, he gained 55 FIDE points.
Right.
And I told him, I said, if somebody like Caruana could tag out with you on move 20, you would have got a lot more points. He had a lot of good positions on move 20, 25, and messed up some of them. But yeah, he's an expert on the Najdorf, and we have a couple of Najdorfs today.
Yeah,
so
and he's going to be here in about 45 minutes.
Yeah, so that'll be really interesting for us. And well, let's see if he agrees with us. This didn't work out well for Black. Knight d5 seems really well timed.
Yeah. Click to see if any more new. No, I think this is the position.
Yep.
Okay, so let's go down or up.
Really? Akshat hasn't moved yet? He hasn't. Wow.
Wow.
So does this mean Mika hasn't played a6 before?
I bet that's what it means.
Yeah, Mika's staying there like, my opponent's not moving. What's going on?
Well, again, as if you remember what Tarun Chandra said about his son, we were talking about time trouble and we were talking about his need for perfection, right? Looking for the absolute best answer. He is not going to move here until he is sure of what he wants to do.
So you're saying that wasn't
He's
Ray
not gonna-
Robson's dad? Because Ray
No, no.
Robson's dad said the same thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, this has been Ray's big problem for so many years, is he's in time trouble every game. Plays
That's
really
right.
well in time trouble,
Yeah.
but it's scary.
That's right. You never know what's going to happen. Okay, well, we have no news from this game.
Wow.
We've got to pass on. And what is going on here?
No, they've made moves here, but we don't have them. So that's...
I'm starting to
But
worry.
the thing is here, like in this game where we don't have moves, I don't think he moved.
Okay. Yeah, he hasn't moved from the table either.
Here we go. So we actually can look at the moves just based on this. That's
Okay.
fine.
Well, so many things have happened since.
Yeah. So you think he played c3?
And then something like,
Probably
let's say,
A6,
castle, h6,
yeah.
h6 first.
Okay. We'll get there eventually.
Yeah, and then castles. Castle.
And then
Bishop c2.
at some point
castle.
bishop b3 was played.
Bishop-
And then
Yeah.
castles.
We will have to get the
Yeah,
the
we're
DGT.
transposing obviously.
Yeah.
d6, h3, bishop. Let's do it this way. How's that?
Bishop e6,
And
bishop
bishop
c2.
a7. See, that's exactly what happened too.
Yeah, more or less.
Okay, so we have this position, and Arthur's thinking quite a long time.
Yeah, this is a well-known theoretical position.
And I must say, I'm very impressed with the Wonder's position because I think style-wise, this is what a Wonder wanted: slow, positional.
He got what he
And-
wanted.
Yeah, and I think for Arthur, it would be better if it was some tactical melee that he prepared beforehand and got some big advantage and was pressing. Not the slow maneuvering type seems more like a Wonder's kind of position.
Yeah. So with white to move, right?
Yes.
We're expecting rook e1.
Oh no, the rook is on e1.
Oh, he moved. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook
so it
e1.
is, so it is black to move.
Yeah. So the idea here, rook e1 stops d5 because the e5 pawn is going to be hurting. Second of all, you want to play knight f1 and usually knight g3. And again, depending on the circumstances, ideally white wants to play knight h4, knight hf5, queen f3, get an attack on the king side.
No,
Black
like for
will try
me
to get the move
personally, I always
d5.
find this easier to play the white pieces. And I'm not, sometimes you don't want this bishop on e6, because sometimes you maneuver a knight to e6, or you just don't, you want to play rook e8 and defend your e5 pawn when you play d5 or when they play d4.
That's right. Also, after d4, there's immediately a threat of d5 that's uncomfortable.
Yeah, so the bishop on e6 may not be on the best square, so bishop c2 was a good move.
Yeah.
You always have to watch out that d5 isn't strong.
Yeah, also, of course, the Spanish bishop, the c2 bishop for white, what we call the Spanish bishop, is worth a lot more than the light square bishop, the black light square bishop. So usually he doesn't want to trade it.
Yeah, we see these kind of games a lot when Carlsen's playing, and Caruana and Anand have these kinds of positions a lot against each other in these double king pawn games, the slow maneuvering. In fact, one of the most famous games of this double king pawn type of slow maneuvering game was when Carlsen lost his fiddler in the last round to qualify to play Anand.
Right.
And then somehow Ivanchuk beat Kramnik,
Yeah.
so he's still qualified.
Still qualified.
Yeah, if Kramnik had won that game, then
History would have been different.
Anand would still be the world champion. Yeah,
Most likely.
exactly.
Yeah.
And Carlsen would be like a fisherman somewhere. It's too bad. Yeah, so things have changed.
Yeah. So let's go down the list, please.
I skipped this one.
Okay.
Okay, and Luke is playing the plan that I espoused with b3
Yep.
after the move b6. He's going to play bishop to b2, and the only question is he going to play very quietly in castle and put his rooks on c1 and d1, or is he going to play like I've played in the past with an early g4? G4 is tough to play when black's already fianchetted his bishop,
That's right.
but if black's played like bishop e7, d6, then we can get in g4 pretty quickly. So it's probably more likely here he'll just castle, and we'll see sort of an equalish
But
tight game,
it's
slow
Luke
maneuvering
Harmon.
game. That's
Anything
true.
can happen.
That's true.
Wouldn't take a bet on either plan. And a move was made by Jeffrey. Let's see if we can tell. I guess
Looks
it's
like
bishop b7.
right? Without even looking at the board, it was probably bishop b7.
Right. There's nothing on c8, so yeah.
Bishop b2 was played.
Normal.
Is Jeffrey going to play a6 or bishop e7? And nothing else.
And nothing else.
He has to play one of those moves.
No castle?
I think a6.
No chance to castle, huh?
No, no castling. Yep.
A6.
A6. Yeah, we grandmasters think alike.
Perfect.
A6. Now, g4 is the crazy move, but okay, with the queen on c7, knight takes g4, rook g1, knight takes h2 could be annoying.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think if I play g4, I might have to castle queenside first, but okay, then f2 is hanging. So we might just see
A normal casting.
the board, right, and then we have to be careful because, you know, if black plays knight g4, he already has a threat.
He has a big threat.
Yeah. And we're threatening bishop takes f3 and mate, and what do we play, g3 to stop it, which we don't really want to play.
Or maybe e4.
Don't want to play that either. Wow.
Yeah.
Then I'm weakening all the dark squares.
Yep.
So it might even be too early to castle here, and g4 may be too crazy. So yeah, I think Luke's going to have a think here. Maybe he'll play h3.
Maybe you can
which
spend, yeah,
then you
can
can
spend
play
the tempo.
g4 or castles.
That's right, exactly.
And he might castle queenside.
Yeah, I think h3 is a good flexible move.
Yeah.
Not revealing his plans yet.
So even though it looks sort of staid and equal,
There's
it's
some
going to
tricks in
get
the
very
position.
exciting very
Yeah.
soon. Yeah.
And we have the players for it.
Exactly. Jeffrey has to continue to win if he wants to fight for first, and if Luke wins, it turns the whole tournament
That's
upside
right.
down. We have the highest rated player, Jeffrey Zhang, with 2 out of 4, not really fighting for first
That would
anymore.
be amazing. Yeah.
And yeah, but in this tournament, anybody can beat anybody, like
sure.
with most tournaments, but in round robins especially.
Yeah. Let's go on to the next game. Okay.
So some moves were played here.
So
And this is the game Bodek versus Han after knight g3. We were wondering what's black going to do.
and he played.
Knight
Knight
bd7,
bd7.
ignoring his h5 pawn,
Okay.
and white also ignored it. Oh, so if knight h5, we just take with a rook, and then if bishop f6, we can take with a
That's
knight.
right.
So he didn't really ignore it.
No.
Okay, now bishop e2, now we're attacking it again.
Mm-hmm.
G6 defending his pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Knight f1, and again, this is all very quick.
Yeah. But
Okay.
this is very logically and thematic, right?
Right, knight
Logical
e3,
and
knight to
thematic.
d5,
That's
yeah,
right.
normal stuff.
The knight goes to exactly where he wants to be.
Yep. Queen a5, and now instead of the knight e3 plan, which you can't play now because
The
of knight
knight
takes
takes
e4,
e4.
he played knight to d2.
Very odd.
How many times has that knight moved, and where did it come from? So that knight went knight f3, knight d4, knight e2, knight g3, knight f1, knight d2. And we're supposed to like white?
This last move surprised me, I have to say.
No, but I really like what black did here with knight bd7 and g6 and queen a5. I think that was really accurate.
I'm guessing that the threat was not only the obvious knight e4, which was the direct threat, but also after, let's say, moves like f3 or queen d2, d5 would be a move to consider. That infamous d5 move, breaking the center that we keep seeing in many of those Sicilian
d5
games.
looking good, right.
I think that in this week I've seen more d5 breaks in the center than I've seen in many other tournaments.
We can play d5 here, I just don't feel like I should play it yet. I mean, tactically I think it works, but...
You think so?
Oh, knight b3 might refute it, yeah, because my queen is on it.
That's right. Okay.
So d5 doesn't work tactically, but yeah, something like bishop e7 or rook c8 or even b5. And yeah, we have our typical Sicilian double-edged position, which I'm sure Matt Larson will have an opinion on.
Right.
Although, to be fair, I don't think he's had anything like this position before. So this would be a really unusual position in Najdorf. But, okay, white was playing pretty quickly. And maybe he had to play knight d2. Maybe he had to play knight d2. But I wouldn't be so unhappy if I was black here. My opponent's going to make 7 or 8 knight moves. Okay, let him. Okay, and after a6, Luke is still thinking.
Right.
And this is the game we weren't sure which way black would take on d5. He ended up taking with knight. Pawn takes, bishop f5, c4. We already looked at this, and we both liked white.
We do.
White has a nice space advantage on the queen side. Knight d7.
I'm thinking that black would have to be really, really fast by playing castles, bishop h7, f5 as soon as possible. And then try to use his pawns, maybe even g5 and g4.
That's what we came here to see.
Exactly. Having that wedge with a5, b4, c4, and d5 is nice, but how to advance this further? Yeah.
You know, I'm thinking white might play knight d2 and f3 to stop the kingside onslaught, and then continue with his queenside play.
Right.
Also possible to play like Matt Larson and play an early g4 after the bishop h7.
Wow.
Also, Mac Muller would be proud.
Yeah.
White might get crushed, but at least the spectators
but we dedicated g4 to two of the aficionados of the move.
Yep. Okay, so this is our typical Sicilian.
White is going to go. I'm assuming white is going to play rook c1.
And again, Matt Larson will be very opinionated about this because he's probably had similar positions.
Yeah, we will find out in the next hour. So let's continue. Until then, go back to the Slav game, I'm assuming.
And he ended up playing e3 after a6, after long thought.
And black answered with bishop f5.
And somebody like Godakomsky would probably play g6 here. In fact, that's probably what I would play. But, okay, bishop f5.
Well, also thematic, right?
Yeah, bishop f5, bishop g4, g6, e6, all possible moves. I think Rainier Gonzalez played bishop g4 against me and beat me in 1,000 moves in the U.S. Championship.
I have to say that this with e3, the system seems a bit tame for white because black is going to play very simple moves to just complete his development. Bishop f5, e6, bishop d6.
Yeah, we see these kinds of positions like in Carlsen and Komsky games, and usually computer just says equal, and they hope to outplay their opponents.
They play 100 moves, and then somebody beats the other.
Yeah, that's the idea. Bishop f5, I think, is a little unusual, though. I think bishop g4 and g6, e6 are more popular. So we'll see if we're going to see a rook on a7. I always wonder after queen b3 if we're going to use that a7 square. I know Shirov would do it.
Well, you can also play b5, right?
Yeah, the difference is, The difference is if you, after queen b3 ideas, you can never play queen b6 because your pawn's on a6.
Right.
But okay, we have the extra rook a7. b5 is possible. Yeah, it's funny when Carlsen and Komsky are playing, they play the most boring way, like bishop d3, trade everything, computer says equal.
And still play it forever.
And then play forever, right, yeah. But white doesn't get anything, but...
That doesn't mean anything.
They just play chess, But yeah, it seems like Akshat was surprised at a6.
I think so.
And I think Akshat is surprised at bishop f5 too.
Right. And Mika has more time than he started with, right?
So
I
good,
think
good
Akshat
prep
made
this
a
round.
move, right?
Good prep.
Can
this
we
round.
refresh and see?
Yeah,
if
he
it's
did play
true?
bishop to d3. Yep.
Aha.
Yeah, he figures I don't want to get caught into some tactical melee preparation. I'll just play the
Or
most
just
simple
develop and allow
line.
my opponent to develop.
Yeah, just the most simple line, and
Yeah, this
if it
move,
trades pieces, it's okay.
this move makes sense to me. Because if you play bishop e2 and castle, then the bishop on f5 is no worse than the bishop on e2.
And
Might as
Mika
well
very
challenge it
quickly
right
played
now.
bishop g6.
Yeah. Okay, again, a kind of a standoff known from different openings, right? Including Slavs, Karo Khan, where a bishop is opposite the other bishop and neither side wants to take for obvious reasons. Black doesn't want to develop the white queen for nothing, and of course now if bishop takes, h takes, and black can use the h file later on perhaps. So there's going to be a little war of nerves of who's going to...
But Mika obviously still in his preparation.
Oh, without doubt.
Yeah.
He's moving almost a tempo. And let's see what happened in Arthur's game.
And Akshat doesn't look too happy.
Well, he probably doesn't like to be surprised. I don't think that objectively he has any issues, but...
Right.
Oh.
So Arthur's white against...
No,
Oh, this is
not-
Michael
this
Bodek's
is
game.
Bodek. Here we go.
Okay, so it looks
Okay,
like
so what we
looks
said-
like we're back. We
Yeah.
actually have the right move order this time.
Yeah.
H3, H6. So a wonder played knight E7.
Also normal to play knight
Yeah,
g6. Just
exactly.
like white goes knight d2, f1, g3.
Yep.
Black goes knight c6, e7, g6. Eyeing f4.
And D4 was played.
And this is also a normal
And
move.
knight G3 would look really symmetrical.
Right.
Okay, D4. And it's always a question, should white play D4, should black play D5? And often when they trade on E5 or E4, we still see a symmetrical pawn structure.
Yeah, a normal position.
Yeah, black can play C6, black can play rook E8.
That's right. That's absolutely.
If Mike Kummer was black, he'd play queen C8 and sacrifice on H3. That's why he's the arbiter, not the playing in the tournament. But he would definitely do that.
Looks
for sure.
original.
Yeah.
Looks original.
He might even play queen D7, then after D5, he's forced to sack a piece. That way he can't change his mind later and play bishop D7.
I'm not sure it's so bad, man.
Right. No, but that's...
With the two knights on f6 on g6,
No, Mike Kummer would say it's winning immediately. Yeah.
I don't think I would like to allow it. Also with
So
the
after
bishop on
queen
a7.
C8 or queen D7, you're going to play king H2 and defend?
I might have to. Don't you think that the sacrifice can really work with two knights like that?
That could... Yeah, in speed chess, I would definitely play it.
Yeah,
In slow
I mean-
chess, I think a little more.
If it happens and then knight g4, if the knight goes to h2, the white knight, then knight h4, and that looks pretty alarming. So if the queen and the bishop create a battery on the long h3 c8 diagonal, then I'm really expecting white to not allow the sacrifice.
Yeah, so we're thinking about this craziness, although D5 didn't make a lot of sense.
No, of course we're just looking at
And
some
now if
fake
knight
values.
G3, we can take it, as in the game Doug Eckert, Ben Finegold.
I knew you'd plug that in.
We got to throw that game in. Otherwise, knight G4, knight H4.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
maybe knight 1 h2 is a move here. And maybe white can hold.
Defense.
Maybe he can play queen e2 f1 and be okay. White. Or bishop d3 f1. So yeah. Maybe the sacrifice is very ambitious but incorrect. Who knows?
Yeah, I'm still not sure here.
Maybe knight h5, knight f4 now.
Yeah.
Then you have to really
And
move
also
quickly with something.
F5, which doesn't do anything because there's a bishop on C2. That's too bad.
Yeah. Doesn't do anything.
But it looks good. Knight G3 doesn't do anything. It looks good too.
Yeah.
Also, why couldn't I play queen G3? Why did I forget about it?
Yeah, we forgot about
I
that.
totally forgot because I suggested it last week.
That's right.
Also possible. So we guarantee this will happen?
1000%.
There we go.
Of course, with the two knights on f3 and f1, you can defend f2 first.
Yeah, he just played C6.
Yeah. He's just playing
A
same.
very
exactly.
normal move. Yeah, if they trade pawns on E5, that's looking sort of symmetrical there.
Oh, I doubt that will happen. White has no interest to trade the d4 pawn for the d6 pawn. Makes no sense.
So you expect knight G3 is coming?
Knight g3 is reasonable, sure.
Yeah. And somehow this is reminding me of Carlson's Fiddler. We were talking about Fiddler before the broadcast.
But that had to do with music that we were listening to.
Obviously. Yeah.
All right, let's see another game. So we're back with the Bodek Han game.
Yeah, so
After
Curran
knight
Han,
d2, you played bishop.
yeah, so
rook
Curran Han
c8.
played rook c8, and white quickly castled, and then bishop e7.
Uh-huh.
I don't know, I'm thinking black should be happy with the result of the opening. I think white's going to probably move his knight on d2 again.
Starting to wonder what exactly knight d2 was all about. What was all this maneuver?
Yeah, when he played knight f1, I was pretty sure he was going to play knight
E3.
e3, but I think black just stopped it.
Yeah,
In the
well,
nick
first of all, he
time.
attacked e4 and then
Yeah.
he threatened d5.
In the nick of time, and now...
But no, knight c4 is not in the game. And,
If you just showed up to our broadcast, you probably think white played knight f3 and knight d2.
but no.
Little did you know that the knight made many, many more moves to get
Yeah,
there.
f3, d4, e2, g3.
No, I think this is what black is hoping for when he plays the knight Orff. He's got an unbalanced position where he's very active, and it doesn't seem like white has done anything special, and black can attack on the queen side. Sometimes we're going to see rook take c3. That's what the spectators are hoping for.
Right.
We could attack the b2 pawn. Sometimes d5 happens. Yeah, so it just seems like black should be fine, and I'm guessing that Matt will like black here.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, looking at the players' faces, black looks happier than white.
Black looks really calm.
Yeah, bored
Really,
even.
Yeah, hiding a little yawn.
Yep, and white looks like, wait, this is my prep. What's
And
going
Michael
on here?
is getting red-eared a bit. He is in think mode.
Yeah, sometimes it's tough when you lose in a round robin. It's hard to play the next game. You were telling me some people,
Have
when
a
they lose
twofer.
one, they have to lose the next one too.
That's right.
And Michael obviously unhappy with his play yesterday,
Yeah.
playing like one of his main sharp lines in the dragon
Yeah,
And,
and ending up with
with a
a
goose egg.
Yep.
Yeah, Curran looks pretty happy. And Curran happy he drew yesterday.
Right.
His first draw.
He
in the
definitely
US Junior
became his
Championship.
confidence after 2 losses
Yeah.
in a tournament where you are such a distant underdog. So making the first draw already giving him a chance that, yeah, I can play those players.
And even coming here and sitting with us must have given him incredible confidence.
Especially
that.
with our incredible humor.
Hey, he wants to come down and talk to us again, so he better not lose.
That's right. He's not after the rating points.
No.
He's not after the
Right,
prizes.
Wants his airtime.
He thinks, hey, if I win, they'll invite me downstairs again.
15 minutes of fame.
That's right. So Michael looks a little tense. Looks like he's not quite closed about what he wants to do, about his plans. He really thought that maybe knight c4 is going to be coming, but now no. And if it's not coming, then what is the knight doing on d3? He doesn't want to end up on b3. That's
Yeah,
for
the
sure.
knight on b3 can't move anywhere.
No.
Yeah. Well, if my opponent plays e5, g6, and h5, I know one of the ideas is for white to play f4 and try to open up the king side. So maybe he's thinking of that, but he's trying to figure out whether he should preface that with something like king h1 or king h2 and get off this diagonal.
But the question is, how are you going to get that in? If you go f4, I'm not even talking about checks and taking the b2 pawn, which is always a possibility, because like if to use a word that you like to use, knight c3 is tender.
Yeah.
Yeah. But even if this somehow doesn't work for whatever reason, just a simple capture on f4 and then what?
Right, and the bishop's hanging because of the queen on
The
a5. You
lateral
have to
moves
retreat,
big.
and we have e5 for our knight. Yeah.
Exactly, well said.
Yeah.
That's exactly the
Yeah,
issue.
it looks nice for black.
So, all right, down we go. And like you said correctly, Jeffrey is aiming again for a typical hedgehog structure.
Yeah, a3, bishop e7.
Yeah. And we're expecting a d6, knight bd7,
Right.
castles, maybe rook e8.
And you know, after black plays d6, we can start thinking again about g4. With the pawn on d7, knight takes g4 and h2 is hanging if rook g1. So I'm wondering if white's going to bide his time and then, you know, because it's Luke Harmon Vladi, so g4. I mean, even I want to play it.
Yeah. Well, alternatively, he could just castle, put his rook on d1, maybe even double on the d file, advance with b4, at the right time play e4, just like the usual hedgehog maneuvering. I played this kind of a structure for both sides, and every time I was lost for moves. You know, when I was black, I could see all white moves, and then vice versa. I think it's funner to play with black, but because whites tend to overextend.
Yeah, I like doing that.
Yeah.
Overextending, that is.
Okay.
And
that's
white
good.
actually played one of my plans. That can't be good.
Okay.
After the move b4, bishop h7 to play
Right,
f5.
we mentioned that, yeah.
White played knight d2. He's either going to play f3 or f4
F4.
later to stop
Right.
black's pawns from marching down.
Right.
And the thing is, you know, if white can play like Karpov, easier said than done, We've already won on the queen side. We
Yep.
don't have to play c5, b5. We're doing
that
well
can
over
wait.
there.
Yeah.
We have to stop black from getting counterplay.
Right.
And if it's g4 or f3 or h4, whatever it is, to stop black from moving his pawns down, then we can win on the queen side later.
Yeah.
So if f5 happens, I think white's either going to play f4 or f3, and then just be calm on the king side.
Yeah.
It's hard for black to really checkmate because the knight on d7, queen on c7, rook a8 aren't not really attacking you. Even the
Yeah,
bishops aren't really
definitely.
attacking much for black. On the other hand, that queen side plays real for white. He really has a big space advantage. And it actually reminds me of a lot of the games from the candidates match that was played a long time ago between Kramnik and Udasin. They had a lot of Sveshnikov and Lasker Pelikan type positions. And they always played an early knight d5, and we saw this pawn structure where one side was really getting a big advantage on the queen side and the other was playing on the king side.
Right.
And so if you want to see a lot of games like this, you can look at those. And you'll see lots of positions like this. I think Kramnik won that match.
Yes.
I haven't heard about Udasin. Udasin played in the World Open this year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Haven't seen him a lot
Udasin was a
lately.
strong player, but Kramnik
Yeah.
won that match for sure. So are we expecting castles for black?
Well, he can also push his pawns. I'm
F5
actually
maybe?
expecting maybe f5, but I'm not going to castle a queen, so I'm not going to leave my king in the center, so probably I would castle. In fact, I might have castled before playing bishop h7,
Yeah.
just because I'm going to castle for sure. And as you
Yeah.
pointed out yesterday,
Always
if
the
there's two
flexible
moves
move.
and there's one you're going to make 100%,
Yeah.
make that one first. Although probably bishop h7 was 100% too.
That yeah.
'Cause
In
I'm
this
going
case,
to push my king side
there's
pawns.
no other plan.
Yeah.
There really isn't.
Yeah.
The queen
So-
side, he's paralyzed. They have to do that.
This is the kind of Sicilian that we like,
Yeah.
and we'll only have to see and wait if Matt likes it also, or if he prefers white. I'm usually asking him this during chess lessons, and he's like, some position. I said, do you want to have black here or white? No, I'll take either side. Or no, I want black. And I'm like, okay, good. You really want black, and you're black. So that's
he's
good.
happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like when the computer says he's slightly better, and he's like, yeah, but it's equal. And I would take the other side. I would rather have the other side.
And is he right
And
always?
I'm like, what? Well, it's a question of taste. But it's funny that the computer 0.03 for black. Yeah, but I want white. And I'm like,
Testimony of confidence.
yeah, sorry.
So are we going back to the top?
Yeah, we have a trade here on G6.
Let's take a look.
And
Okay, so
black
white
took back
wins
right
first.
away. Yeah. Wow, look at the big time disparity there. Already 40 minutes ahead on the clock.
Yes.
And we're about 40 minutes into the round.
And Mika has not more time than he started
Yep.
with again. So
Well,
this
he
is
told me
all-
before the game, I know I'm going to win against Oxshot. I just want to have more time than when I started.
I see.
Is that what he said?
Imitating Vichy.
Exactly. And Hikaru.
Mm-hmm.
There's a player in Michigan that all Michigan players know named John Brooks.
Mm-hmm.
He's always between like 2170 and 2220, always. And he's the fastest player I've ever seen, ever. And back in the day, when there was analog clocks, we used to set the clocks for 1 minute to 4 for 40 moves in 2 hours or game in 2 hours. And he's playing a Class A player friend of mine. And the guy told me after he lost, he said, my goal this game was to get his flag to fall for the 1 minute, but I couldn't do it.
Really?
Yeah, the game was like 27 moves long, and he
In
was
a
lo-
minute?
Yeah, he was lost on move like 6.
Wow.
Yeah, and the guy's always blitzing. Yeah, I couldn't do it. I tried to get the flag to fall, but I couldn't.
Yeah.
So some guys like to play fast.
Impressive.
John Brooks never beat me in a slow game, but in blitz and rapid, I forgot.
Really?
I don't remember.
You want to forget?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So yeah, this is amazing. Akshat getting close to using half of his time for the first 8 or 9 moves,
Wow.
and
And
Mika's
Mika-
still in prep.
Yes.
Good prep.
And now he is thinking. So what is white
Wait, who's
playing?
thinking?
Mika.
Boy, looks like Akshat's still thinking. Yeah.
So why is the black clock?
Okay, so Queen
Sure.
B3 was
Can you
played
Refresh it.
out of his prep.
Okay.
So the question is B5, queen to the C file, or Rook A7. I'm always rooting for Rook A7 because that's the funniest.
Yeah.
That really shows the point of A6.
Uh-huh.
Well, I don't like putting the queen on the C file ever. Okay, especially since it hangs the D pawn here. But I don't care about that.
Right. Just because
When the
the
white
rook
rook comes
C1
to
later, you have to
C1,
lose more time
yeah.
anyways.
So it's either B5 or Rook
Yeah.
A7.
Queen D7 runs into knight E5, so
Yeah,
that's also
terrible.
out.
I predict Rook A7.
Not B5?
No, Rook A7. That's much funnier.
Wow. Well, I'm going to predict B5 only to be different, so one of us is wrong.
That's right. Well, wait, can't we both be wrong?
It's very possible. If he plays another move.
then we're both wrong.
Yeah.
If he plays another move, I'm going to like white.
Yeah.
I don't see another move. So.
Well, in theory, he could play b6, but he's never going to do that.
Ugh. If he plays b6, I'll be using this
Shocked
game
that
for
he
my
did.
students.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I have something called the Fats Trilogy.
What is that?
So there's a guy in Michigan named Vester Wilson, and his nickname is Fats, for obvious reasons.
Okay.
And we had all kinds of Slavs like this. And on move 4, instead of a6, he would play bishop f5.
And after
And I
queen
would-
b3, bishop c8?
I would trade and play queen b3. And we had 3 games like this in a 2-month span. And once he played b6, and once he played bishop c8, and once he played something else. And I won all 3 games in different ways. So I showed in the lecture, it's the Fats Trilogy. But yeah, he didn't
There was no more
do
bishop
very
f5?
well at any of the games. Yeah, bishop f5 is a no
Maybe he needs to
mistake.
rethink bishop f5.
Yeah, if we go back, and well, you had a talk with Gina once about this,
I
or,
did?
or maybe it was Kelly. Who could remember?
Okay.
Yeah, it was Kelly. Yeah, and well, both of my ex-wives played the Slav, so it's not my fault.
Yeah, who remembers?
Yeah, exactly. And they used to play bishop f5,
Right.
which is just a known mistake. And you said the funniest thing when you were like, this was discussed before that you shouldn't play bishop f5. And she said, no, that was different the other time. And you said, you're right. The last time you did it was Sunday and today's Tuesday.
Exactly.
Okay, so
Truth
after
be told, right?
yeah, what's that?
The truth has to be
The
told.
the truth hurts. And in this position, white already has an advantage.
Yeah.
And I had this 3 times against the same opponent in a 2-month period. b6 was played once, and once
I
bishop.
think b6 is just losing.
That's the worst. Yeah, bishop c8
After
was
e4,
played.
I think it's just catastrophe.
Yeah, and I think he did something else another game. But yeah, b6. I've actually had this position 2 or 3 times. I had a game that I won in about 12 moves. It went like bishop g5, here, was it rook c1, bishop e6. Yeah, I think this was one game. And I played bishop takes a6, and my opponent resigned, and it was on my birthday.
That was a nice
That was a
gift.
good birthday present.
Bishop takes
Now,
a6.
what's
gift.
funny about this is after rook takes a6, I don't want you to be too shocked because we continue doing the show. The computer does not play queen b5 check. I want to see the look on your face.
Really? He plays knight b5?
Knight
or what?
b5 is even better.
Really?
Yeah.
I know I would have played queen b5.
Well, yeah,
No, no,
obviously I'm
b5.
playing queen b5 check, but that's how this is like +5 for white.
Really? And the other one is +4.5?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
By the
funny,
way-
like in this position, I thought I won a pawn, and I was very happy. And he resigned, I was shocked. But the
And then
computer
he
says
says-
already +4.
Yeah.
Like here already. Yeah.
Yeah, the computers are very
Yeah,
adamant.
b6, not so good. So, but I can hear Matt Larson because of those long footsteps. Okay, so
go
b6
bishop
not
c8.
good. Yeah, bishop c8's the best.
I had a game like this with bishop
Yeah.
c8 followed by bishop f4,
Yeah.
and then my opponent played a6, I believe.
This seems like an exchange Slav where you're at least 1 tempo ahead. At
Yes,
least.
I lost this game.
Well, yeah.
This is why I stopped playing.
You were too
I
confident.
figured if I can lose positions like this, then maybe chess is not for me.
Chess is not your game?
Yeah,
I know. Let's have a spelling contest.
yeah, that's a good
Okay.
idea.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
I became a tiddlywinks expert.
Yeah, but bishop f5, okay, is a bad move. a6 making a lot more sense. And now we have this position, and let's see, did he? Yes. I'm right for once.
What happened?
What do you
Rook
think
a7?
happened? Rook a7.
Star.
Yeah.
Mika,
The
go
first time
Mika.
I saw somebody do this was Alexei Shirov, but that doesn't mean I'm going to do it if Alexei Shirov does it, because scary.
Well, because you were right, I think you're going to be rewarded with a break,
All right.
a 2-minute break.
Ah,
We're going to take a little rest, and I hope everybody stays on the channel because we're going to come back with our first guest of the day, National Master Matt Larson, a former participant in the US Junior Closed, a theory aficionado, and, well, like you say, today he has 2 of his favorite openings, 2 games with his favorite
Two
openings, the
Najdorfs,
Najdorfs, and we will hear some expert opinion about that. Please stay with us. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Mr. Matheny, what's your favorite part about this sport?
I think the strategy.
How much do you hate to lose?
I don't like it at all.
What about being second guessed?
I don't like that either.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't have moved that rook. Checkmate. Sorry.
Whether you've played chess for years or never before, come experience all the sport has to offer at the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis.
Welcome back, everybody, to the fourth round live coverage of the U.S. Junior Closed Chess Championship, coming to you from the beautiful Chess Club and Scholastic Center in St. Louis. As you can see, we have a brand new guest in the studio, National Master Matt Larson, local hero and former participant of the championship. Hello, Matt. Welcome to the studio.
Not just a local hero, but sort of a nationwide hero.
Oh, very well, very well.
Yeah.
We'll take that. And Matt is here to talk a little bit about, well, initially probably thought about his experience as a former participant, but probably can use his services better as the resident expert on the Najdorf and other openings.
Yeah.
Since we have two very exciting opening Najdorfs today, we thought that he might contribute. So, Ben, let's start with the H3 one.
Yeah, we have Michael Bodek and Curran Hahn. By the way, the Najdorf, the most common opening of this tournament.
By
a
far?
plurality, obviously, not a majority. I don't want to sound silly here. Not in front of our Yaley. Okay, so H3, and what's your opinion of that move? That's the best way to try for an advantage?
I think H3 is the most theoretically dangerous move. Not because it obviously can't refute the Najdorf, but it's so unexplored.
Now, of the super duper GMs, which one play H3 regularly? All of them?
Caruana.
Yeah, he'll play H3 a lot.
he
He'll be
only
here
plays
next month, so
H3.
you can have, yeah. Now, I think Fischer played H3 also, or played against it, something. But probably that wasn't the latest theory. It was then. Okay, so E5 is what you play?
I've played it before.
Okay, and knight E2 is the most common?
Yeah.
H5?
H5 is best.
That's best?
I think
Okay.
these G3 lines are a better try than the Bishop G5 stuff.
So even Bishop G5 here is it played by super GMs also, but not the most accurate?
Bishop G5 has been played, but not recently, by Caruana. So,
Okay. And you agree Bishop E6?
Yeah.
So you agree with what Black did?
Yeah.
Knight BG7. We started like Black's position when White decided to give the Knights tour. We were
Yeah.
like, wait a minute. You can't move your Knight 7 times in the opening. That's becoming silly. Now, what did White do wrong? Because it seems like if you're playing Knight F1, Knight D2, that can't be right, can it?
And this Knight G3 move is a new try. It's been played in some correspondence games. But I think that Bishop F6 is better.
Before the other knight comes to defend it.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, and after Queen A5, since White can't play Knight E3, we're like, well, it must be good for Black.
Yeah.
Rook C8. So you agree with us, this looks good for Black.
Yeah, I don't know what the knight's doing on D2.
Hey, you sound like Aviv. Rook E1. We didn't see Rook E1 or Queen B6. So you'll take Black all day.
I don't know what White's plan is.
So yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it didn't seem like Michael knew what White's plan was either. He didn't seem so happy. So we have Queen B6, and we have a move played since then, I think. At least one move. We click on the right game. Okay. So he played Knight A4. That's the plan.
I doubt it.
That's the kind of plan you like to see when you're Black?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's going to happen? Queen C6, Knight C3 draw? That's White's plan?
I mean, I don't know how. I guess you have to play Rook B1 then, if he doesn't want to draw. So
Rook B1 where?
after Queen B6.
Oh, you're saying so White's already playing for a draw against his 300 lower rated opponent
Yeah.
because his position's so bad in the opening.
I mean, Queen C6, Knight C3 is the only move, I think.
Right, so if White's...
How crazy is it to go C4 at some point here?
Oh, after Queen C6?
Is there any tactics here, or is it just complete fail?
Well, Knight takes E4 might be playable, but no, probably
Bishop F3 and all that? That's
not. Yeah, resigns.
And you resign already? Wow, that was quick.
Yeah.
So Black can't force the draw now, though I don't think Black wants a draw. Black should be pretty happy here. But maybe White's going to play C4 regardless of what Black does. And you'll still take Black all day?
Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, I like Black also. Okay, so, yeah, very unusual. Again, I was telling people if they sort of showed up later that they wouldn't realize that, okay. They wouldn't realize that White's taken 7 or 8 moves to play Knight G2, not just Knight F3 to D2. Oh, okay, good. All right, we'll get to that next, yeah. Okay, then we'll look at our next Najdorf game, if I can find it. No, that's not, that looks like a Najdorf. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, we can see, now we had a different opinion on this Najdorf. We liked White's position, and when we talked to you before you came on, you seemed to agree. Okay, so you actually would play E5 against Bishop E3?
Yeah.
Okay, and now Queen C7, not your favorite move?
No, it's a little passive and committal. I think.
And you say Anand's played it before, but only once?
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, and then A4.
And then H6.
I thought H6 was funny, but I'm not the Najdorf
Yeah,
expert.
I agree. I think that black's in danger of getting having no breaks if white plays like knight d2, bishop f3, queen e2, castle, some rook to d1, and then just suffering forever.
Now, do you agree with what white did here with knight d5? I mean, we liked it, but it's not really the plan you espoused.
I think that white got a good position, but I still think that like castles, knight d2, bishop f3 is hard for black to break out ever. So.
And do you think it's possible, as soon as white plays knight to d2, black could try to play d5 right away, or that never works in these positions?
It looks risky.
Okay. So white's better with knight d5 or without knight d5. You don't like queen c7 and h6 mix.
Yeah.
Too passive. By the way, would you have played what he did, or would you have thought about playing bishop takes knight also?
They both look terrible.
Both terrible?
Yeah.
Okay. Takes, bishop f5, c4. And this is when, before the break, we saw this position. He castled, f5. I thought f3,
We played f4.
and I never think f3, so that's when you know.
Well, I don't know, maybe f4.
I was thinking f3 instead of f4, but you guys are thinking f4. How am I arguing for f3? What happened to me? Yeah. And it looks like bishop g5 was played, if I see things correctly, and then bishop f2.
Yeah.
Opinion?
It seems like white should just be faster with knight b3 and c5.
Mm-hmm.
And then black's kingside counterplay is nowhere to be found. So.
Not e4, e3. Or you can't play e4, takes, and then f4 and knight e5. That doesn't work. Nothing works.
Not with such a structure.
Bishop's on h7, so why can't I go here? It's defended.
Well, I don't know if e3 is such a big deal if
So
I'm
you
going to
play-
play knight d4, e6.
Oh, so you're going to go here, and then I'm going to resign? Man, knight e6 looks pretty good. And you're just going to ignore me?
Yeah.
And then knight d4, knight e6. That is annoying. I don't know, f4.
Well,
Well-
rook c1 first to avoid bishop f6.
Well, knight e6 attacks
Yeah,
your queen.
I
So I'm not too worried about
Okay.
that. Right. What do you think, Aviv?
I really like white.
Yeah? Yeah, the black pawns are blockaded. I have knight e6 and my
I
queen.
have a feeling that those f4, e3 pawns are going to somehow drop eventually.
Okay. So everybody likes white. I mean, I agree.
Yeah, the queen is offside. The knight d7 isn't going.
So we have one Najdorf where we like black a lot and one we like white a lot, so they're going to have reverse results. You know, it seems like the Sicilian's not doing great this tournament, but that can turn around.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we have a discussion here, and luckily we have this beautiful knight. And we were talking about the touch move rule earlier because, you know, got to talk about something. Now, Matt had a very interesting development in the World Open. He adjusted a piece, and he did not say adjust. Okay, now actually the reason we have this here is we want to see how your hand adjusted the piece, if you remember.
I mean, I think I did this. And I actually adjusted it twice because it still wasn't.
Now, when you adjusted the second time, you actually pulled it back?
I don't remember. I think
Yeah.
so.
Okay, but it wasn't like this, and it wasn't like this, but it was more like this.
And here comes my question.
Uh-oh.
Why didn't you say adjust?
Well, because I knew that the rules said that you don't have to say adjust, so.
Which, by the way, I agree with, and Aviv does not, and it seems like the directors didn't either.
Yeah.
So-
And we were looking at the FIDE handbook, and it says jadub or adjust.
yes,
It
says
mentions
that-
this. Yes, it does talk about intent, but when you are putting your hand on the piece, then it's unclear to decipher what the intent was. If you do something like this with your finger, then there's some claim that there's definitely no intent. It's obvious that you're fixing it. But once the hand is on the piece, it seems that it's already open for interpretation, whether you really intended to move it or not. Nobody has a guess of
Right,
what
and
is yes or not.
I think the kicker here was his opponent saying, oh, no, he was adjusting it, but it doesn't matter. And I was like, it doesn't matter if he knows he was adjusting it.
Yeah, because his opponent has no idea of what his intent was, right?
Well, he has some idea.
He is guessing.
He has some idea. He's the opponent.
If it's so true, why did he call the TD?
That I didn't understand.
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't understand the touch move rule.
Right.
That that's
So
to
you're
deal with
actually
intent.
pedagogically trying to teach people
No, but
that
his-
there's intent above the jadub.
In fact, he's right, because his opponent said he was adjusting it, he had no intent, but the touch move rule says if you touch it, you have to move it. That was his opponent's
That's not a
explanation.
very good claim.
That's what his opponent said.
That's not a very good claim.
So
But
I
I
was,
just don't think that the opponent's opinion has to count you as for the intention because he does not know his intention.
But I know my intention. So if,
But you're not
if my
objective
intention is
about it.
unclear, then it seems like I should, tie goes to me.
Why?
Because, okay, if I do
That
this.
means that every time somebody
then
touches a piece,
Maybe.
It doesn't mean
it's-
every time.
it means that every time I touch a piece, then it's up to me to decide if I intended to move it or not. I think that's why the idea of Jaduk comes to mind.
But we're talking about like truth. We're not talking about the decision.
But the idea of
we're talking about what actually happened.
The idea of saying adjust or Jadub comes in order
No,
to
I told him.
interpret
No,
what
we
the
had a long
intention was.
discussion by text after the game, and I
Yeah.
said next time just say adjust. Like,
Yes,
Yeah.
because that clarifies your intention. If you have your hand on the piece, then it becomes questionable whether you want to adjust the piece or move it. Nobody but you knows for sure what the intention was. When you say adjust or Jadub, you clarify, you're just fixing the piece. Otherwise, that means you
Look,
have to move it.
you're telling me he has to say adjust, and Kasparov can pick it up with intention and not move it? Come on.
No, I
what's
think
going
because
on
Kasparov
here?
should also touch
Well,
it.
he
touches
should,
the
but-
piece like this.
but
There's
that
a
wasn't
difference.
really made
I have
an
seen
action.
players do it like this with a finger where they just like fix it. Then you can maybe get away with it because it's very petty to call the TD for that. But when you put your hand on the piece, how do I know that you didn't
If you're
intend to
playing,
move it?
if you're playing Dave Chappelle, don't do that because he's petty.
There you
Now,
go.
my first wife, and this one I'm actually right upon. We were
Yeah.
talking about one of my wives, and I got it wrong.
Yeah.
When she made a move, she touched the piece, and every time she adjusted, she took her pen and it would adjust.
There
like
you
that.
go.
Yeah.
If you're really anti-saying adjust, that's a
Yeah,
good way of
so
doing
there
it.
you go.
Because then you didn't
Then
touch
you're
the
not
piece,
really
the
touching
pen
it.
touched it.
Your
The pen touched the
representative
piece.
is touching it.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
So what was, tell me a little, so the ruling was against
So,
you.
so first
Yeah.
the
How
TD,
devastating
the
was it
TD
for the
ruled
game?
against him. Well, there was a lot of rulings.
Okay.
The TD ruled against him, and then somehow there was an arbiters meeting without him appealing. There was just an arbiters meeting for a long time, and they said, "Yeah, you have to move it."
And was there an appeal after that?
No, I played on.
He played on till the end. Then when he lost, he wanted to appeal, and I said, "Dude, what are you going to appeal? Like you already
No,
played
if
on
you
for another
played,
4 hours." Yeah.
But wait a minute. You lost because of that move?
Well, so I touched my bishop, and I had a bishop move that was okay, but the bishop move I made was terrible.
And he wasn't going to move his bishop; he was going to move his king.
Yeah.
But he was just adjusting the bishop. Yeah. So for those of you out there, when you play the touch move rule, which should be always saying Jadub or adjust is safer.
Probably.
Much safer.
Is that the moral of the story as you understood it? Or are you going to say adjust?
No, I think the moral of the story is he's furious.
Yeah.
Wait,
I think that's the moral of the story.
Which TD is terrible, but that's,
That's the moral of the
So
story.
the next time you're playing in any tournament, be it Goldberg or not, are you going to say adjust or not?
Yes,
You
yes.
are. So I think it's safer. I think you're just playing with fire. Because again, it's a question of clarifying the intent. So, Bye, Horsey.
Hold on. Yeah. Okay.
Jadub, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So let's Jadub to our next game, which might not be a night off, but still could be
It
interesting.
could be a night orf.
And let's see.
Hey, he played Rook A7 and B5, so we both be right.
See?
So this is very interesting, Matt, because you know a little theory. After the move A6, there was a very long think here, very long. And after E3, which is one of the moves, Bishop F5, which I don't think is the most common, but maybe.
recently.
Is it? Then there was another very long think, very long.
Well, he has to know the game Carlsen, Nakamura, and
He has
Carlsen,
to?
everybody.
He has to?
Yeah, he has to.
Isn't Carlsen Komsky from the first Sinkfield Cup
Yeah,
that won
that-
1,000 moves?
That too.
I really like that game, but I don't like the first 25 moves of that game. I like the last 25 moves. Okay, so he played bishop to D3, I should say. Bishop G6, and now another long think. And black is still in prep, moving instantly. And finally, after queen B3, there was a think. And we were discussing whether he would play B5 or rook A7. And I want to see rook A7 because I'm the commentator. So rook A7 was played. And this is the last that we looked. Opinion?
I don't know. I
It's
mean,
there.
bishop d3 shouldn't give white an advantage with this bishop g6
We agreed
line.
on that. Yes, we said that. Yeah.
And now B5. No, the rook's going to come to D7 and E7. By the way, I was in one of the 1,000 games that I lost to Priyadarshan. You've lost to him 1,000 times too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I've lost more than you, but you're catching up. It was one of the Friday action quads. Queen's Gambit accepted, nothing going on. And all of a sudden, he played rook A7, and then moved one of his pawns and played rook D7, and I resigned.
Confused you.
And I resigned. That was
So-
the longest I ever lasted against him.
So while we have Matt here, why don't we ask him a few questions about his experience of playing here?
Yeah.
You played here in 2000, was it 13?
Last year, 2014.
14.
Last year.
Yeah.
2014.
Yeah, I told telling you he would get 4, and then he messed me up in the last round. He had 3.5 going into the last round, and he lost.
Yeah. But he was very close to get there. I think that 4 would have been not an unreasonable result,
Especially
considering the
after his
positions that he
0-2
had.
start, right?
Right.
I still said he would get 4. He
Right.
couldn't stop laughing. He still
Right.
can't.
Well, I wasn't laughing. I just thought it was going to be very hard considering it. But I have to admit that I also didn't know much about him and his progression while I was there. So how was your experience? What do you remember from that tournament? You were actually, rating-wise, you were an underdog. Probably level-wise, you weren't that far as, let's say, Kieran Han is in this tournament.
I mean, it was a great tournament and a great experience, and I'm really grateful that I got selected as a wild card. So.
What do you think? What benefits do you think you had from this tournament? Well, I guess playing your even higher-rated peers was a good experience. Probably get you to hone your theory a little further. Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe you even realized that you know theory no worse than some of them, right? Was that one of the conclusions?
Yeah. Definitely.
So now I understand that you have done a very serious faux pas. You were accepted to an Ivy League school. That's going to hurt your chest for sure. So tell us a little bit about that.
So I'm going to Yale and
To study what?
to math probably.
Shocking. Shocking.
That's not going to improve the time allocation for chess.
Although Hess is still pretty good.
That is true.
so-
That is true. So, but still, you're gonna stay with chess. We're hoping.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. That's a good? Does Yale have a good chess team?
Pretty much Raja Padwani is also graduating, and as is Hess. So I think I'll be the
You're
highest
coming in to
rated
replace
person.
them?
Oh,
Yeah.
so they're leaving already.
Yeah.
Heartbreaking.
Did those guys
Actually,
ever play in the Pan Ams or no?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they had Panjwani and Hess.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like a bad team.
Yeah.
Although I didn't hear the third and fourth
Yeah.
boards, but still,
Yeah.
the top two boards are pretty good.
Interesting. So you just came back from a successful 1 or 2 tournaments that you gained a lot of rating points. I know.
Yeah, DC and World
Yeah,
Open.
World Open.
so.
You gained a total of 50-some rating points.
I gained 50 in the DC, and then it's unclear how many I'll gain in the World because I played someone who was unrated. It's going to have a rating.
Yeah, they had a
Oh,
USCF of like
definitely.
2250 and no FIDE rating, and I was like,
Wow.
wow. And then he told me the solution. They're in Louisiana.
I see.
Yeah.
Ah, now we understand.
He didn't play the
Not-
Swamp Open.
Not playing a lot of FIDE rated turns. FIDE wouldn't rate it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. He was really sad, but I found out later they were crocodile tears. So,
Oh, I see.
yeah.
So have you beaten anybody of note in those tournaments?
I don't know, not really.
Oh,
No, he told me the funny stats. Paired down 6 times, he went 6-0. Paired up, not 6-0.
I've had World Opens like this.
Yeah.
I've played 3 Grandmasters, 0. Anybody else about my rating, 24 or 2300, 6 out of 6.
Mhm.
So you gain rating points, that's not so bad.
Yeah.
If the Grandmasters are high enough, you can even make a norm in that tournament. Unfortunately, mine weren't, so
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, so chess. On with chess. Let's see the next game.
Yeah, well, they traded.
Oh, we're
on-
still seeing this
Yeah,
one.
we're still looking here. CD5, CD5. White followed my very important rule. Akshat Chandra, the second highest rated player in the tournament.
Yeah.
A4, always play A4.
You know why he's following it, right?
Why is that?
Because he wakes up to your videos.
That's correct. Yeah, it's
And
too
that's
bad
a
his
true
dad was.
statement.
We interviewed his dad yesterday, and he says, "When you wake up, what do you want to listen to? What kind of music?" Ben Finegold videos.
True,
So that's-
true question, true answer.
He wakes up to Ben Finegold
So of
videos.
course he's going
so
to
he has
find
to
out
play
moves like
A4.
A4
Is that how you wake up, Matt?
every time. As a matter of fact, that's how he goes to sleep. That's why he's having nightmares.
That's why there was a night here for his
Exactly.
nightmares. Okay, so B4. So what's going on here? Is this the equalist of positions?
I don't understand why Black's not better. Play A5.
Oh, Bishop
force
D2
space.
looks a bit funny with A5, right? Where is this knight going? I'm voting for knight A2.
Yeah.
I know Black has more time.
My intention is to somehow move the queen, go Bishop D2, knight C1, knight B3, put the rook on C1, and say that I'm not worse.
I have to admit, I've never seen like bishop takes G6, then queen B3.
Right.
Usually the queen goes to B3 because, you know.
Right.
Yeah, so this was maybe not the most accurate way for White to play.
Mm-hmm.
Which he was thinking forever at the opening, so I wonder if this is Mika's first time playing A6. Have you ever prepared for any of these players in this tournament?
He must have.
Yeah, for Jeffrey and Michael and Luca
So you know some of the prep.
and Arthur Shen as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I told him, I don't even know if I'm right, that you lost to Arthur Shen earlier.
Yeah. Oh my God. It was
Yeah, I
like
know,
+3 with
Exactly.
every legal move.
Yeah, how
wins.
could you lose? How could
Was
you
that
lose?
here in the junior?
Yeah.
That was your
Rings a
favorite game
bell.
ever? Didn't you lose to somebody in Philadelphia?
I also lost him there too.
Yeah, that's the game I was thinking
That
of.
was a more reasonable game.
That was more reasonable losing? Okay.
Yeah.
As long as it's reasonable. All right, now here we have not the most exciting of positions.
Yeah, we have a Roy Lopez, Duca Pianissimo turned
Yeah,
into
and he
Royal
played c6, then he played c5. He showed us.
No,
I don't know if I would play c6 then c5.
That's odd.
And queen d2.
That's also odd. Why wouldn't he go d5 then c4 and b3 and have those close things on the queen side, and then start moving your
No,
forces?
that's too good.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
Yeah. No, I don't.
But
like,
of course, I think there's something on h6, right? We talked about that.
no, I don't like c6 then c5.
No, we don't like it at all.
So white's going to sack on h6 and the game's over. You agree?
It's not out of the question. There's two knights, you know. When there are two knights on g3 and f3, then one of the knights is gonna. It's gonna be hard to stop the knights from advancing.
Well, I predicted before the game Arthur Shen 100% with white. He's white, so lost all his games with black, won all his games with white. So very consistent.
And Matt, do you agree with the claim that we made that Arthur is much stronger with white than he is with black?
Yeah. I think
Seems
this
like
is
it.
fair, yeah.
And you haven't played a wonder before, have you?
I have twice actually.
You have, and?
And I
Uh-oh.
won one, and
Yeah.
then I lost the worst game in the history of chess. So.
You mean like you were winning, or?
No, I mean I got
Oh, you just-
crushed
you
as
just
white.
played- Now, this will shock everybody at home, so I'm afraid to say it, but there's somebody upstairs not playing in the tournament who beat a wonder, and that person is Tony Rich.
Really?
Yeah, but if I tell
Recently?
you, I think a wonder was two. No, a wonder was
Oh,
really
yeah,
young,
okay.
maybe 8, maybe 7, and they played in Chicago. And he said, "Wow, my opponent was really small, but he played pretty good." They were about the same rating. Maybe Tony was slightly higher. Tony ground him down. Yeah. So Tony Rich up there has won against a wonder. So
But don't make me say my story again about the people in New York that have beaten both Caruana and Nakamura when they were like 7.
that's the time you got to beat him.
That's right. And now they consider they have a plus record against.
Yeah, I used to beat Matt Larson too, but now I just don't play him anymore. Exactly. So we like white here. Arthur's doing well. Arthur has more time. And it looks boring, but in about 5 or 6 moves, it's going to be exciting. There's going
Yeah.
to be some sacrifices and some attack. We guarantee it.
We hope for it.
We guarantee a lot. Yeah. But we like Arthur's position.
Yeah.
Okay, and c4 was played.
Yeah, that I thought that was the only plan he's going to play. Otherwise, he has nothing to sell here, right? It's.
And,
I haven't
and Black's
checked
thinking,
the tactics, but it just has to be. Looks like that's what he needs to play.
Black's actually been thinking a long time here, as if he didn't expect c4.
So if knight takes e4, bishop f3 just looks aggravating,
Although bishop g5.
and knight takes e4,
Yeah.
So we're analyzing this.
attacking the bishop and the bishop on f3.
This.
I don't think you want to take on
Yeah,
g5.
I
I'm
agree.
very.
And this is, then he resigns again.
This is going to hurt.
Yeah.
Always resigning.
I'm all over.
Very consistent.
Well. So now I'm going to play moves like bishop takes e7, and e4 is hanging 3 times. So
Right.
no.
Yeah.
So c4 is a good move.
Yeah, and bishop. Maybe you can take on no. Take on c4 also looks very.
Take on
So
c4.
sorry.
I'm confused.
I thought of playing b5 after that, but I just. It's too much.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I suggested c4.
C4 is a good move.
Yeah.
As I say in my videos all the time, which you don't watch, so you don't know.
What is that?
C4 is explosive.
Right.
The 7-year-olds are like, excuse me? Yeah. Although now Arjun is saying C4 is explosive. Yeah.
You
So
watch too much.
so we're
too
good.
many Little Weapon movies.
Too many, yeah. So what do you think now? The queen's misplaced on c6. White has seized the initiative. It's all over.
Well, it's still not easy for white to consolidate. If you somehow create a threat on c4 and on e4, but how to do that?
So b5 is notably not playable to just cb rook c1.
Right.
Oh, actually queen c1.
Exclaim.
But then, oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Although, yeah. This
Looks
is
like black's
messy,
winning a
but
piece,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
so maybe b5 is.
B5's the best.
Yeah, but if I take a knight c3,
Then can we continue? Oops, that's a good typo.
mousy.
Yeah. Can we continue? Now something to b5?
Yeah.
But what? Well, this threatens knight a7.
Yeah.
This is too complicated. What is this, a knight orf? Also, bishop b5 is a move. All the knights are pinned. The knight d5 might come later.
Queen b6.
And if you don't play b5, though, what do you do? Because
Yeah.
if I'm going to play knight c3 and I have control of d5, I'm probably looking good there.
Yeah.
Somehow the higher rated players always get lucky. I don't get
Yeah,
it.
maybe that's why they're high rated. They see further.
Yeah, they're lucky every game.
Yeah.
Okay, so black's having a big think after c4, which I don't like.
Mm-hmm.
I think after queen c6, he should have expected c4.
I think you should have anticipated before you allowed knight a4.
Yeah, that's also possible.
Yeah.
Okay, now this game we haven't looked at yet with Matt. This is the queen c2 Nimzo that I play a lot, and they played it as basically as boring as possible.
Yeah.
So bishop e7 is the last move we saw.
Mm-hmm.
Castles, castles. So what would happen on knight g4 with the idea of bishop takes knight?
Yeah.
Is he going to play e4 or g3? Is either one okay?
I would assume that you would play e4 here.
And then everybody's happy?
Everybody's happy.
Yeah, maybe. In a blitz game, knight g4 for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so Jeffrey castled. He got his hedgehog position. Knight c5. Oh, I don't think black is unhappy.
This reminds me a little bit of the game Pologaevsky-Neshmadinov, except that it doesn't.
I was just going to say, except it's the opposite.
Yeah.
1953?
In that game, everything was sacrificed, and in that game, everything is just
No, I don't think it was
repositioned.
53. 47? 56? It reminds me of the game, except.
This sounds like the Price is Right clock game.
Yeah,
We
exactly.
have to guess the amount in this, you know?
Yeah.
Eventually you get it right.
This isn't the most exciting of positions.
Yeah,
Is this the one I picked to draw in? I hope so.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I think I saw it in a commercial for MBN.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like b4 is ever going to be playable.
Hey, these guys did the stuff we were talking about.
Uh-huh.
He played e4, bishop d4.
Controlling the important
And
diagonal.
unlike us, we were talking about all kinds of crazy moves. They're thinking about their moves.
No, he is right, because why rush? Not like knight b3 is going to be
And,
stopped.
and white has 20 extra minutes, and we both like white's position.
And now in e3,
All
maybe
three
he
of
can
us.
play f4.
Too complicated.
That could be really nice.
Yeah.
So I'm strongly voting for white here.
Strongly?
Strongly. And I'm going to go f4 almost regardless. I want to go f4 and then knight b3.
Now, what if you were white?
I'll be counting. I'll be doing the opposite of what Kotov suggests in his book, Think Like a Grandmaster.
Yeah?
And that is calculate, recalculate, recheck, check, and recheck.
Yeah.
He says don't do that. But
You'll,
against the
you'll be
2400
adjusting
so-
all the pieces, hoping that,
Yeah.
that John
But I'll be
says
saying
something.
adjust.
That's true. So we all like white here.
No, here white is really happy.
Yeah, that's a nice. So queen c7, h6, not the best, but still it's a Sicilian, so it's complicated. Still, double-edged position. White has more time. White has more space on the queen side. Bishop on h7 is a little funny.
Mm-hmm.
Looks good. Back to the beginning.
Yeah, and what I said before is about to happen. He has to do that. Knight a2, queen moves, bishop d2, knight c1, knight b3. That's his only plan, I think.
And you'll take black.
Yeah.
Oh, black cannot be worse. So of course, anybody want to be
Yeah,
black.
black has almost 30 minutes extra and a nice position.
But I'll
It
tell you,
seems
black
like you
has
really
some
got him in
problems.
the opening prep.
But I think black has some problems to solve as well. If I get my knight to b3 and play queen b5 at some moment, you're going to be a little tied down too.
Man,
So you have to think of what setup you want to choose
this
for your
guy makes
pieces.
a lot of moves in a row, but okay.
Yeah. You mean black will have to move too? It's the one you, one me thing?
Yeah, exactly.
Again?
Yeah.
But I'm bad at sharing. All right. So you'll have to find, what I said is black really has to find a good setup. He has to castle, you know, he hasn't done that yet. If you allow me to do all these things and then start moving on the c file, then
Maybe he'll pull like Beliavsky and he won't castle. Put something on d6, g5, g4.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew you'd like that.
Yeah, this is
Knight
the junior.
bd7, queen b8. Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah. This is the junior.
And then the worst comes, put the king on e7, ready for the end game.
Safe. Yeah.
Yeah, completely.
So black is equalized and it's a big fight to come. Rook f d8, tempting white to once again d5, sack on h6.
Wow. You going to tell me that this is not going to happen?
I can play d5 here and then play bishop
Hold
takes
on.
h6, right?
I have to see.
Yeah?
We have,
Yeah.
on this board, we
That's
have.
what I would do.
You guys agree with my crazy sacrifice?
I want to
Even
see
though
what if the
I'm
computer
like
has an
half kidding.
opinion on that.
I assume that he thinks he can defend with queen e7, queen f8. That's why he played rook d8. Or he assumes the guy won't sack a piece.
Oh my God, we have to move to the Bodek game.
We do?
Yeah.
What happened in the Bodek game?
Took on e4.
He took on e4.
Wait, we thought that was terrible.
Yeah, we're not alone in thinking that.
Yeah, computer says white's
Yes.
winning.
Yeah.
So just bishop f3 here?
Yeah, of course, bishop f3, and then what?
But knight takes e4 has to be good. I just don't know why it's good.
No, they said the computer claims that after bishop f3 he has to sack on f2. But that's a terrible...
What?
Well, what else to play?
No, you can't do that.
Okay, you tell me what to do after
You
bishop
can't
f3.
do that. How do you play knight takes e4? How do you do that?
Oh, no, it's a bad move, of course.
No, but he didn't see bishop f3, or he saw it.
I don't know.
He's confused.
I have no idea. You'll have to ask him after the game. I'll have to ask Michael.
Because the
after
bishop
the-
f3, that would be the end of my analysis. I wouldn't.
And
play
Michael
knight
is
takes e4.
sitting in disbelief. I mean,
Yeah, he's like knight takes
he's
e4.
checking and
You
rechecking
can't do
because
that.
it's just, yeah.
Yeah, when you're playing a
What am I
higher rated
missing?
player, knight takes e4 is always wrong unless they just blundered horribly.
Maybe he thought that he's going to take on e4 and then play something with the bishop. And then calculated that he can escape with his queen. But, yeah, but bishop f3 has
Finally
to-
making rook e1 look good. It took some doing, but he's like, okay, now rook e1 is
Yeah.
great.
I mean, maybe he looked like bishop h5 or something, and then
Yeah. He must have done something really wrong.
bishop e7 is fine for black too.
So bishop f3 is like almost +2, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, I would never play knight f2. I'd resign first.
Yeah.
I never resigned. So therefore, I wouldn't play knight f2. I mean, the higher rated players are always lucky.
Yeah. Lucky and good.
This reminds me of I have a student. Let me see his name.
Matt Larson?
Larson.
Okay.
And he was like, I can't believe it. My opponent like hung a piece, on move 10 or something. I'm like, what? Like, of course he did. No, you believed it.
Yeah.
Well, you have extreme opinions about some people and positions.
Yeah.
It's like
Who,
the
me?
story, yes. It's like the story from my tournament about 15 years ago when I come to you lamenting that I have this rook ending
Rook
against a
ending that
low-rated
you
player, where it's like rook and 3 pawns on the king side, like h, g, f for each side. We each have an a pawn on a4 and a5. He has white has a rook on b5, and my rook is defending the pawn sadly on a8. So he's playing for 2 results, basically, right?
Yeah.
So I told him, yeah, what did I do to deserve it, to suffer, to defend against a low-rated player? Maybe I'll make a draw if I'm lucky. Maybe I'll get impatient and lose. His insta response was, you're going to win this game. And I'm looking at him to see what he smells of, what he was drinking. And he says, yeah, the guy's 2100, you're going to win. And I'm like, okay, very nice, very useful comforting. 2 hours later, 0-1 because he decided to move his rook. And so sometimes you can argue with Ben. Yeah.
Shocking.
Yeah, to him it was natural, to me not.
You agree with me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's like, yeah.
So I have some disappointment. He went knight f5 in that
Wait, who did?
Arthur Shen against...
We'll have to go to that game?
Yeah, well, this game, Bodek, we just...
Oh, bishop f3 was played.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, at some point, our guys in the booth there should get a position looking at current Han space because it's not going to be a good face.
Yeah.
So
Well, I
knight
want to see if
f5.
he's optimistic or
Knight
just...
f5, or as I would say,
Knight f5.
knight f5.
Knight f5.
Maybe you should have played d5 because I don't know. I don't like calculating CD every move in ED.
Yeah, but isn't this helping white if the knights are all going to d4 and your queen's on c7? So I'll play rook c1.
Well, you take once at d4
Yeah.
and twice.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it would have been hard not to play d5.
Although it's hard to stop sacks on h6 without.
No, but
playing
this is
bishop
already
f5.
just really bad
Yeah.
for black. c6, then c5?
Really dying to second h6.
Yeah, that's because you're the
On chess-
commentator.
Yeah, on chess 24, of course, the computer didn't really...
Yeah, commentators like
Didn't
to sack
take it too
pieces.
much.
Yeah.
Too seriously.
No, but still, it's just bad for black, this position.
Yeah. No, it's good.
Speaking of bad for black, bishop f3.
Okay, let's skip this game for now. It's just not...
You've never been so angry? Yeah. So
I think
you
it was
only,
just
so
a
you only
naive
played in the
decision.
one junior championship. And how old are you now?
I'm 18.
Are you eligible in 2016?
I don't know.
I think so, yeah. When do
Should
you
be.
turn 19?
May 30th.
Oh, yeah, then, for sure.
Yeah.
The only question is he eligible in 2017? That's the only question. It's not clear.
It's under 20, right?
Yeah, but it's under 20 as of some date that nobody
Yeah.
knows.
Well,
So-
he's eligible in 2016, definitely.
100%, yeah.
So, there's a quest now.
Yeah. I'd look at another game, but come on. These guys, what are they doing to us over here? I've never seen a Luke game that wasn't,
But we were talking
Hammer and
about this
tongs.
US Junior and the World Open,
yeah.
and the club people here are asking something a lot more interesting. Are you playing in the Friday Action Quads?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, the answer is yes.
By the way, are you playing in the Friday Action Quads? Okay, that's
we are
tonight.
talking about him.
That's tonight, yeah?
Yeah.
Are you playing?
I'll think about it. I'll give you an answer at the end of the broadcast.
Yeah, because we had like
Should I end my
Tatev and
13-year career?
we had Tatev and Alejandro playing in it. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He played them both.
And how did you do?
Well,
I drew Tato.
Okay.
As winning.
Uh-huh.
So.
And on, against Ale? Difficult?
No, I got crushed.
Okay.
wasn't
No,
difficult
Ale
at
is
all.
strong. So back to the Hedgehog game, and H6 was played. Now, what kind of a move is H6 in the Hedgehog?
Yeah, I'm actually happy there's a 30 move rule now.
You are?
Yeah, but I just like black here.
I don't think it's a plus in this position.
I like black.
For this position, I would. Wouldn't you?
Always take black because if white plays b4, he'll lose his c pawn, and black's going
Right.
to play d5 or b5.
Wouldn't you set aside the 30 move rule for this game?
No.
How is black gonna play d5 or b5?
How?
Yeah.
What's the problem?
Well, b5 hangs a pawn.
Eventually, you gotta think outside the box
So-
here.
And d5 also seems hard to achieve.
Yeah, he'll do them both just to prove me right. Look at this monster time advantage Jeffrey has. Yeah, Luke's playing sort of funny this tournament.
I know that Jeffrey's not happy yet with his position. Do you know why?
Why's that?
Doesn't have his hoodie on yet.
Not yet. Now wait a minute, is his opponent wearing a hoodie too? What's going on
Yeah,
here?
it's the Battle of the Unabomber.
Yeah, and he's got like a cap on. Yeah, he's got everything.
Yeah, the cap is
Yeah.
his trademark.
I
but-
think the reason is after this game they're taking a cab to the poker tournament, so they want to make sure they're all hidden
well
well.
said, well
Yeah.
said.
Yeah.
Especially Jeffrey
Yeah.
with his new ID.
Mm-hmm. Luke's not that much older.
Right.
So I was going to ask you before we were interrupted by these games, in this particular event, which players do you foresee not only becoming grandmasters, but maybe one day fighting for the U.S. Championship? Do you see any super talent here? Anybody you're really impressed by?
I mean, obviously, Jeffrey is
Mm-hmm.
pretty strong for his age. And
And you played in Chicago, didn't you? But you
Yeah.
were paired with Jeffrey, different section?
yeah,
Yeah.
terrible. So. And I guess Akshat's also.
So you like the higher rated players.
Yeah.
What do you think about a Wonder? GM soon?
Oh yeah, I wonder.
You're like, hey, he's playing in the tournament. I forgot about him.
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you expect whoever wins this tournament will do well next year in the U.S. Championship, or is that too tough of a challenge the first time?
Depends who wins the tournament.
Yeah?
So
Oh, you think like Jeffrey Rockshot could do well next year in the championship against the likes of Wesley So, Nakamura, Caruana? I haven't named the good players yet either. I was saving those for later.
well, didn't Jeffrey do well when he played 2 years ago or whatever, or do okay at least?
Seems like the championship's going to be pretty strong next year. Yeah, in fact, this year didn't Nieraditsky have like 0 out of 11 or something?
But he had really a bad tournament.
Yeah, that was the worst tournament ever.
He had such
yeah.
a good year, and then
Yeah.
that tournament, nothing
Championship's
went right.
tough. I remember the year before Ehrenberg played, and I thought, oh, Ehrenberg 2,700, and he's winning in the U.S. Chess League every game. And then it was
Didn't
just the
work out
punching
so well.
bag. Yeah, he won the last 2 rounds and still came in last. I think it was a tough tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah, U.S. Championship's tough.
Yep.
So after this Bishop F3 move, Curran's not moving. Arthur looks pretty happy. Neither player looks happy in the Zhang game.
This is part of those moments of confusion where you play knight takes e4,
Yeah.
your opponent goes bishop f3, not exactly a surprise.
And then you have the Alexopoulos
And then
look.
you start thinking,
Yeah.
and you have the Alexopoulos look. Yeah.
Oh wait, did I guarantee White would win? Where are my predictions? Okay, my predictions are looking okay so far.
Yeah. I think Han just realizes that his calculation. I'm willing to bet that if asked after the game, he's going to say that he expected knight takes, queen takes, and bishop goes somewhere, and he forgot that he can play bishop f3 at once. Or maybe he calculated some line with bishop e7, knight d2, something that just missed bishop f3. in
Man,
this
we were
move.
like, what's White doing? White has no plan to Black resigns. Najdorf's tough.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, Najdorf is one bad move and you're finished.
yeah. And Bodek now looks really relaxed.
Yeah.
And
He's so relaxed he
a
can't
thought.
get up and walk around. He's like falling
just,
asleep.
yeah.
Yeah. Those chairs are relaxing.
Okay, let's see the next game, please.
You know, this was another game where I predicted that White would win.
Right.
How am I looking?
Well,
I'm not looking good.
No, it's terrible.
You
for
like the
black.
e6 square for White?
Yeah.
fantastic.
Yeah,
Again,
he played f3 and f4. He's making us all happy.
Like you said correctly about that match between Udasin and
Kramnik.
This position is really looking like the best possible version you can get from that knight d5 early Sveshnikov. I used to play it in tournaments, and I used to get positions that those were the ideas. To put a piece on d4, to have the wedge on the queen side, blockade the e4, f5. But this is like a dream position. Everything went right.
Yeah, Black can't do anything now.
It's like amazing.
Yeah.
And even like normally that bishop on h7 is on d7, so he has some say against the e6 square. Here he is out of that too. It's like everything that could have gone wrong for black went wrong, and I think white is a. But we've seen many positions where white
not
one
only
side has a
that-
big advantage, and then at the end somehow they can't cash in on it.
And sort of my feeling this tournament so far, even though as Akshat Zeh would say, it's only a third done. It's not 44% done yet. Jan Leo is really playing well this tournament.
He's
he could
scary.
have more points.
That's
and
right.
he's-
2.5 out of 3, and that's not maximizing.
Right, and Rufeng Li, sort of drawing and losing, and
Yeah.
didn't have like great positions.
Yeah, and this is, if you look at the tournament that he had lately, I think it was the DC International, definitely the World Open. He can beat a very strong player one round, lose to an expert the next round. Again, have lots of ups and downs.
I
Really
can do the
inconsistent.
second part.
Yeah, are you
Yeah.
good at that?
I can do that.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
But still he's a very capable IM level player with 2,500 USCF. But this position is going to be
Yeah. Also, doesn't
big
look.
uphill
We're
battle.
looking from behind his head here, but doesn't look so happy.
no.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
No.
No, but he knows. You know when your position's not good.
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
positive that he can assess it properly
Yeah. That's unfortunate.
for him.
'Cause, yeah, he's like, wait, I'm too good. I'm so good. I know how bad my position is.
Yeah. I've asked very strong players, and when I say strong players, I mean over 2750. It says, how can they play on in position where they are just losing? Because they know better than anybody else how losing they are, and they find all the good moves for the opponent. Yet they manage to play in this nonchalant way and fight. And the answer is that they just played the best
Yeah,
moves. Just
sometimes you're
ignore.
losing in chess.
They just try to get objective. They just ignore, put the emotions aside, not think that they're losing, not look for the best move for the opponent. Just think of what is the chances, what is the move or sequence that's going to give me the best Weaseling chances, and sometimes they manage to get out
Is
of
this what our students do, Aviv?
it. No, they fold.
Yeah.
As a matter of
full,
fact,
full blind.
as a matter of fact, I have to admit that this is something I'm not very good at.
Yeah.
And this is just, you get a good position, you get very easily demoralized,
Yeah.
and the position just,
You know, I have a student, Matt Larson, last round of the World Open,
yeah.
fold. Yeah, I'm losing, fold.
Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem when you're.
Also, it was the last round of 18 games in 10 days, so
Yeah.
so that was a good time to fold. Yeah.
But it's a really amazing trait when you can set your emotions aside, not get excited by the fact that you are just plainly losing, and
Now-
play on and do something.
I don't want to boast about my own play. I really don't.
But you are.
But if you go to my YouTube video page where I have my videos,
Uh-huh.
you remember the game I played where it was a bishop versus knight end game? It was about 4 months ago. And I was minus 18 and
Minus 18.
in an end game, and it announced mate from my opponent. And he had like bishop in 5 versus like knight in 3, and my knight couldn't move. It was in the corner trapped. And I was thinking, well, I could resign now, but I'll make this move instead of resigning. He hung his bishop for no pawns, and he was plus 18 after that.
Wow.
And I drew. You remember this game?
Yeah.
You know exactly the game I'm talking about. I was going to resign every move. I was like, I can resign, I can withdraw, I can go to my hotel, I can watch 10 episodes of, what's that show we were watching?
Breaking Bad?
Breaking Bad. And then I drew the game, so I had to keep playing in the tournament. And I won the tournament clear first, so, but very suspicious first round. But yeah, when
It's
you
a deja vu with some of my students.
yeah, when you play enough chess, for like I have for years and years and years, you've had so many losing positions. You're like, okay, it's another losing position, and then
You play on.
you play.
But everybody has good stories about whistling out, I suppose.
Yeah.
Mine is, I don't know if I told it on this, definitely not this time on the show, but I played in a tournament in Groningen, and I was the last game of the round. It was a really nice game. I thought it was going to be a brilliancy, and at some point I had a beautiful windmill, which is always nice to have, and I play on to win. Later on I managed to play something so stupid, sacked a piece, and my opponent just took one pawn after another like Pac-Man. And at that stage my friends are looking at me with a very evil eye because they're hungry for dinner, and I just don't have it in me to resign. It's like I know that the next move I might resign, and still I have a move. Like he allows me to attack the bishop, so I attack a bishop. He moves it to another square, I go back with my king. So it's every time I have like that one tiny excuse to go on. Then my opponent decided to play the weirdest bishop move ever, and I just created a pass pawn. And now there's the motif that he can check my king. If I take the pawn, then he blocks the diagonal. But if I go towards his bishop, I'm attacking the bishop and he can't stop the pawn. So I queened and won. I'm showing it to all my students.
That
It's
was a
really-
good meal that night.
Oh my goodness. It was coming from the grave. It's the Lazarus game of my
In
life.
Kings Island one year, I'm walking through the hallways after round 4, and Dmitry Gurevich is walking the other way. How did you do? I said, I won. He started laughing. No, how did you really do? I said, I won.
You won.
He said, no, you didn't. He kept walking. I was going to resign every move of that game he was referring to.
Yeah.
I played on one more move. Eventually, I won on time in a drawn position.
Yeah.
But I was like -5 for 20 moves.
Yeah, these things
My
happen.
opponent withdrew.
Yeah, that's why we tell our students
How did you do? No, I know
never
you did.
ever resign. Always play to
Exactly.
mate.
Yeah.
Okay, so do refresh, see if there are any moves. If not, we'll move on.
Refresh. I'm refreshing. Queen
And
D8.
Queen to D8. Yeah,
Not good.
Yeah,
that is not the move that's going to do it.
How does black stop rook c1 and c5, c6?
That's a
and then-
very good
Why
question.
do you like that
Excellent
for
question.
white?
Because it's winning.
Yeah.
Why you might even lose your knight.
Yeah.
There's nowhere to go.
Okay, let's go. Let's leave this
Yeah,
game
so
for a bit.
really good position for Yan Liu
Bit of-
against Wu Feng Li. And after bishop f3, has he moved? Nope.
Not yet. Yeah.
So
Sure,
Bodek
Mr.
looks really good against. So let me ask you this question: would you rather have that position with the c5, c6, or this position?
Well, I'm gonna guess that black, you know,
Yeah.
10% he resigns here.
So you want this position?
Yeah.
This is the best position.
Yeah.
But you think White's going to win the other game for sure?
Yeah.
Yan Liu's going to win. So yeah, my prediction's looking okay.
So we are just about to take our first long break of the day. So we're going to say thank you very much for Matt Larson, both for his insight about the games and his tournament
Don't
experience.
touch my pen. Touch move.
Your touch moves.
Unless you say you
And
do.
we're going to wish you great success in your academics and your chess. Are you going to play more chess this summer?
Yeah.
Yes, more chess coming?
You playing in Chicago in a couple weeks?
Yeah.
Next week?
Yeah, next week.
Cool.
Also, are you playing at the U.S. Open by chance? Or?
No.
No. Okay, well, again, thank you very much for your attendance here. And please stay with us. We are going to come to you, we're going to come back to you in about 15 minutes. And of course, we will leave you with a puzzle of one of the players in the tournament. Let's see how you will do with that. And again, please join us when the games are going to progress into more excitement. Back in just a few.
I'm Mike Matheny, manager of the Cardinals and chess fanatic. Many people don't know that St. Louis has a chess history as rich as its baseball. At the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. Come to the Central West End and experience all that chess has to offer.
could fly to Venice or Paris or even Copenhagen. You could fly all over the world. But why? When you could just come to St. Louis. Your trip begins at ExploreSt.Louis.com.
And as promised, we are back once again from the 2015 U.S. Junior Closed Chess Championship here at the beautiful Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis. I'm Aviv Friedman with my good friend Grandmaster Ben Finegold.
Aviv.
And when we left you last, we left you with a puzzle by one of the players. Let's go right ahead to the solution. This time we had a pretty concise, straightforward solution. As we can see, the Black King is very embarrassed. And in this position, Akshat Chandra are one of our leaders in this tournament, playing I am Priyadarshan, a local St. Louis player. He played Rook captures Knight on e4, and Black had to throw in the towel, simply because after D takes e4, Bishop to c4 check, he has no moves. Bishop e6, of course, just loses. If he goes King h7, Queen to g5, followed by with a very quick mate on h5, well, just a disaster. So Black had to lose. Beautiful combination by our very own player Akshat Chandra. And now back in the studio, we have yet another former player of this distinguished tournament. And in this tournament, he has not only that distinction, but also the distinction of being the brother of one of the participants. We are talking about Victor Shen. Welcome to the studio, Victor.
Thanks,
Good to
Aviv.
have you here. And as we said, a former player of this event, brother of Arthur Shen, and can we say coach as well? In some disguise?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. And also a recent graduate of Columbia University, on to pursue a financial career, as we will talk about shortly.
That's amazing because you were just at Columbia.
That's right, the other Columbia. I was in a Columbia with an
Hey,
O, he with a
excuse me,
U.
we're in Missouri, so that's the other Columbia.
Is it Missouri or Missouri?
Exactly.
Okay.
No, but there's a Columbia in Missouri, so
Yes.
you're in the third Columbia.
Yeah, so many Columbias.
Mhm.
So Victor, why don't you tell us a little bit about your previous experience here as a player and how it compares this year with being a coach to your younger brother? Tell us.
Sure. So 2011, I think I played my first U.S. Juniors. It was just out of high school, so actually the same age that my brother is right now. It was a lot weaker back then.
That is true.
So I came in something like third or fourth seed, around 24-30 USCF, maybe like 23 something FIDE, and I thought I was. I mean, Daniel Naroditsky was the favorite. He was the only IM in the tournament. But you know, I thought I had a good chance, just like everybody else. And now, if I came into the tournament like that,
You'd be 9th seed.
I'd be 9. I probably wouldn't even be here. So yeah, things have changed. Of course, that year, I think Daniel got second. I finished third, and Gregory Young had his
Oh yeah,
amazing,
that was a surprise winner. He had a
amazing,
great
yeah,
tournament.
huge run in the middle of the tournament.
Is he still playing chess?
I don't think
I
so.
haven't seen him
but-
in a long. I think he went to school and he put just behind him a little bit. So
There's
here
your
we
brother?
see on the screen Arthur, and usually I say that when Arthur sits with his hand and is playing with his hair, that's not a very good sign.
What did he play?
No, he hasn't played
You
yet.
haven't seen
Or
him
has
play
he?
yet.
The clock looks
Yeah,
like
it looks
it's
like
pushed.
his clock is hammering.
He didn't play the right move.
So let's take a look. Can you refresh the game and see? Or okay.
It's funny, it looks like it's his move, but yeah, his clock isn't running, is it?
I don't know.
And all those pieces look
Oh
like
no, no,
it
it
says
is
it's
his
his
move.
move.
He's
It's
still-
his
Oh, okay, yeah, because it looked like all the pieces were on
Yeah.
the same squares. And we had the benefit of computer analysis earlier in the break, and we know what the right move is here, so Aviv and I made a wager on whether he would play it or not. A gentleman's wager.
I don't want to know. I mean, I don't think he's gonna see it, but
You know what the move is, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Maybe we won't spoil it for the audience,
Okay.
but they probably can see it on their computer
Yeah.
screens anyway.
So basically, White has one very strong move here,
Say it.
and it's knight takes g7.
Yeah.
And we were looking at like bishop takes h6 and some other crazy moves. But yeah, it seems like White could have had an easier time by just playing d5 earlier himself, and then knight f5, and not allowing any
Seems like it.
counterplay.
Right.
My guess is that he's probably trying desperately to make bishop h6 work, but like any other normal player in this position.
That's right. That's the first move to look at.
Yeah,
Right?
but
When you see the computer and you're kind of biased for knight g7, you know about knight g7, but
course.
otherwise, first thing to look at.
I mean,
is the
yeah. I
progress
mean,
of
I don't.
defense.
I don't even know if I would have considered that move. I mean, but I'm
Yeah.
not a good chess player. So. But anyway,
I think
you-
the computer is just 3,000. That's the main advantage.
That's on a bad day too.
Yeah, bad day, exactly. So tell us a little bit about, without revealing too much, obviously, because we're just on the first half of the tournament. A little bit about what you do with Arthur here. Is it really pure chess, or is it even going beyond that a little bit? Because I know with Arthur, his chess knowledge is really, I think, pretty impressive. I don't know if you agree or not, but from my experience with him, and also seeing his results and his progression, he knows chess. But I think
Yeah.
sometimes it's things that are outside of chess almost. He's really influenced by a loss or by a bad game. All of a sudden he loses confidence. And is that something that you are also working on?
Yeah. So I mean, yeah. Without revealing too much, like I said,
Of course.
I can come back in a later round and tell you
and
a
tell
lot
the whole
more,
story.
a lot more. But
You'll give us the Reader's Digest.
yeah. He was pretty upset after the first game. I mean, he just kind of got a bad position out of the opening and just got crushed. Ian played really, really well, I thought, by the way. I mean, that was a very mature game by Ian. But I thought I was very proud of him coming back in the second game and winning.
Yeah,
actually,
bounced back convincingly, yeah?
Yeah, really convincingly. A nice game himself.
Right.
In the same kind of style, actually.
That's right,
So,
exactly.
You know, we'll see if he can do that again. I mean, of course, this one will be a lot crazier if he plays knight g7, or even if he doesn't, it's already pretty crazy. Yeah, yesterday was a tough loss. I think not quite. Well, I do know what went wrong, but I'm not gonna.
No, of course, of
say.
course. No specifics.
Yeah, but you know, Jeffrey's a good player. He's black. It's not a big deal. And so, this is a long tournament. That's the other thing that I learned playing this. I played it 3 times from 11, 12, 13, and then 2014 my brother played for the first time. You know,
You have another brother who's coming in after your brother gets too old, or that's it?
I think that's it.
That's all the
maybe my dad will start playing.
There you go. In the Senior Open.
Yeah, so it's a really long tournament, and the fact that it's 1 game a day gives you a lot of time to recharge and you know, get over tough games. I mean, I had a fair share. I mean, Ben remembers. You probably.
I remember too. I remember a specific game against a player whose name we won't mention, except that he's Alec Getz from New York. And that was, oh my goodness, that game. I'm still feeling, when I'm talking about it, I'm still feeling a pinch in my heart for you.
That actually tournament, I think, kind of ruined me, for better or for worse. Because yeah, I was leading, I think, and if I won, I would have been leading.
Oh, you would have been in super shape.
Yeah.
And you were totally beyond winning.
Yeah, I was plus.
And there was
8,
like one
plus
trick in
9.
the position.
Yeah, it was just one beginner's trick. Of course, he played it. I was like, okay.
A little
I'm
long
in
time.
time pressure. I was like, yeah, and I just hung a lot of pieces.
Yeah.
That was heartbreaking. But again, because it's a long tournament. Now that year was a little different because did we play 2 games a day that year?
It's possible. I think there were some double rounds.
There were some years where we played 2 games on some of the days.
Yeah.
I think that was one of them.
I think that was the night
That's
round.
the one thing that Robert Perez wanted. Why can't we play 2 games a day?
Exactly.
I
You
was like,
mentioned
what?
it.
Only the little kids ever say that.
Yeah.
And then I know Mark Arnold once said that too, and I asked him why. I mean, and he's like, I want to do other stuff. So, that game was heartbreaking. But, you know, you have a lot of time between, especially in this kind of tournament, this 1 game a day, you have a lot of time to go back, reflect on it, get over it, cry about it, do whatever you need to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and then you come
Have a
back.
good meal, do something else, and
Yeah, exactly.
yeah. Imagine if
So-
after 6 hours, before you even adjust, before you even found something to grab to eat, already you're sitting for the next game.
Yeah,
It's really easy to get that famous twofer, yeah.
yeah. So, what do I do with him?
You press the right buttons to make sure that he is not affected.
Yeah. Some opening work is done.
Yeah.
But other than that, I just.
Now, who's high rated now?
So
You are
I mean, I'm
high
higher
rated,
rated. Yeah.
50 points or 70 points, something like that.
FIDE 70 or
Yeah.
maybe something like that. I still do feel like there's a gulf, but he's a lot stronger than I was when I was his age. So you know, in a couple of years when I'm.
What is the difference in age?
He's 18, I'm 22. So, like I said, when I was his age, I was playing this tournament this time,
Right.
and I was like, you know, maybe like 40 points lower rated than him. But I had like no norms at that point, or maybe 1. And
And he's
he has
an
all
IMLF.
he has all 3. So, He's capable of getting really, really hot at some point and just destroying no matter who he's playing. I mean,
I've seen results. I've seen him at big tournaments
yeah.
against very good opponents, and he already has a belt with a nice set of scalps.
Yeah, I remember one year in the World Open, 1 or 2 years, I think it was 2 years ago, he was like some potzer, and he calls me in the first round, he's like, I'm playing Azori. I was like, good luck. And then he calls me like 2 hours later, he's like, yeah, I won. I'm
Yeah,
like,
he's capable. He knows, and he has beaten a lot of good players.
he
since.
beat 2 more GMs that tournament. So I
Yeah,
was like,
yeah, he's very impressive.
but so we'll see about this tournament. This is tough though. It's even though the players aren't as strong as some of the players you'll play in an Open, because in an Open, as a player of these guys' trends, they'll always be playing up. They'll play the GMs.
Right.
Even though they're playing, what's considered weaker themselves, it's really tough. It's really psychologically tough. There's no easy games no matter who you're playing.
No free points.
No
for sure.
free points, no free half points. I mean,
That's right.
this tournament is a bloodbath. And it's exciting. This tournament gets stronger and stronger. So.
Yeah. And if you had to hazard a guess of who is going to win this tournament, looking now at the current standing list,
I hope he picks Arthur.
Yeah, no. But before the tournament, I probably would have given Jeffrey and Akshat the nod. I think it's still too close to call. I do predict. I feel bad saying like. I'm not going to say anything.
Okay, fair enough. You don't have to.
I know who I think will win, but I feel like I shouldn't say anything.
Okay, fair enough. So you have your guess. You keep
Well, we
it to
can ask
yourself.
you a similar question, and you won't feel bad. The Sinkfield Cup's coming up next month. What's your opinion on that tournament? We have 9 of the 10 highest-rated players in the world, along with MVL. The only one not playing is Kramnik. Who are the favorites there, and do you think Carlsen's going to bounce back from Norway?
He'll definitely bounce back. I mean, that's easy to say from his previous results. I don't know the exact players, but if it's 9 of the top 10, I mean, it's probably the usual suspects, and pretty much all of them are favorites, right? I mean, Carlsen probably the slight favorite, but that's impossible.
Yeah, we're going to have the 3 top Americans playing, So Caruana and, of course, Nakamura. And we have also, of course, Magnus Carlsen. Vichy Anand is playing for the first time here. MVL. And Grishuk is playing. Is Grishuk playing? I think Grishuk is
He's
playing and
top- one of
Topolov.
the top 10,
Grishuk
yeah.
and Topolov, yeah. Not a weak field.
I think Wesley So would do very well, considering the last time he played here, he had a bit of a disaster. I think he'll. I think
And
he'll
he's
do
hot
very well.
lately, right?
Yeah,
He's been
yeah.
beating some
I
very
have a
good
good feeling
players.
about him, but
So this will be his
that's
first real
anybody's
test.
guess, right? I mean, that's.
And this will happen next month.
He
Bishop
played
H6.
Bishop H6.
It's not a losing.
Or did he play Bishop H6, or that's just...
No, it looks like he did.
Yeah, he took it.
He did.
Yep.
So soon we will check out. But before that, we'll make just final announcement saying that the Sinkfield Cup will start on the 22nd, I believe, of August until the 3rd of September. And everybody is, of course, invited to the Chess Club and Scholastic Center to watch it. We know the daily tickets will be $10 a person.
Right.
And if you watch the whole program, it's going to be a discount. Will be $80.
I think it's
per
80 for the whole tournament.
For the whole
right?
tournament,
Yeah.
yes, it's a discount. And I can tell you that the conditions are wonderful. How often do you get to rub shoulders with the very best
9
of
the
the
top
field?
10 players in the world.
Where do you
Amazing.
see that? I mean,
Yeah.
imagine that you're coming to Wimbledon and you are just feet away from seeing the best in the world analyzed. Dark. You can get autographs of them.
Get your
You can
stuff
see them in
signed.
action.
Yeah.
It's amazing, just fantastic. I was there for
And the
last year
best
for
part
the
is
first
you can
time.
see
and
me
it's
giving commentary.
absolutely
even better than
How
Germans.
could I forget that?
Exactly.
Egg on my face. Absolutely. So truly, everybody is invited, and that'll be wonderful. So, Victor, tell us a little bit about how does it feel to be in a household where you're competing of 2 players at an IM level. You are an established IM. Your brother is an IM elect. Just have to push his rating a little bit. I know that your family is very supportive. We'll do a shout out to your father, Dongming Shen, who is
He's probably watching right now.
who is
Even
watching.
even though he shouldn't be. But.
Even better. And of course, we know him very well. He used to travel with you guys back to different world events.
Yeah.
And like I mentioned to you just before the show, always fun to be with. Absolutely. Of course, he's your dad. Looking at as a dad, I'm looking at as a chess parent.
Yeah.
Who
different type of fun. So.
definitely, it was definitely great relief compared to many other parents. And yeah, and yeah, tell us a little bit about how that worked. I mean, did he push you? Did you push him? Do you think that he also had some influence on him? I'm positive that you had influence on him. I know that for a fact.
Yeah.
But do you think that he also helped you progress? There was some competition or
So-
healthy competition?
It's interesting because there's a bit of an age gap. So we never were up until now. We were not really close in strength. I mean, up until maybe like a year or 2 ago, he really started to close in. But we would still play a lot of blitz. We would be talking constantly about chess. I mean, we would travel together to a lot of tournaments. So, yeah, I think that he, in all false modesty, he benefited a lot from having a free coach around all the time. But I do think that he was actually really important for me to finally wake up and try and get my IM title, because when I saw him having all these great results, I was like,
Wait a minute, I want to.
wait a minute, like pretty soon he's gonna have
Why
the
not
same rating
me?
as me.
Yeah, can't have that, huh?
Yeah,
So he gave you, let's say, the final push towards the.
yeah.
achieving
We'll
the
see if once he finally makes his IM title official. We'll see if that pushes me to
You're a
try
GM.
and be a
And
GM.
is your dad a chess player also?
No, my dad is not a chess player.
That's
but,
why he was such a pleasant parent. He never knew what was happening, so for him everything
And
was
who
cool.
taught you and your brother how to play?
Well, we actually learned together. I think like we learned a bunch of games when we were young together, like random things, and chess was just one of them, and I guess it kind of stuck. But no, my dad never really. I mean, he's probably 1,000 strength. Maybe that's generous. Maybe it's not. I don't really know. I've never really seen him play.
Yeah. But he was, I'll tell you, he's a 2,500 chaperone.
Yeah, actually, a
my
lot of
opinion,
a
right?
lot of people say that. He's quite good in a lot of aspects of different types of preparation.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah.
And again, I'm witness. I've seen him not only in this tournament, coming with you and you before, with or Arthur before. And
I think he came with my
definitely-
brother last year here.
Right, and also in other world events like the Pan American or the World Youth.
Yeah,
He's great to be with. What can I say? I'm just biased, I suppose. So, in closing, let me ask you a little bit about your non-chessical endeavors. We know that you graduated Columbia just recently, and you're in pursuit. And I heard that you are about to join a financial institution that I have great stakes in. I don't know if we're allowed to say it on the show, so let's not say it just in case. But it's one of the biggest banks.
Yeah.
And it has something about where we're from, so where it is. So I guess it gives us a hint. Tell us a little bit about what about to happen.
Yeah.
You're
So
gonna become a trader.
yeah, I'll be working at a bank in the trading department, specifically in oil, the energy sectors. So I did an internship there last summer. That's why I couldn't be there with my brother last summer.
Oh, I
was
see.
doing that internship. So yeah, I mean, I had some long hours, and then he would call me at like 9 o'clock when I finally got out of the office. He'd be like, "Paying Caden Trough tomorrow." I'm like,
Oh, so they're
great.
coming with solutions.
Yeah. I'm like, okay. He played D4. He's like, okay, and he loses in 20 moves. So.
But that's preparing you for the life of a trader. That's going to be long hours. That's
Yeah.
going to be just a simple intage.
Yeah. So that's what I'll be doing full time, starting in like a week.
But you promise not to desert chess.
Not fully desert chess. No.
Definitely
I mean,
not.
I won't be able to do like extended tournaments anymore, but no, still be following everything. I still have to finally watch this kid make his title.
Absolutely.
So
And we always root for him, right?
of course, actually, I didn't used to. I didn't used to.
Right.
Like 4 or 5
That's-
years ago, every time he did well, I'd be like,
Yeah.
but no, of course, now I root for him. So yeah, we'll see.
And I'm sure it's just a question of time. I mean, he is. I still remember him as a much lower-rated player, and you could see that he was very interested and very engaging.
By the way, the
Always-
computer doesn't like what Black just did. See that?
Oh,
I will
This
say
game is pretty tough.
that having played 3 years here and now being a coach here,
uh-huh.
I came into here being like, this is going to be awesome. I mean, everybody knows by now that this is the premier place for chess in the United States. So I figured I'd come here for like 10 days and just hang out and pretend to do some preparation for him. And actually, it's way more stressful than playing itself.
Yeah, because the
Being a coach,
responsibility, yeah.
being a coach, like watching, it's painful.
So now you appreciated our hard work in the World Youth and the Pan American.
Oh yeah.
Well, you guys were.
Well,
playing.
actually, I think my dad's lucky that he never knew what was going on.
Exactly.
Because if he did, I mean,
Exactly.
he probably
He would age.
he would just not do it anymore.
That's right.
So yeah.
Okay, so before we leave, why don't we take one really serious look about the position, which looks like a.
Yeah,
Like
the
a street
computer
fight.
didn't like knight takes e4, but as a
Is it
human,
because a capture on e4 and then bishop g7, queen h6, or what? What is
yeah, but
going on
what's
here?
the threat? There's
no
Oh, you
threat.
could play knight g5. That could be a threat.
And bishop f6 and queen g7.
So let's see. You're saying takes.
This is like while I was talking to Victor, I was
Yeah,
also thinking about
but
that.
here, I mean, no, you're just. I think. Oh, and you want to play bishop f6?
Yeah.
Oh, what a mean guy you are.
No, but
Yeah.
what if we play f6
Never play
Instead of
f6.
take f3, f6.
Now what's going on here? Black's a piece ahead. That seems good.
Oh,
Yeah, this should just be good for black, right?
yeah. So what is the reason? Why did the computer not like it then?
It's only your computer that doesn't like it. Maybe if you move the mouse down a little.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. And if we could see. No, but it thought black had a great position after
So
bishop
he took-
h6.
So
Did he
he took
take?
an e4, but wait a minute, let me just see.
Yeah, what did it want to
Is that
do?
the reason? Yeah, this is the reason.
Yeah. No, for sure that's the reason. It didn't like knight takes e4.
So the move that was played in the game, and A1 played DE4,
So I don't know what's going on.
and now the expectation of the computer is,
Bishop e4 was played.
yeah,
DE4.
he wants to play knight takes G7 now, with
Right.
knight on G7.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, that makes sense because then after takes, he wants to play what, knight h5? Oh, maybe even take e. No, knight h5 probably, right? Or does that make zero sense?
This position
And
doesn't make
Arthur's
sense at
playing
all.
it calmly.
Really?
Well,
Arthur is good in those positions.
See, that's the thing. I was listening to you guys earlier.
Yeah, he played knight g7.
He played
Yeah.
knight g7. Well, it's kind of forced here.
Yeah.
What else do you play? And someone made a comment about him being better with white than black.
Yeah.
But actually, if you look at him last year, he was losing every game with white. He
In
lost.
this tournament.
Yeah, in this tournament, he lost like three
Yeah,
or
but
four
this
games with
tournament is
white.
not indicative. Come on.
I don't know.
So
So you disagree with the statement period?
I disagree
Disagree.
strongly.
Yeah, so it
about
wants to
that,
play
yeah.
knight. It wants to play knight h5 here,
That was my move.
and I guess if I can get the idea, I think it's to play knight f6 check and then bishop f8.
Yeah.
Always play bishop f8
Yeah, but the question is,
and queen h6 mate.
Wow, wow.
what happens after something
But it's really liking white.
by really
Well,
liking?
it's saying like f6 is the move. If I can see that.
I believe that.
Well, I'm glad I'm not playing in this. I'm not playing here. And then knight takes, king moves, queen g5. And I'm like,
See,
well,
this is why I really hate
this is
being a
all-
spectator because it's just like, what's
What's
Well,
going on?
if white's a piece down and the computer likes white, usually for humans that means it's even better because
That's
black
right.
will have to defend up a piece. But
Oh, yeah.
yeah, now what actually happened? Yeah, knight g7 was the last move. So it didn't like bishop h6. It didn't like knight e4, and now it likes what Arthur's doing.
Right. And we can see Arthur's face, and he's really, really seemingly calm.
so? Actually, this is all part of our preparation.
Yeah,
course.
that's what you meant.
Yes,
Yeah.
as a matter of fact, when I visited you in the hotel, that was the position on your kitchen table, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So
Everything
No.
up to here, he's just been blocking.
somebody decided to block A Wonder. Just we were looking to see what A Wonder looks like. I'm really curious to see his face. If
Yeah,
there's
and
a way to
before
get
the round,
camera
Aviv
shot
was
of that.
asking my predictions. I predicted that Arthur would win,
And
that
here is
Ian
A1.
Leo would win. So far, so good.
And we are concentrating now
You
on
predicted
A
that what?
I predicted that Ian Leo would win against Rufeng Li and that your brother would win before the round.
Did Ian win?
Well, no, but I mean,
Yeah.
it was looking really good.
Oh, okay.
Like so far, predictions were making some
So
sense.
we have a picture. Look at the A Wonder. He looks a bit concerned if I interpret it
I
right.
feel like a wonder always looks like that. And same with my brother. Like, I mean, he always looks like this too when he's playing.
No,
I
no,
loved your
but-
comment about Jeffrey though, with the
The Kasparov.
the watch, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was great.
No, but with Arthur, come on. I already learned there's some position where I can tell that he's nervous, especially when he's playing with his hair, like a little piece of his hair. And sometimes when he sits stoically, then he's really happy.
When he sits like that, I think he's pretty happy.
Yeah, this is a typical, you see, and you can tell. He has brisk movements and he's calm. He has much more abrupt movements. And
Yeah,
he
he
made
took
a
on
fast
f3.
move.
He took on f3.
Wow.
And so knight h5 is the best. Let's see how quickly he plays it.
I mean,
there's really nothing
probably
else.
instantly because there's no
Instantly,
other
yeah,
move.
there's nothing. Well, he could play queen g5. No, I mean, he just has to go.
No, queen g5, queen e7. He
Right.
has to play.
Yeah,
knight h5.
absolutely.
I'm sure that's his idea too. I do agree that these positions he's unusually strong.
Yeah, the
in
bishop on
position one.
a7 isn't a good defender.
Neither is
But he's not really a piece down in attacking. He has more attackers.
And he already has his hand ready to make them move.
Yeah, he's pretty happy
He's
about
processing
things.
that h5.
But a wonder sort of had to play quickly. He's got 20 minutes. If he thinks 5-10 minutes a move, he's going to be losing. and
That
have
is
no
true.
time.
But in
Might
this
as well be
position,
losing and
it's a
have time
real
on your clock
tightrope.
rather than losing and have no time. Yeah, we're only on move 20 here, so he's got to make 20 moves in 20 minutes. Very exciting game, which we expect in the junior tournament.
So knight h5, queen e7 is the move.
Bishop g5.
And then bishop g7.
Bishop g7.
Ooh, with bishop f6 ideas?
And queen
And
h6
queen
Queen
h6.
ideas.
h6. Bishop G5 looks good too.
But the computer, I don't know. The
No,
computer
Bishop G5
and
actually.
Queen
with a
F8,
very
F8,
small
yeah.
depth saying just 0.75.
Yeah, but then Bishop H6, then Bishop G7. Ah, that's how you play it.
0.75 is like not the evaluation anybody.
No. This
would
has to
give
be
this
either plus
position,
4
yeah.
or minus 4 or equal. But it cannot be 0.75.
No, 0.74, 0.76, okay, but not
Not
0.75.
0.75. Yeah.
If it's 0.76, that means the attack is spirited.
It's like on Ben's 42nd birthday, I say he doesn't look one day older than 41, you know.
It was true.
Very appreciative
Yeah.
of that.
What was that, like 20 years ago?
Feels like it, huh? So, yeah. Well, so this game is getting really, really interesting.
Yeah.
And we're going to thank Victor Shen very much for his appearance in the studio. Thank you for the enlightenment
Sure.
and the insight. And we'll wish you good luck in your on your new job a week from now.
Thank you.
And on your current job as coach to Arthur.
Thanks.
Again, he's a New Jerseyan, so of course I have to be at least mildly
Exactly.
biased. Yeah, that's my obligation, my pleasure and obligation. And yeah, why don't we look at another game and see what's going on. Ben, can we go to the game number 3?
Yeah, we have a game here where we were wondering before the break what would happen after the move Bishop F3. It looked like that Kern Jan had just blundered.
Uh-huh.
And instead of giving a piece away, he played the move Knight takes G5, giving his queen away.
Oh, I see.
And before this position, Black had been better for most of the game, and the computer was saying either Knight H7 or B5 here for Black, and White is slightly better. And that Knight takes E4 just loses,
That's
which is
right.
what we thought.
Yeah.
And after thinking a long time, I assumed missing Bishop F3.
Right.
And maybe he was just looking at Knight takes F3 and then, or Knight takes E4.
Knight takes E4 and some
then
bishop
some
move.
kind of bishop move. But he sacrificed his queen.
That's a desperado for sure.
Yeah. King D8. Wow. Okay, and well, down a queen for just 2 pieces, right?
Yep.
Those pieces aren't very active either.
No.
So
So the rest is just going to be for the record, right?
yeah, I remember I lost a game in 10 moves once to our good friend Igor Novikov.
Uh-huh.
And all I had to do to not be famous was to just not resign. But I don't do that. I mean, I was losing my queen for basically 2 pieces, so I
You
resigned.
resigned?
But if I didn't resign and played on to move 30, like we're going to see here, then
Is that a rare occasion? I've noticed that some players, when they are really lost, they don't have it in them to resign before a certain move.
right.
So however ridiculous
Yeah,
they drag
I
it
don't
on,
care what move it is.
you just resign immediately?
Yeah, I don't look at the move and decide whether to resign.
You just
Yeah.
resign when it's proper to
Yeah, when the
resign.
guy raises against me in poker, I look at my, oh, okay, I'm ahead today, so we can call.
Nice analogy.
Yeah, this looks really good for White, and Michael Bodek is almost guaranteed to win here. And if
So
he
after a
doesn't,
really
if he
tough
doesn't,
game
that's even
yesterday-
funnier.
No, I don't think so. After a really tough game yesterday, I think that here is again back to the back in his element and looking really good.
Back to 50% if he can hang on for the win.
Looks like White can just play stuff like Queen A5 check and B4, maybe Rook A1 to pile up on the A pawn, and Black is just down for the count.
Yep.
All right. And he moved. He played Knight to. Oh, that's the other game. Sorry. Oh, so let's take a look at the Chandra game. That's really interesting.
So they did a lot of trades since we last looked.
Right.
So the last time we looked was the move A5, Queen D3,
Yep.
Bishop D6, H3, castles. Nothing too exciting. And he played B3. Instead of your playing with Knight C1 to B3, he's going to get his Knight to D3.
Right. During the break, I was outside talking to Mac Molnar and Katrina Nemtsova,
Right.
a U.S. women participant, and she suggested the idea of Knight B6 aiming to go to C4 if there's a Knight C1, Knight B3.
Right.
And then after B3, to try to stop that, because otherwise that Knight on C4 is going to be a real pain, the Knight on C1 looks very awkward. Not that here is going to have anywhere to go but to C1 anyways,
Right.
but I think that accentuates the fact that maybe Black is sitting really pretty. Not that White is losing, but it looks like Black is doing okay.
Yeah,
But
to me,
since then
to
they
me
have
this,
traded a lot of
to me
pieces.
this just looks equal. Yeah.
Yeah, White remaneuvered the Knight to D3. Now he's about to come to C5 at some moment. Not so bad.
No, I wouldn't be unhappy with either color here.
Yeah.
To me, this just looks equal. What's the time situation? Also equal. So everybody's happy. And Mika has all draws, so
The pattern will continue, you think?
I think so, yeah.
Not a bad result for him. Okay, in our hedgehog game, we
They
have
made a
something
lot of
bit
moves, but
weird.
nothing's happened. Except A4.
Yeah,
See, you said he wasn't going to play b5, but white made sure of it.
that's right. A4 is always a strange move because, on one hand, black can anchor his knight with a move like A5, but then he relinquishes the B5 square. Here, of course, he's going to lose the d pawn. He can't do it. So can white at some point try to aim for A5 himself?
Yeah, I was thinking that also, but if I play a5 and the pawns get traded, b3 is pretty weak.
Yeah.
I would get scared if I was white. Rook b8 and queen coming and
Yeah.
lots of piling up on b3.
I'm wondering what the rook is doing on d4. It's a bit odd. Normally I see a knight on d4.
Yeah, I don't like the rook on d4, I agree. But yeah, again, I think it's just equal.
Normally in the hedgehog you see moves like rook e8, bishop f8.
Time situation is very strange. Jeffrey has 50 minutes and Luke has 8.
Wow.
Doesn't seem that hard to play white here, but maybe with 8 minutes, that could
Yeah,
be
you
a
have to
little
be careful.
nerve-wracking. Yeah.
It's a chance for black to build something.
Yeah. So that I don't like. Otherwise, I think it's about equal.
Uh-huh.
Okay, now even though he's down a queen, he's going for it. So knight e3 was played, and then he took the bishop on f5, and g
And he
takes
recaptured
f.
with a pawn.
Well, I want to play more double-edged when you're down a queen. Knight on d4 is pretty strong. Open the g file for the rook. On the other hand, a queen is a queen.
He's a queen.
But okay, black's pieces are getting better. Still chances. It's never over. And white can't get too overconfident. I'm winning, my opponent's going to resign any move because sometimes black gets counterplay.
Right.
Reminded me of the famous Karpov-Kasparov game where Karpov was very lucky to draw up a queen.
Yeah.
But this seems like black will be very lucky to draw. So I think white's
I
still,
think that there's nothing to talk about.
white's
at all
still
right
the
now.
big favorite to win here.
Although something happened that I didn't like. I was hoping to put my queen on a5 and then push the b pawn.
Not
Now
anymore.
it's not going to happen because
No,
b3
because
is
then knight
attacked
b3
and
traps
e2 is
your queen.
attacked.
That's funny, yeah.
Yeah.
Whoa, what's happening over here?
Where is there?
I don't know, but something's happening. Oh, he just didn't move yet.
Yeah, he hasn't moved.
I was
After
thinking this
EF3,
position is really
Arthur-
crazy. Yeah,
Arthur is-
Arthur needs to play
But wait a
knight
minute, he's
h5.
not at the board. Oh, he is at the board.
Yeah, he needs to play knight h5. Doesn't look overconfident, that's for sure.
Knight g7 he played instantly, and now he is thinking.
And obviously expecting he takes f3.
Yeah. But
Well,
what
I
other
mean,
moves does he have?
queen g5, queen e7 has to be good for black, and trading with knight takes e6, allowing the black queen to move laterally doesn't look good.
Yeah.
So, yeah, knight h5
Knight
to
h5.
play knight f6, and bishop g7, and queen h6, and queen g5, and yeah. Seems like that's the normal move. Keep all the pieces on the board, keep the attacking pieces, and all you have to see is the one idea, knight f6 check, king h8, and move the bishop,
and
so
then
we
queen
have
h6.
so we have queen h6.
Clearance.
Trying to remove the piece out of our way.
So I'm guessing that after knight h5, well, I think the computer said something like f6, clearing the second rank
Right,
defense for the
f6 so
queen.
that the black queen can
Yeah.
defend against.
Takes, king h8, I guess?
And again, if I'm playing a blitz game and doing an instant evaluation, I'm really afraid if I'm black here. There's a lot
Me
of white
too.
pieces attacking the black king, and black isn't up that much material. White can start taking pawns eventually and probably have 2 or 3 pawns for the piece in a raging attack. The bishop on a7, the rook on a8 aren't really doing a good job defending the black king.
That's right.
But the other point that Victor was making is knight h5, what else?
That's right.
What's the other move I'm going to make?
That's what I was saying as well, yeah.
So it's almost certain to play knight h5. Ooh, it looks like he really wanted to move there and he changed his mind.
Yeah, for the second time.
Yeah. And again, as I said before the round, to me, this is Arthur's type of game, not a Wonders.
That's right.
When it's a slow positional grind, a Wonders in his element, and
Right.
Arthur likes these kind of attacking positions. So we'll get back to that.
Yeah.
And nothing much happening in Harmon's game, Luke Harmon Velati against Jeffrey Zhang.
Yep.
Now in this game, we haven't looked at it in a while. We really liked white.
Whoa.
Now let's see what happened. After knight b3, we went to break with Matt Larson.
Right.
We finished, and we got Victor on the, let's see what happened. Queen d8,
We saw that.
rook c1.
This was logical.
Rook c1 recommended by Matt Larson with the idea of c5, c6.
Correct.
g5, g3 solidifying,
Yep.
c5, gf, gf, knight e5. So this is a desperation move. Black is like, well, I don't really have anything on the king side. My bishop on h7 is trapped.
If I sit and wait,
White can use the
gonna
g
roll.
file too. King h1, rook g1. I'm not sure who takes advantage of that. The white knight is going to come to e6 later. We're going to play c6. Okay,
It's time
time to
to
make the
gamble.
game crazy. Knight e5. A very desperate move.
What happened after cd6? Ah, he took.
Yeah. Taking on d6 also looks good. Probably knight f3 check to not lose all of your pieces.
But then I just take it.
That might lose all of your pieces.
It does.
Yeah.
I'm really dying to see what happened on
Yeah,
cd6.
cd6, probably just queen d6, and white has a choice of what pieces to take.
He just takes on e5 on twice.
Yeah.
And
No,
then,
everything,
like, queen
everything's
d4 and he
winning.
wins easily.
Bishop b2. Yeah, and I think white's up a piece. He's about to get some advantage on the in the center there.
I mean, his pawns are rolling. Here we go.
Yeah. Check, king h1. And he's not a believer in the black's attack on the king side. Well, okay, I mean, I hate to say it, but this is probably better for black than it was. He's down a piece and losing, but
Wow.
now it's, slightly more double-edged. But yeah, I don't really see any concrete threats for black. So white's up a piece. White has a pass pawn on the 6th rank. The diagonal to black's king is open. The g-file's open for white too. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
he
should
just
be
really
winning.
clever.
And white also has a lot more time than black. So just, the opening and middle game really didn't go well for black. And he was just getting squeezed, and he decided to mix it up a little bit.
The only question is, can somehow black get his pawns rolling? But
Yeah, the problem is if I ever have to sack a piece for a couple of those pawns, I'll still be
he'll
winning.
do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you probably would have taken on d6, and
Yeah, I don't see.
play a different way.
Not that this one looks bad, but the other one just
it
looks
all looks
clearer.
good. Yeah.
Yeah. So our next game shows.
Well, we've looked at all the games, and we have some clear leaders in the games. It looks really good for Leo,
Yeah, we can make some statements. Huh?
and looks really good for Bodek, and looks good for Arthur
Can you go
Shen
to
too.
board 4 because we suspect that it might already be over? Can that be
Which game?
the Velotti?
Oh, over.
Yeah, and it's a draw.
Oh, and it was a draw.
Yeah,
It must have been a repetition, or there was a very it was a repetition.
yeah. They just repeated
Otherwise,
it.
you can't agree to a draw.
Yeah.
So knight c5, rook c1, queen a8, rook d1, queen b7.
Am I
queen
alone
f1.
to say that I'm not too sad that this game ended in a draw?
Yeah, I mean, this game looked pretty equal throughout, and white never got to play g4, g5, or sack his g pawn. He never played
right.
b4. He never got something going. And usually, at the lower levels, when we see this kind of hedgehog, somebody's overpressing, and we see some excitement. But both sides are like, nope, you go first and make weaknesses, and either both players refuse.
It's like two gentlemen about to enter a door, and no, you're first, and nobody's getting in.
It's funny because when Jeffrey was here a couple of days ago, and I was like, "Are you worried you'll have too many?" No problem. Win a few, draw a few, and just play chess and see what happens. So yeah, Jeffrey
think
won
he's just-
yesterday.
He's not the person to try to force it. He's going to play the best chess that he can.
He's going to play the right move.
Whatever the score dictates, it will. And I think that we are going to have, for the first time in this tournament, Luke Harmon Velotti as a guest on the show. And that'll be probably in the next few minutes. And in the meantime, we're going to take one more look at the second game. Game number 2. Can we go over that?
Wow, and he didn't play knight h5.
Exactly. He played the move queen to g5. And after queen e7, I'm wondering what he intends to do.
That's why you have that computer. It's very helpful.
Yeah. No, actually, it was Victor who said it.
Yeah. No, what I mean is you could use the computer to.
Oh, we
find out.
can look, you mean?
Yeah, you can look.
Yeah.
Nobody else can look.
But I'm not a big believer because this is like a really very small assessment.
Yeah.
Okay, so he says queen e7,
Oh, then
knight takes e6.
So queen g5 is also very
Heck is
reasonable,
going on?
but knight h5 was probably more reasonable.
I suppose.
Well, and of course, if we ever get Luke down here, he's going to really like white.
Yeah.
So, exactly.
And guess what?
What?
We are back in the
Oh.
studio, and we have the
I'm sorry, I didn't even notice you there.
in his Unabomber's attire.
UCLA
We have Luke
attire?
Harmon, yes, making no doubt where he's from. Luke Harmon Velotti, hi, welcome
Hi.
to the
Good to be
studio.
here.
Good, yes. And
Now, Luke, was this the most exciting game you ever played?
Probably.
yeah, I've seen a lot
It's
of your
up there.
games, including some live games here, and this must have been one of the more pacified ones of them.
And have
Yeah.
you faced Queen B6 before?
No, I was out of theory, but I didn't know theory after after C5. I just
Oh, okay, I've had white in this position many
Okay.
times. Yeah. And actually, I won a game against Dmitry Gurevich in the last round of the National Open, like about 10 years ago in this position.
okay.
And a lot of times when I'm white, I'm trying to play G4, but your
Yeah.
opponent wasn't being nice by playing D6 early, and then you can G4 is easier to play. This seemed
Okay.
very dangerous to play G4 here.
Yeah.
I'm trying to play G4, but here,
I don't know. Yeah, Jeffrey said that white can play Rook G1 here and G4.
right, right. Also H3 and G4, but then the bishop on the diagonal is sort of annoying.
Yeah.
I've probably played Rook G1, G4. That
Have
sounds
you
like something I
considered
would
it,
do.
or
No, I didn't even see that. I just
Yeah,
I don't know. I was just worried after I castled or
yeah, Knight G4 might
yeah,
come.
Knight G4. So
Yeah, that way H3 you sort of. I think I've played H3 here before also. But yeah,
Yeah,
this
well,
is a very old
H3
line.
and-
Queen B6, Queen C7 is a very old line.
H3 I wasn't sure if G5 was any good.
G5. Wow, now somebody else is
Spike is
playing.
doing it.
With the bishop on B2, I don't know.
Yeah, probably
Seems
not.
a little-
Probably not
a little
right away.
suspicious. Okay.
Yeah,
So
so, I
this-
thought he was
this
going
just
to go
seemed
Knight
really
G4
equal.
instead of
Oh, instead of castling,
yeah.
were you going to play G3 or E4? We made side bets.
I thought I was thinking I wasn't sure because G3 H5.
That doesn't seem like Jeffrey Zhang style, does it? Knight G4 H5.
I don't know. Maybe that's more Luke style.
Yeah,
but
that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
I can't. If I play like G3 H5 H3, you can play Knight takes E3, and I'm just
Mm-hmm.
that's gonna be
Not
bad.
your
for-
favorite position.
No, not my favorite.
Yeah.
I think White's just.
I think
losing.
this would have been everybody's. Jeffrey Young or not, he would have played that.
Yeah. So
But he just castled.
yeah, I just castled and made it boring.
And this was the most equal of positions, was what I thought.
Yeah. I just White. Neither player can really.
And
I
then
think after Knight D7, maybe I can try Bishop B2 here. And then Bishop trying to play Bishop A3 and just put pressure on the D pawn. So I didn't see this till a move later, and then he never allowed me to play it again.
Oh.
So-
oh, because you put the knight back on C5.
yeah, I put
attacking
and then
the
he never
pawn.
moves it again. So
Right.
that's why I was looking for originally.
Mhm.
And if I try playing like Queen A2 to
Let's
prepare,
play
he,
Bishop B2 to A3.
he plays Knight E4, and then I don't really want a lot of trades.
Mhm.
And I wasn't sure what else to do here.
No, it seemed like equal was
Yeah.
the right evaluation. Yeah. And then eventually there was repetition.
Eventually, yeah. I
Who's
didn't
playing
play.
Queen A2?
I didn't
so-
play Queen
And who
A2.
claimed the draw?
I did, but yeah.
And then did
Rich
Mike
did.
Hummer and Tony Rich have a lot of work to do? Who came over?
Tony, but
Yeah.
yeah,
And he was like, I've been watching this game. This is 3 times.
yeah.
So we are done with round 4 of this tournament, and what is your impression from the first 4 rounds? How do you feel after?
I don't know.
How do you play for
I
games?
should probably work on my openings because out of the openings, I haven't really, as white, I haven't really been getting an advantage, and yeah, I just haven't been getting very good positions. But I don't
Seem
know.
to have been surprised a bit by your opponent's
Yeah,
choice, right?
everyone seems to be. I think all my opponents have played things they've never played before against me. So
Yes,
yeah,
intentionally, I
Except
can
yeah,
tell
definitely intentionally, but still getting good games. So
Uh-huh.
hopefully I'll win a game soon.
Yeah. And I know that you have a very ambitious and aggressive style, so you must be a bit frustrated that you are lured into games
Yeah.
of maneuvering, and you're really ready for
Yeah, I really want like
something more bloody.
definitely.
Yeah, a little more rare than well done. Yeah, I
Hopefully.
think so.
As a vegetarian, I'm appalled. But
I know. Yeah, and I think that the staff here is interested in knowing there's you're with a hoodie, Jeffrey Young with a hoodie. Is that a new fashion, or is that like a statement, or what?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure I started it because
Uh-huh.
I did it a couple years ago. But
So you think that you are the pioneer?
yeah,
Okay, and explain it. Is this a fashion statement, or is it like from the poker world? Is this like to be more mysterious and less revealing, or?
I don't know. I've been wearing a hoodie ever since I don't know since I was like first playing in tournaments. I've always worn it. I don't know. It's helped me
So it's
focus.
traditional.
Just the hat and the hoodie, just so I can
Uh-huh.
focus.
But it's got nothing to do with the climate.
No,
Okay.
no.
All right. Well, it's definitely a fashion statement and a mysterious look.
Yeah.
We like that, definitely. So this is your, remind us, what junior
This
is
is my
this?
third.
Your third.
Yep.
How do you compare it to the others? Looks like it's
Oh.
the strongest you've
Yeah,
played,
it's,
right?
it's really strong. Every game is gonna be really tough. So
Yeah, no easy points, huh? Even,
No, definitely.
Even the lower, but not really lower-rated players, yeah.
Yeah.
Only one player is lower than the rest of the field, but as we know, these people can bite and kick
Yeah.
and
They can
scratch
definitely
hard.
surprise you.
Yeah.
So.
Tell us a little bit about your academic life. We know that you're a junior at a very young age, a junior at
I'm
UCLA.
a junior at UCLA right now, and I'm studying math and
Just
computer
like your
science.
brother, by
Yep.
the way, right? Yeah.
Yep. So my brother, he's 20, so he's the normal age. But
Yes, you're a bit younger.
yeah, I'm a bit younger. So it's.
And how does it? Tell us a little bit. I'm always curious. I mean, I've known several people who went at a very young age to university, but I never had a chance to actually ask them, how does it feel when you're the youngest? Do you feel any different? Are you accepted? Would you say that you're accepted like the others?
Yeah, most people don't even notice. I mean, like I have friends who probably still don't even know.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I don't like go out and tell people and like
How
I'm
about
pretty
those
tall.
who know?
And those who know, they don't really care. I've always been, even like
And you're
before.
16 now?
Yeah, I'm 16 now. So even before college, I was in high school. I was always with the older students.
So you hang around the people that just accept it naturally.
Yeah.
That the biological age means nothing. It's what's
It's
up there.
amazing.
and
That's why we let Aviv do commentary here. If we knew his age,
Exactly.
then
Yeah.
there's
Exactly.
no way we'd let him in the studio.
And they don't know an infantile yet, so that's yeah. So your pursuit is in, remind us, math, is it?
Math and computer science.
Yeah, you have double major. That's
Yeah,
what your
double
dad
major.
said. So does this keep you? You have your hands full.
Yeah, it's pretty
How do you
busy
manage
day.
to do chess in addition to that?
I don't get to do that much chess during the school year. I think during last year I only went to 2 tournaments,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, I mean, it just keeps my brain sharp at least. Definitely.
Yeah. So
even
actually,
though I
chess
would
is
do
the
much-
escape.
Yeah.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
And this summer, I saw you've been busy. You played World Open, I believe.
Yeah, I
right?
played World
Did you
Open.
play in the DC before that or not?
No, I didn't want to do 3 in a row.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough.
That's tough. even
Any
doing
more
2.
chess in the summer after that? or-
Yeah, I think I'll be going to the Washington International,
Uh-huh.
which is next month, and maybe another one after that. But
And
so,
after that,
yeah.
back to the
back to
grueling
school.
life of school.
Yeah, back to school.
And if I understood correctly from your dad, because I was really curious about that, he told me that you are going to probably pursue med school. Is that true, or is that one of the things that the
I still have a lot of options.
right? But that's one of the things that
Yeah,
the plate,
definitely one of the things. Math and computer science is definitely becoming more important in medicine. So.
And any chances of pursuing chess further, like a GM title? Is that something that you
yeah,
covet, or-
I want to. My goal is to become a GM. I don't think.
You don't want to be a pro, but you want to make sure that you have maximized your
Yeah.
title / rating.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That
so.
sounds makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Makes good sense. And yeah, I noticed that your brother Carl is the 3rd or 4th time I see him in a tournament with you.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's fantastic to have a brother like that as a fan.
Yeah. It's
I
really
think
nice
that he's
to be
great
a
support,
friend
right?
here.
Like he's
Yeah,
a
really good
sparring
support.
partner
If I
/
understood your
helper.
dad correctly, he's the president of the chess club.
Yeah,
at
he is.
UCLA?
He's an A player. We didn't know that. He's
Yeah.
probably the highest rated parent. If we were to run a parent tournament, we know who's going to run with the prize.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
So it's funny because we interviewed Victor Shen, whose dad is, I would say, clueless about chess, but he is not rated, and probably he estimated at a very low rating. And sometimes ignorance is bliss because you don't know what's happening in your son's games. You're not biting any nails. You're not.
You're not nervous at all.
However, your dad probably knows pretty well what's happening
Yeah.
in your games.
Look
We
out.
actually put him on the spot to analyze your game yesterday, and he did a pretty good job. He really got into it. As a matter of fact, I was rushing to correct my contract that you can't have any of the interviewers replace me. You know, it's,
Oh.
yeah, because he was doing such a good
Oh,
job.
yeah.
So yeah, we'll wish you luck in the rest of the
Thanks.
tournament. And my personal wish to you is that you'll get to play more games of your style.
Yeah, hoping to get some more
Win, lose, or
exciting
draw,
games.
still, it's very interesting. I remember
Yeah.
from the previous junior, you had at least 2 games where I think you were even in danger, but then you started playing. It was really fun to watch. So
Yeah,
hoping to see
hoping to
more
get some of
that.
those.
Yes. So until then, I'll leave you to rest a little bit and
All right.
see you next time, I suppose.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, and there's the.
And here's the
Kings on the
final.
right
final.
squares.
Yeah, the
That's
Kings
got to
on-
be Tony Rich who did that. Mike Kummer would be, you know,
No, come on. No
might make a
insulting.
mistake.
No insulting the Kummer. Come on. Mike the Hammer Kummer. Okay, so back to the more bloody games.
Yeah, this was the game where Black sacrificed a piece. Sort of, I guess he felt sort of he had to.
Right.
And, well, he's got 1 pawn, and he has a lot of pawns coming down the center of the board, but White does also.
And I'm assuming knight d2, knight c4, if white gets this in, it's probably going to almost complete the picture, right? e5 will be attacked, the pawns won't be able to move.
Well, queen h3 looks dangerous. We threaten mate in 1. Let's do that.
Mate in 1?
Queen h3. Not threatening queen g2 mate?
That's a small mate.
It's a small mate, yeah.
I would like to think that I'll be able to somehow move my...
I think I have a lot of ways to stop it, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is a very unfortunate position for Black, but again, I agree with the decision to do this rather than just wait and lose. So
Yeah,
the game
playing
got more
regular chess, he would
interesting.
just get rolled off the board. Here, at
Yeah,
least he has
no,
whistling
some
chances.
chances, right? Exactly.
Can we say whistling chances?
Weaseling chances.
Okay.
That's right.
And can we see the game, the Arthur game? I'm always dying to see what happened there. He chose the Queen G5 move over Knight H5, and let's see how that fared. Wow.
Wow, after knight takes e6, he traded queens. Okay. So white won his piece back. White is temporarily up a pawn.
Since I didn't have a chance to look at it, can we go back to
Yeah.
just to understand what was wrong with the normal capture? Of course, you had to take
I
with
would
the queen
assume
and
rook
then-
takes e5. That's my assumption.
Right. That's a lot of.
And maybe he
confusion.
just thought this was bad,
Yeah, I'm
rightly,
assuming that this is
rightly or
gonna-
wrongly.
Well, I mean, here after queen moves, rook AE1, with ideas like rook E6 in the offing, so I'm sure
Yeah.
that this is unappetizing. Easy to understand why he
So
decided
traded
to
queens,
get rid of the queens.
and
Now it's his move.
a wonder has a monster time disadvantage.
Right.
White has 26 minutes, and black has 6 to 7.
And there are a lot of stuff on take, right? You can take on D4 two different ways.
Yeah,
You can take
D4
on
is
D2,
hanging. Everything's hanging.
and white is attacking the very same things that black is attacking. What is going on
Well, I want to have white for sure, but maybe black is out of the worst of it.
here? Yeah.
Maybe.
I'm assuming that he's going to take on D4 somehow, one way or another.
Mm-hmm.
If it's white to move, he's going to go knight takes F3 or knight E4, and he's going to be up, what, something like 2
Yeah,
pawns,
D
right?
takes E5 is just winning, I think, if it's white's move.
Also, yeah.
Yeah.
Simple.
So white's a pawn up and doing very well on the clock, and he got his piece back.
Right.
So pretty safe.
Yeah.
Maybe not the most incisive.
So what if we
but
do
the
something like
safest.
CD4 now?
I think I'm still a pawn up if I just
Just
take
to go
this
knight F3
knight
or-
F3,
yeah. And if takes C3, takes C3, I don't know.
Sure. No, white's a pawn ahead.
Yeah, pawn is
No,
a pawn,
no,
right?
no complaining. Yeah.
No. Not easy to convert, but a pawn is a pawn, right?
Right. No, it's nice when you're not down a piece anymore. Oh, he took on G2. Wow.
That is a surprising choice.
Yes, for me it is.
Because now after DE5, what's going on? What's happening?
Well, he's trying to get counterplay. Something knight F4,
Rook
knight
D2?
H4, rook D2, yeah. He's trying to make the game more messy because he's down material.
Right.
No, I would take on E5. I would play DE5.
It makes sense.
And if
It makes the
possible,
most sense because the pawn is vulnerable.
and
So
if possible, King G2 later. And then I would play rook E4 to kill the black knight.
yeah, so in other words, after DE5, if knight H4, rook E4, right?
Right.
Knight F5, though. There's knight F5.
Wow, that's not very nice.
Yeah, so we still have to be careful.
That's a funny threat,
So, yeah.
trapping my bishop like that.
Yeah. And the problem is my bishop
So-
can move because of the knight. If the knight moves knight
So,
F3
so I'm
check.
guessing after knight H4, if I play something like DE, knight H4, I'll just play E6. Since my knight on G5 is stopping knight F3.
And on F6, you're going to go?
Ooh, F6 I didn't even look at because it's F6.
Yeah. Knight F7.
Well, maybe E7. I haven't decided.
Okay. Knight F3 is going to come at some point.
Yeah, but that's okay. These things
Okay.
happen.
If you permit it, then I'm with
Yeah.
you. And I still have knight F5,
Let's
by
see,
the way.
knight E4. Yeah, but my bishop isn't trapped.
No.
If you take my rook, I'm pretty happy here with white.
Yeah.
I have 2 pawns for the exchange. I have a pass pawn.
Yeah,
F is
E7
hanging.
and some knight
Bishop
hop.
on A7 is terrible.
Right.
I mean, I'm not unhappy.
No, it should win for white.
I never go so far, but yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I expect D takes E5, and I like white.
The most logical move.
Yeah.
He's going to play it if he sees E6.
Let me see this game where white's up a queen.
They are still
Bodek
playing.
versus Han. And
Yeah,
he,
so
did
he
play, he
passed
played B4 as you expected, but without the queen on E1
Yeah.
instead.
because of knight E2 check.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, actually, I like white's technique a lot here. I like what white's doing.
Yeah.
And then queen B3. Yeah, this seems, yeah, he's making it look easy. I really like this. Now, all of white's pieces are doing something. B5 is attacked. My queen, knight, and rook are all good. There's no
Yeah, it's
checks
winning.
because the king's on f1.
Yeah, if
No, I
king
like
a6,
this.
knight c3, and it's just over.
No, I really like the white technique here. This is really nice.
Yeah.
And if knight d4, then f7's hanging. I'll
That's
probably
right.
sack the exchange and take all your pawns. Something like this.
Yeah,
Like,
taking
this
on
is
f7.
this is what
just-
I would do. I would do this, and
No, but like
I
this.
would just take everything. Yeah, I mean, I have a queen for rook and a bishop, and all your pawns are hanging. Queen f7 also winning. Everything's winning.
Yeah.
Now this is I like this technique with
Mm-hmm.
king f1, queen b3, b5. All these moves I like. Yeah, and black just has no activity,
Yeah, not a good position at all.
and he has a nice time advantage too. He has plenty of time on his clock, which is important. You don't want to
That's right. He's
get
up
in
to
time
17
trouble.
minutes
Now queen
short.
h3 was played, so we have a mate and one threat on the board. Queen g2 mate.
Yeah. You
Will
think
he?
he will
Will
see
he
it?
see it?
That's the eternal question. Yeah, he will see it, and the question is, how is he going to stop it?
Yeah, he's going to put something on the second rank, and the other option is to play rook g1, which doesn't make any sense because the queen on d1 is defending the knight on b. Oh, the knight on b3 is defended. So we
bishop
actually
d5.
could play rook g1, but he won't do that.
Yeah. Why not? The good news is bishop d5 also holds the other rook from going to g8.
Also, yeah, so maybe.
So maybe,
Yeah, maybe he will play it.
some sense to it.
I'm worried about f3 because, with black can play f3, but not white.
That's right.
Yeah.
But then we take on g7 and stop the mate.
Yep. But this is good. Black actually has made a threat. Who would have thought that would happen?
Yeah.
Yeah, it probably would have been easier if white had taken, had like you said,
Just
taken
take on
Milan
d6 and then-
yeah, earlier.
Right?
Yeah, does black deserve to have any threats?
Not really. Not after what he did. So I think it's a good time for us to take again a short break
Okay.
to see what will develop in the game. Come back to a little more of that. And please stay with us. We're going to be back very, very shortly from the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis with the 2015 U.S. Junior Chess Championship. Also, please join us on uschesschamps.com for later results and pictures, photos, cross tables, etc. Be right back. This is Aviv Friedman for Ben Finegold. Be right back.
I'm Mike Matheny, manager of the Cardinals and Chess Fanatic. At the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, St. Louis' status as the chess capital of the nation is on full display. With a welcoming environment and scholastic outreach program that works with over 100 schools, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
And we are back once more from the 2015 U.S. Junior Closed Chess Championship from the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis. I'm Aviv Friedman with Grandmaster Ben Finegold,
Aviv.
doing live commentary. And today I think that spectators are definitely getting their money's worth. Lots of action. Only one game that ended in a draw that was very, very peaceful. But for the rest, we have lots of blood spilled on the board, especially in the Yan Liao and the Michael Bodek games. And let's do one and then the other, please.
Okay, they're always getting their money's worth because it's free, but you're
That's
right.
true, but especially now.
Okay, so computer originally was saying f3 was equal here for black, not liking white's technique.
Right.
And it sort of changed its mind and thought, okay, maybe white still has an advantage. After queen h3, white is back on top. Rook g1,
Expected rook g1.
f3, trading. Problem with black's position is he can't get rook g8 in ever because of the bishop on d5.
That's right.
Queen f1. White desperately wants to trade queens and use his extra piece to win.
Black says no.
Queen h4 and rook e1, stopping black from advancing basically all of the pawns. Well, okay, we don't like all of white's pieces on the queen side, but we do like the fact that white has an extra piece.
Absolutely. And now he's ready to play knight d2.
Yeah, and also b7 is hanging, and we might get a few queens on the queen side. So black really has to checkmate white here.
Yeah. I think that white is going to win. I think knight d2 is going to come, and it's going to be somewhat hard to stop the capturing of all the pawns.
No, it's true. The pawns are blockaded and attacked, and bishop on g7 is useless. It's just defending the e5 pawn. The rook on f8 is not in the game yet.
And I think two more moves were played
Right.
because
we're just yeah, that's true. So he played,
click.
yeah, he played bishop f5.
Bishop f5 and the knight d2
Knight
was
to d2,
played.
and I assumed the point of bishop f5 was to play bishop h3.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is, if somehow you cheat and play bishop g2 check and I play king g1, what am I worried about?
Not exactly sure.
So bishop h3, I can't play the queen f2 move I want to play. So
And
what do I play?
A little birdie is telling me that we should look at the Bodek game, for it is over.
You have a little birdie. Uh-oh.
Yeah. We gotta listen to the birdie always.
Okay. Extra queens are good. So let's
There
go
we
back.
go.
And we saw the position after queen b3. He played rook b8, giving away the b pawn. And yeah, he's just
Yeah,
down,
these are just moves, okay?
just
He's up a
down,
queen.
just down a queen with no
Yeah.
compensation.
He has the right to resign or play on. He just
Yep.
plays on.
Yep.
And now more material is about to go.
Right.
so-
If you play rook c8, I can play rook takes c7 check if I like.
and if you
which
play
I do,
knight-
which
and
I
if-
do.
And if you play knight a8, I'll still play rook c7 and win even more material.
Wow. So
And therefore,
yeah,
it was a
down
really
a
high
queen
time
and losing
to...
more material, and time control was made.
Yeah.
Black resigned. Just a terrible, basically one move loss. Knight takes e4 in the middle game, losing the game.
That's right. Yeah.
And
Just when we thought that he got a decent position before that. So, yeah. Okay. So I think that now that this game is over, it'll be a high time for us to invite to the studio the winner of this game, Michael Bodek, who is going to be here just momentarily. Yeah, we're going to ask him a little bit about that game, about the opening. We can tell him what Matt Larson had to say about this opening variation. So why don't we do that? So back in the studio again, and with us is the winner of the first decisive game of the day, Michael Bodek, who won a convincing game against Kuran Han. Welcome to the studio, Michael.
welcome.
Thank you.
You look
thank
very
you.
pleased.
Yeah.
After yesterday's little accident, you are back
Yeah.
back in the black, as they say. Yeah. So let's talk a little about this game. We must say that the opening was not entirely convincing.
Yeah.
And
well,
we had Matt Larson, if you remember from last year's
Yeah.
junior, and he is somewhat of an expert in the Knight of Sicilian, and he was a bit critical. He started saying that maybe instead of bishop g5, the variations with g3 are the ones that he believed in more, even though grandmasters have been playing bishop g5 as well.
I
Do
mean-
you subscribe to that idea, or you?
I mean, this is what I was planning to play against Jeffrey 2 days ago. So this is what I would. Those are probably better than just what I had in my head at the time.
And when did your preparation end this game?
It ended
if you can tell us.
It ended at knight d2. So
Oh, okay, so
I-
even that was prep.
yeah,
So knight e2 was prep,
yeah.
and it's
So-
the best move. Well, I guess
pretty
under the
sure.
circumstances, because the combination of knight e4 and d5 are.
Yeah, I think the whole idea is the queen's a little misplaced on a5, and I think that I should have a long-term positional bind if I can get through all of like the tactics over the next few moves.
And how will knight d2 find himself back into the employment?
I think it's going back to f1.
I see.
That was what I was going to
Very
do.
interesting.
After here, I looked at this position was where I had a long think before rook e1. And I was looking for a long time at bishop f3 because my goal is to play bishop f3, rook e1, and knight f1. But I think bishop f3 first is incorrect because of knight h7, and it's tough to see what to do with the dark squared bishop. Because if I exchange it, then the whole idea is if I exchange it, then I want my bishop on the other diagonal, so that I can fight for the c4 square. But on f3, it's a little misplaced, and it's going to be hit by the knight coming to g5. And
By the way, that reminds me that Matt also said that once the bishop went to g5, he should have taken the knight on f6, the first opportunity he had before the other knight gets to defend it, and substitute one for the other.
I mean, probably. I mean, what I played, there's no way what I played is the best line. It's the one to play a sideline and get a position and play. But yeah, of course, it's not best. But yeah, I missed queen b6 and was a little nervous at first.
Yeah, I remember looking with the engine and thought that black should either play b5 or knight h7 here. That knight e4 was just crazy.
Yeah, and I think knight e4 is a blunder.
So after the game,
Yeah,
have
it
you
is.
spoken to Q1 about that by any chance, or no?
Well, not really.
Our guess is that he missed bishop f3, that he only
Yeah.
calculated knight takes knight with some
Yeah.
bishop
I
h5 or some
think-
bishop move.
I think if you're playing black, bishop f3 is an easy move to miss. But I think I was actually worried about knight c5 instead of knight takes e4.
Of course, us commentators, I immediately suggested after knight a4, c4 with the idea of knight e4, bishop f3. But for us, it's always easy because
Yeah.
if we are wrong, we just have to take the pieces.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
Very
you thought,
forgiving
you thought
job.
knight c5 was the
Yeah,
most likely?
I was a little worried about what I would do here. I wasn't so sure.
Is knight
because-
c3 out of the question?
Because if knight c3, queen b6, and it's a little annoying. And then, I don't know, just, it looks a little scary.
You can't react with the normal rook.
If rook b1, then knight g4, and I don't
For
know.
that trick.
Whether it works or it's just scary, it's scary. And then bishop takes e7, knight takes f2, and I don't know, because this could be nothing, it makes you nervous at the board.
It could be a big something too.
Yeah.
Could be something too.
It could be a big something.
Yeah.
If it's not nothing, it's painful, yeah.
Yeah.
I see. So,
So
tricky
Were
position.
you totally shocked when he played knight e4? Did
Yeah,
you
I
think
was-
he blundered, or you like, wait a minute, what did I miss?
It took me a minute, but I realized that there's really nothing, that there's nothing I'm missing. But I thought knight takes f2 is probably
That was
the
the
best
computer
chance.
Yes, of
suggestion.
course.
And then, I don't know, king takes f2. I think it's not so easy with the piece for 2 pawns. And
But a
then-
piece is a piece.
Yeah,
you would have done it, you would have taken it.
And then I would have went into panic mode for a few moves, then gotten a good position.
Probably.
It shocked you, knight takes bishop on g5?
Yeah, I mean, I thought he was either going to take on f2 or resign, but yeah, knight takes g5.
I think that he was definitely demoralized and
Yeah, I mean, he thought
this
for
is
a
a
very
decision
long
of that
time.
Yeah, because he just didn't.
I mean, here.
He lost objectivity, I
Yeah.
think, after missing bishop f3.
I mean, here I felt like I'm just going to make a few moves and I'm going to win immediately, and I think I got myself into a lot of trouble. That I
Yeah, this
definitely.
plan might have been a bit cumbersome, right?
Yeah, I definitely did not find the best strategy. It was around on knight takes f5. Like around here, I started really not liking how I played the last 10 moves.
Right. I also said that I was hoping that you somehow managed to combine queen a5 with b4, b5.
Yeah, that
all of a
was my
sudden-
dream.
Yeah, and all of a sudden the b3 and the e2 squares are hit.
Yeah.
Although
have to-
I didn't like the way you played the last 5 moves or so, I did like the way you played from here.
Right.
Yeah, I
I
think this is where I realized I had to buckle down. But I think king b7 is a mistake.
Yeah.
But it's really hard to suggest
yeah.
a plan for black because
I
at
mean,
the end of the day,
I think black's plan is maybe just sit tight and leave the king on c7, play rook b8, and just put the pawn on h4 and just leave everything. Yeah, but here's where I started like focusing and getting back
here
into
the
it.
game became obvious.
Yeah, here it's easily winning now.
Yeah, and here he loses more materials.
I like
Yeah.
the way Aviv pointed out. I pointed out that rook c8 you could take on c7, and
Yeah.
Aviv pointed out after knight a8 you also take on c7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Taking on c7 is an
Even more
important
expensive.
theme. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is just.
It's nice when it's move 41 too.
Yeah.
So relax and extra queen.
And then yeah, I think it started. I got once I won the queen. I played as if I could win, playing almost any move for the first few moves. And it took me a little while to start playing forcefully and
bringing home the point.
Now, is this your second or third junior?
This is my second.
Second, and how do you compare it to last year, strength-wise and
I think-
everything else?
I think it's the same 64 squares. It's really all I see
Yeah.
at this tournament. That's all I see at tournaments usually, but it's...
No opponents?
Well, okay, they exist too. But yeah, it's
But
always...
I noticed, I actually said about you that in my opinion, you play, you know your stuff, you play your stuff, you come with your stuff. And I claimed, and tell me if I'm correct or not, that you are really unintimidated. You really don't care who sits opposite you. Is that true?
That's,
to some
I think
extent,
that's true, yeah. Just,
I noticed that when you play even the highest rated, you'll explain what you plan to play. It doesn't matter if the guy is 2200, 2400, 2600. You'll play what you prepared.
What
And
about 2800?
he hasn't done that yet. That's for the Sinkfield Cup in 2020.
Okay.
So let's leave something for the future.
Yeah.
Right.
But I think it's always the same board, same 64 squares and same pieces.
And the same battle. The game
Yeah.
is the same game. The rules are the same.
I wish
Yeah.
my students would say what he's saying.
Yeah, that's a good attitude.
But
so
that guy's
comes to play.
1350 and I'm 1250. That's why I took the draw of 2 rooks.
Exactly. Man, do we have to fight those things? Yeah.
Yeah.
Up 2 pawns and yeah, but my opponent is high rated. I thought a draw would be so good.
Yeah, draw's great.
It's great when you have the other mentality. So we always favor that.
I mean, it's great when you're not, when you're worse.
That's right. So yeah, I mean, after yesterday's little fault, you're back in business
Yeah.
with a strong victory. How do you feel? How do you assess your chances, and how do you feel about this tournament as a whole?
I mean, I always like this tournament. This is always one of the best tournaments of the year, and they run really great tournaments here in St. Louis. And I guess as for this tournament, I still have 5 more games left, and I'm just gonna play each game just like any other game, I guess.
And do you have secret ambitions or not so secret ambitions?
I mean, to win games.
Yeah.
I'm not thinking about the whole thing.
You don't think you
I
can
just want to play one game
one
at a
game at a
time.
time.
I still have no idea who I'm playing
Very
tomorrow.
sensitive. Oh, really?
Yeah.
You're still very good. That's an interesting attitude. I was always curious.
While you're here, remember the game where we thought black was going to resign every move?
Yes.
That computer says black is up 5.
Let's see what happened.
So something's happened in this
Something
game.
happened. Show us.
This says like white's going to resign.
I mean, it looks pretty bad for white.
No, white was really winning before.
Wow.
White was +4, +5, +6. Now he's
Wow.
-5.
Well, let's see what happened then.
Wow. Yeah.
And let's try to join also
So
the computer to see.
yeah. So
what,
like in this position, like black was just getting outplayed strategically the whole game and
Yeah.
losing and horrible. He's like, all right, 95.
I mean, it's a good practical choice.
Right. And you can take on d6 or take on e5, and the computer's like +4, +5 for
Yeah.
white. And then after here, white I thought was playing very strangely, moving all the way over to the queen side every move, ignoring his own king.
So rook e1 was a blunder.
Yeah. And in this position,
Wow.
even here like white's +3 or 4,
Yeah.
and then after this f3 is unclear. Queen h3 is a little mistake, and white was still winning here, and he played the move rook e1, which is already
Look at
yeah,
what
because I
happened
was
in the
wondering.
evaluation.
I was wondering what's happening with bishop f5 to h3.
I mean, I think
And at
white.
first you said that if the bishop gets to g2 check, then there's nothing.
Yeah, except the queen can't move off of f1.
Exactly.
The queen has like
That's-
nowhere to go.
That's a problem.
Yeah, and rook e1 lets the rook hang to the queen on h4, making it even stronger.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden there's a little oopsie.
Yeah, and I was wondering when he showed up, what's going to happen on bishop h3, and the answer is nothing.
Of course, I can proudly notice that instead of rook e1, my knight d2 would have been the preferred one.
Yes.
Let's brag a little bit.
Bishop
Oh
g2
my God.
check, and queen g5.
And now black is up plus $1 million.
Wow.
Starting the queen.
What did I predict before
And
this
that's
game?
it.
That
And
that
he-
Ru
and
Feng
he
Li
resigned.
would I predicted Ru Feng Li would win this game, right?
Did you? No, the opposite. You were going the right way, but eventually you got stonewalled somehow.
So wait, what's going on here? Why is there a resignation? I'm confused.
Well, maybe because he's lost.
What am I missing?
Bishop h3.
Well, he
check,
played h4 and then I guess queen
h4.
g3.
No, but let's play queen f2.
and check, king h1, then queen g2.
Oh, I hate when that happens. Wow.
And checkers.
And then you can put another rook there.
Wowzy falowzy.
Wow.
What a turn of events. I mean, this is really 180 here, huh?
Yeah. So he ended up playing h4.
He ended up playing h4 instead and queen g3, and he didn't want to play anymore.
Yeah, queen f2, queen h3 looks tough.
Holy cow.
Yep.
A shocking moment, huh, Michael?
I never saw that game once.
is- Yeah, but now that you
Wow.
see it, you can see
Yeah,
how
no, it seems
white
like-
was just completely in control,
Yeah, white
playing
was
beautifully, winning.
And after 95 was obviously just desperate,
Yeah, and then
and then he
it worked.
And then, yeah, taking on d6 was winning, taking on e5 was winning. And even here he played okay until it didn't
now.
like it didn't like bishop d5 or rook e1. Didn't like this move.
I guess he just got careless.
And here knight d2 is just winning.
Yeah, yeah.
It's easy to get careless when you're so winning.
Yeah.
You say, "Ah, okay, everything wins. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I'm queen up. Everything wins.
And
Yeah,
then
the
it's over.
Neidorf is tough.
Yeah. I guess it's the comeback of the Neidorf all of a
Yeah,
sudden.
exactly.
Well, we're not
What
going
an
to take any
amazing
more of your
finish.
time, Michael. And we wish you good luck in the rest of the tournament. Hope you have a good rest of the day. And hope to see you again here with some more exciting games and victories.
Thank you.
Okay, very well, very well. So, yeah, let's put the final position from the other game. Again, a bit of a shocking ending, and I'm assuming
Here.
that Rufang Li is going to join us, hopefully.
Wow.
Probably-
What a big turnaround, because Yan Liu was winning against Luke Harmon Velati and only
drew.
drew.
Now he threw a whole point.
Had 2 out of 3, was looking good.
Now he's at
and
50%.
then all collapsed in just a few moves.
Yeah,
Amazing.
very amazing. Yeah, and we're going to have our next guest in the studio in just a few minutes will be the winner of this up and down seesaw game, Rufang Li, and we will ask him some questions about the game. Perhaps he can enlighten us further about what happened here. Well, much of it we already know, but we'll ask him some questions about it. Very exciting turn of event, very disappointing for I Am Leo, and I'm sure that a very positive
Oh,
continuation.
look at Mike Kummer putting the kings on the right squares.
Once again, you see, he is an expert
He'll
by
soon
now.
be an international arbiter. Very
Exactly.
soon.
We wish him best of luck at being a FIDE arbiter and then international arbiter. And while Ben is setting up the analysis board, we are back in the studio once again with Rufang Li. And a clean game today, huh, Lee?
A
What do you
nice,
think?
nice straightforward victory.
Just never in doubt? Always? No, we're joking, of course.
Yeah, we
But,
had Matt
listen,
Larson
this
in
is
the
just-
studio earlier who played in previous junior championship and his local player and the local Neidorf expert, and he was very critical of your play. So first he said, okay, people play queen c7, but it's inaccurate. He didn't like it.
Even though Anand played
he
it, he
plays
said-
black in this position. Yeah, he's not a big fan of queen c7, and he was also not a fan of h6. Is this still part of your prep?
No, I've actually didn't. I forgot what to do after knight f3.
Okay, yeah, he.
But
didn't-
I'm pretty sure queen c7 is what I prepped.
right, and he just doesn't like that line in particular.
No, it's a legitimate move. I guess
Right.
it's just a question of taste.
But I think
right?
bishop e7 was wrong. I remembered afterwards, like it was supposed to be bishop e6.
Yeah, and this just seemed like White was getting everything. What did you think during the game? We were big fans of White's
Well, actually,
position.
I thought maybe I was okay if I took with the bishop instead of the knight.
But he builds the same kind of structure, right? After bishop.
Yeah,
takes.
but I have like knight g4 and knight e4 ideas. I play knight bd7, and then I'm turning knight g4. So I thought, well, actually here he could play knight h4, which is.
Yeah, didn't we look at something like that in the analysis? We did.
Can I take on d5 or I'm kidding?
Yeah, you can, and then white
And
plays
then
like a
remember-
sacrifice.
Yeah.
His queen d5. I mean, I think he has good compensation.
So if you had to do it again, you take with a bishop?
Yeah, yeah.
And what do you think about this position?
I think this should be still fine.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't like it.
But I should have played bishop g5 earlier, I think here.
Here?
Yeah.
Bishop g5? Yeah.
But I was worried about take and h4. But I think I can play queen d8 after that.
Yeah, bishop g5 earlier does seem better. Because the way the game went just looked strategically quite bad.
Is this really that good, though?
You
Can
mean,
you
is
go
it,
back?
you mean, is it not that bad?
Can you go back to that variation of
I
Miala?
can't do it. I can't do it.
Do it, do it.
Okay.
This takes, yeah. And taking on g5 and then knight e4 is completely out of the question, or I guess
Well, I
so.
just take on g2, right? Oh wait,
And bishop f3.
and I can go back to g6.
I don't take on d6 then play bishop f3?
Yeah, of course you do.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, doesn't this look a bit gruesome, or? Queen g6, bishop Well, maybe not bishop. It can be c5 and bishop e4.
Okay, maybe it's not.
Dangerous.
Yeah. Then maybe I take on h4 and then queen d8.
Okay. Still, that pin on the h file looks a bit frustrating. Again, knight e4 is coming, and bishop g4
Maybe
is
I
coming.
can castle.
The safest.
Wow. Man, you're
Well.
a gutsy guy. You are a gutsy guy. I like that. But how do I get my queen to the h file? I wonder.
Yeah, I'm gonna play f5 next. So.
So you think you're going to be fine, huh?
Yeah, I think I'm fine.
King f1, f5, king g2, something, queen h1. Yeah, I guess you might be able to defend after that.
Actually, I'll probably be doing the attacking.
You might, yeah.
Well, as I like to say, very suspicious. Okay. So let's go look at the game where you didn't play bishop g5 early enough. And what did you think here?
Were you really happy here?
No.
Okay. I'd be worried because I really thought that.
Actually, I didn't see he could play bishop d4. I thought I could play. I was only looking at knight b3
And then you go e3.
or after take and then knight b3. But then I have like this queen d8 move.
Yeah.
And then he can't.
But-
And then knight d4 is not so good because rook f2. At least, yeah, I think that works.
Yeah, so clearly what you played in the game was
Yeah.
much better than
Yeah.
this structure. Yeah. So bishop d4, very good here, here. And we compared this to some lines in this Sveshnikov with early knight d5 that white get this kind of structure. Only then the bishop on h7 is on d7. Still white is really good if he ever gets this guy. You got everything. And you had, you
So
really...
here you thought you were losing and knight e5 was desperate, or you thought it was a great sacrifice?
I
Or
thought
both.
yeah. I think it was my best chance. Actually, it's not that easy.
Now what would have happened if you would have taken on d6? You
I
would play
played
rook g7 check,
Yeah.
and then king moves,
Yeah,
and then
probably
knight somewhere?
knight g6. I might play.
Knight g6.
Hey, he's not down a piece.
No, he's not, but I thought that white is really good here.
Yeah, well, it probably is, but
Yeah.
Like knight c5 or something like
But a computer liked taking the knight also.
Yeah.
Actually, for a second, like here it was saying like +4 for white. But then for a second, it said after bishop to d5, which it didn't like, it said f3 was equal. Then it changed its mind and said white was +1.
Yeah.
But this is so much better
That's
than
the
being
play, yeah.
-4 or whatever, yeah. And then, okay, rook e1 was a terrible blunder
Horrible
according to
blunder.
the engine. Yeah, here it wanted
he
to play
should-
knight d2,
I thought he should play rook c4.
rook c4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is so much better practically than just sitting there waiting to lose. I really like knight e5.
Yeah, for sure. If to die in flames instead of
Yeah.
just.
Yeah, after knight d2 was saying like +2 for white.
Some at
Yeah,
the minimum.
some
I
nice,
think.
some nice number. And
Yeah, but
here,
after knight d2, I thought
Yeah.
I could still play bishop f5.
yeah, the difference is rook on e1 isn't hanging. Although
Yeah,
still bishop
yeah, I'm
h3
still
is very
threatening
strong.
bishop
Yeah, exactly. I wonder if the computer's taking this.
I don't think that works because I take, and then queen take and bishop e6.
And you have rook f2 stuff. Yeah.
Mhm.
Very dangerous. So very double-edged, complicated game. And after rook e1, it already said it says you're winning.
Yeah, probably. Wait, he
Oh,
didn't.
this is instead of
yeah.
knight d2. Yeah, rook e1 it said, and it already
Yeah.
said black is winning here, yeah?
By a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah, because it's everything we saw, plus the rook is hanging, plus the queen has nowhere to go, plus.
yeah.
Yeah.
And this was very nice. And when did you realize you were winning? Did you know after bishop f5?
Yeah, after bishop f5.
Yeah. Did you have any talk with your opponent after the game, or
A little bit.
queen g5? And what were we looking at? Oh, we were looking at this for the audience. This was
Queen
quite
g2.
nice. And since I'm a funny commentator, of course, I promoted to a rook. You would have taken a queen, right?
Yeah.
You can't be too careful nowadays. But still a rook, because you put a rook there, put another rook there. Yeah. And your opponent played
I like how you
H4.
ask him when you put a queen here.
Yeah, I would have made a queen, yeah. Yeah, queen G3.
And some
he
difficulties.
resigned, but this is looking...
So he plays queen e3.
And you can give him a check, and you can give him another check. Yeah.
And after this check?
But here, is this where he resigned here, after queen G3?
Yeah.
Wow, an impressive comeback, showing the strength of the Nydorf. Matt Larson's proud, or something. He's something.
Yeah, I mean, this was really an excellent decision to play knight e5.
Yeah.
Really the most practical. All of a sudden, you know, White had to really resolve some problems that he couldn't.
It's one thing we can never explain to our students. You have a position where like you're -4 and every illegal move loses the whole time.
Yeah.
Or you make a -5 move where the guy's tiptoeing to try to win.
Absolutely.
And my student, yeah, but it's -5. And I'm like,
Yeah,
nobody's going
this
to play the winning moves. Now you have chances.
Yeah,
And
this-
take the
this-
chances. Sometimes it works.
That's right. I always tell them if you play regular chess, you will lose for sure. If you play this,
And he
give
means
your
from
opponent
move
a chance to
one.
go.
His students aren't too good. So
That's
he's
right,
like,
exactly.
like, move one, you got to already start playing something else. Yeah. How's your golf swing? He says.
Yeah. So,
Is this
bouncing back.
your first junior?
Yeah.
And
We
what do
asked
you
him
think?
that already. He was here before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But now he thinks more than before because
I'm
he
sure
won,
of that.
right? Yeah. Now it's
So
even better.
how many
tournament,
points
right?
do you have now?
2?
2.
2 out of 4.
Solid.
Well,
Everybody has 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody's back in business.
Everybody
It's
who
gonna
came in here has 2.
The tournament is still everyone
It's a
wants to
10-way
win.
tie for first.
That's how we tie for first.
It could happen at the end.
Yeah.
I know how many points they'll have too.
So this is a big swing, huh? This win from a loss to a win. That's a very good swing. I guess it's gonna improve your mood and confidence.
Yeah, maybe.
Do you know you're playing tomorrow? I think you're one of
Yeah.
those who do know.
Actually.
Ah, so a tough game. So I guess this was a very good time to make that swing, huh? When you were about to face one of the biggest guns of the tournament. Great. We're gonna wish you good success in the tournament. Hope to see you again for the 3rd time and maybe beyond that. And good luck.
And just as I predicted, you won. Very good.
Yeah. Excellent. All right, so now we have more games going on. Let's take a look at what happened in Arthur's. What's going on with Arthur's game? Can we see the position
So
in
if
the Arthur's
my notes
game?
are correct, we have 2 games left.
They better be correct.
Shen's playing Wonder and
That's right.
Akshot's playing Mika.
This is it. That's what we've got left.
So 3 down, 2
So give it
decisive
to us,
games,
please.
and 2 to go.
And
All
we
right.
have a rook ending.
Let's go back.
Wowsy, falowsy. What is going on?
This is Akshot's game. We haven't looked at this in a while.
About 4
I thought it
hours.
was about equal. And this is the last position we saw
Right.
was after King D8. He played knight
He played
E5.
95.
And we saw some trades. The knight went back to E7. White's really playing for the win, opening it up quickly.
Compromising his pawn structure
Yep.
severely also.
Really playing aggressive, going forward every time. Black didn't want to pin his own knight.
Oh, and the game ended.
Okay.
So let's pause on that
Trade.
game. Let's.
Well, let's have a look and see how it ended.
Okay.
So White won a pawn.
That's not this game that ended.
Oh, another game ended.
It's
Wow.
the other game ended.
Okay.
This game is still going on.
And here White's just a pawn up in a rook and pawn ending with excellent winning chances. And G5, I guess he wants to play King F7. So Akshot playing for the win against Mika. He has less time, but the time shouldn't be a factor. They just made the time control, and we have a result. Akshot has the advantage, and Arthur Shen, the other game.
That's not this. It's this.
And
I'm
White
pretty
did
certain
win,
that White
as
won.
we thought White was winning. Let's go
Yeah.
back. Several mistakes by both sides in this super complicated position. And we got to this ending, we thought White was winning.
Yeah, especially after G2,
Yeah.
really.
And he
against
played
them.
rook E8 instead of what we were looking at, knight
Knight
H4,
H4,
E6
E6
anyway.
stuff.
The bishop can escape. And basically White's just a pawn up in an endgame. And now White's 2 pawns up.
And
And I
consolidating.
think Black has nothing, right? Black's
Yeah,
just down
Black
2
really
pawns.
didn't do too well in that way.
Black's just down 2 pawns here. No compensation.
Yeah.
And here come the pawns. Okay, now down a piece, and okay, very easy. Just waiting until they get to time control. And at
They
move
resign.
41, when White's made the time control, Black resigns. Well,
So as
even though
expected-
it wasn't the best played game, but it was very difficult to play because of all the sacrifices and
That's
exposed
right. Very
kings and
demanding.
captures. Yeah.
It's always easier at the comfort of the studio, with a
Yeah.
computer, with other people analyzing, with at the breaks finding out more truth about the position.
Boy, if Jan Lu hadn't blundered that game, I'd be 4-4-4, but instead I'm all wrong about every game. That even affects the other results.
Yeah.
So Bodek won, he was paired down. Shen won against a Wonder. Wonder had 2.5 out of 3. Now, how's Arthur doing? Arthur still has 4 wins with white.
That's right.
He won both games with white, lost both games with
yeah.
black.
Seesawing.
Although his brother was saying he's better with black. So.
Yeah, you see? What do brothers do?
So Luke was playing Jeffrey. That was sort of a tame draw.
Right.
Yan Lu was winning against Rufeng Li. Rufeng sacrificed a piece. Muddies the waters, a little voodoo magic, and Li wins. And Akshat Mika has been a very slow positional game where we thought black equalized easily, but now he's really suffering.
Right.
And this is the suffering position. Black's down some pawns. He's going to try to win the F pawn, try to win the B pawn, and white still has 3 pass pawns.
Yes, I'm looking at 2 reasons to be sorry, the H and the G pawn.
Right, well, you can't let white play G5 as far as I'm concerned, so we have to play king takes F6.
That's right.
And then we're going to win the B3 pawn, so we have some drawing chances.
You think so, yeah?
Yeah, always have drawing chances. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, white's king is back.
But the HG pawns are not just sneakering.
Well, I'd rather have white.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
No, I said drawing chances. I didn't say it was a draw, but yeah, I think black played well to get his king up to F7 and win the F6 pawn.
Right, he's definitely making the most out of it.
And he did take on F6. Mika has all draws this tournament, and if Akshat wins, he's in clear first. In fact, maybe if he draws, he's in clear first, since a Wonder lost.
That's right.
I don't think anybody else has 3. Yeah, Rufeng Li has 2. Yan Liu has 2. Arthur Shen has 2. A Wonder has 2.5. Bodek has 2. Yeah, so even with a draw, Akshat is in clear first, just because a Wonder lost his game.
So I think this is a high time for us to take our second and last long break of the day. 15 minutes. Please be back with us with the result of the last game to finish. I guess it's going to go for quite a while in this rook ending.
Yeah.
Also, we're hoping to bring you Arthur Shen with an interview to talk a little bit about his very exciting game against the former leader, A. Wonder Liang. Please come back to us from the 2015 U.S. Junior Closed Chess Championship here at the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center. We'll be back in just a little bit. Please stay with us or come back again. Here is a puzzle from one of the players in the tournament to entertain you while we are on the break. See you shortly.
Hi, I'm Mike Matheny. I've been part of some great clubs, and now I'm part of another. The Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, right here in the chess capital of the U.S. Our world-renowned center is dedicated to teaching, playing, and promoting the sport. Because chess has been proven to enhance academic performance, our Scholastic Outreach program now works with over 100 schools. So whether you've played for years or never before, come experience all that chess has to offer.
And we have returned once more from the 2015 U.S. Junior Closed Chess Championship in the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center. I'm Aviv Friedman with Grandmaster Ben Finegold. Hi again, Ben, for the fourth time today.
No, that's a lot of times for us.
Definitely. And before we left a puzzle with our viewers, and a puzzle from this very event in 2012, I believe, where Ben and I were still commentating. And funny enough, Victor Shen, who was a guest on our show, standing outside saying that he was sitting right next board when that happened. And here we have an example of Jeffrey Chung, our highest rated player in this tournament, playing against another very promising young Texan, Darwin Yang, who is, I think, has 3 Grandmaster norms.
At least. This is a great puzzle because if they don't see black to move, it's okay. White to move also has a winning move.
That's right.
So it's great for either side.
So it's like, yeah, exactly. You can think for white and find it. We could have put white to move wins, black to move wins.
But in the actual game, it was black to move.
It was black to move. Yeah. And black played a beautiful interference idea with other motifs. As you can see, the queen is defending the knight on e4, the white queen on c2. The black queen is attacking it. Black played the beautiful move pawn from d4 to d3, interrupting the connection between the queen and the knight. So if the queen just moves, the knight goes bye-bye. Of course, the queen cannot take, for the rook on d8 is defending that pawn. And if white tries to play the natural move, e2 takes d3, parrying the threat on the queen and still defending the knight. Black has the beautiful trick, queen takes knight on f3 check, a temporary queen sacrifice, and then after the king takes on f3, knight to d4, forking the king that is now on f3 and the queen that is undefended on c2. And in all cases, black ends up a piece up, and of course he won very convincingly, which at the time was an upset, because Darwin Yang was a prominent IM, high-rated IM. Jeffrey Chung was maybe 2,300 at the time, maybe even not that.
Yeah,
so that was a big upset
to
win
like
with
4 or
black.
5 years old then. It was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was many years ago, exactly. And nonetheless, a very impressive win. And now, in the meantime, back in the Oasis, we are here with Arthur Shen, who is playing a tennis match, right? It's like win with white, lose with black, win with white, lose with black. I'm not going to wish you that tomorrow.
Keep it up.
You're optimistic about keeping it up, okay. I thought that was a curse, but I guess you don't mind. And today was a very exciting game that you have played against the former leader. You knocked out the leader. I think that Akshat Chandra is waiting with flowers somewhere in the, I think so. And why don't we take a look at this very exciting game?
Right, now this was we'll start here. This seemed like both sides were playing okay and it wasn't so exciting, but you said you weren't really prepared for e5?
Yeah, I was expecting my 4th knight for the tournament.
Yeah, in fact, I
Sicilian.
think we had somebody else here who was telling us Sicilian was going to happen.
I think Mac was guessing,
I prepared for that, and then he played e5.
Right.
How rude, huh?
Now, have you played this kind of slow positional maneuvering before in e4, e5?
I just sort of, not really. I mean, I knew a few ideas, but nothing, no real
Now,
special.
were you already
preparation.
comfortable here? Did you think that black had almost equalized? What were you thinking in this position?
I thought I was significantly better here.
I already liked your position a lot.
I don't really know what black is supposed to do, and I'm gonna try to I'm gonna play queen d2, knight f5, or I can just queen d2, rook d1. Like black really has nothing to do.
So the fact that you got d4 in first and have more space, you liked your position a lot.
Very easy for white to play.
Okay.
He played c5, which surprised me, but yeah. Here
This was a critical moment of the game. This is where we really started spending time. Intuitively, we were suggesting d5, closing any activity on the queen side in the center. Bishop, of course, has to move, and then something on the queen side. So it could have been either bishop h6 or the knight f5, a la what you played in the game.
Yeah, I didn't want to play d5 immediately because I wanted to keep the option of playing e takes d5 open. D takes d5 open, in some variations. But yeah, I think it's just d5 is white has a very nice edge. But yeah, I think this is a little inaccurate.
Okay, and the computer wasn't very happy with the move d5, but it was very confusing.
Yeah, it really surprised me.
But intuitively, I think you must have felt that it cannot be bad for you.
I thought like when
Bishop
I saw
C2 might open up, and
yeah, I thought D5 this looks like suicidal. I'm just opening up my bishop for me, opening up the rook. The rook can come in now. I'm gonna sacrifice on H6, but somehow he gets a lot of
Aviv, you know
counterplay.
my game with Balashov where I play Queen H8 check at the end, sacrificing my
No.
queen.
I'm
This
afraid
guy
not.
thought you'd know.
Sorry.
Earlier in the game, I had a bishop on C2 and a pawn on E4. My opponent played D5. I played ED, and then my bishop was
Killing him.
gangbuster. So
There you go.
Good memories for me.
Exactly. So similar ideas here.
Okay, so bishop H6. Computer thought knight G7 was also good. You thought bishop H6 was better. Perhaps you're correct.
And you looked at both,
Knight G7 I seriously considered because bishop H6 didn't look too clear to me. But here, King G7, bishop H6, king moves, King G8. I considered bishop G5, but then knight E4 I didn't. I wasn't so. Now that I look at it, I think I can just take and play.
Take and bishop F6,
which I think
you
I
closed the
missed.
gate, right?
Yeah, and I think I checkmate him.
It looks.
But yeah, I think I was worried about if I take the rook, which is what I was calculating. I think he gets. I actually like black's
But who
position
wants to
a lot.
give up this
Yeah,
bishop?
you don't
Yeah,
want
no,
that bishop's too
This
good.
bishop, I
Yeah,
know,
bishop F6 maybe.
I don't see 3 next to this bishop the way it is on F6.
But this is also probably good for you.
Yeah, but I calculated what happened in the game
Okay.
when I played bishop H6, and I was pretty happy. Because here I can also play knight H5.
Right, originally that was the computer suggestion. Maybe again your move is better, Queen G5.
And here F6.
Here, yeah, F6.
That was the computer
F6 or
move.
F5. I think F6 because then Queen G5 comes. So F6, take King F7 or
King H8 or King F7.
I thought King
So sure.
F7
Okay.
made more sense. I mean, I looked at a bunch of moves here, like Queen G5, or actually, no, I looked at one move, Queen G5. I mean, I'm sure White has other options, but I really wasn't sure what was going on.
It's
here.
not so clear, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe a computer can.
I mean, I would rather be White, but in the game, I thought I would just be up a pawn, and I mean,
Why risk missing a
We
computer?
were actually very surprised that F takes G2, or I was. I thought he was
Me
going to
too,
take on
yeah.
D4.
I was
thought after taking on G2, taking on E5, you're just winning.
it's actually not so clear, but I was expecting knight H4 here, I think.
Okay.
And
I
I
like
actually
here.
wasn't sure what to do.
Because knight F5
Because
is.
knight F5 is no, maybe I
very
was.
serious.
Wonder mentioned this move after the game. He said that he should have played here, and he thought
Knight
he was
H4.
okay, but I have to disagree with him. I thought I had something, but I don't remember what I.
Then I'm really, because of Matt Larson and Mac Molnar, I want to play G4 here. I don't like it, but just because of them.
G4.
Well, they always play G4. It's always the only move to be thought of. G4 doesn't look so bad either, but.
I don't remember what I was going to play.
So if Rook
here.
takes E5, is there F6?
F6, Rook H4, Knight F5. I'm not sure how good that is for me.
What's that?
Say one more time.
Rook E4, you can
five,
take the knight.
Yeah, you can play Knight F5, or just take the knight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what I felt that there should be something.
Knight H4 might have been a better try.
Maybe. I did have some sort of idea.
But you can end up in a pawn up or 2 pawn up ending,
Oh
right?
no, I think I was considering knight to E4, but maybe this isn't good. I don't know. It looked interesting.
Looks good to me. I like White.
I'm trying to mate him, and
Yeah, right.
I like
and
doing
your
that.
pawn up.
Yeah, I mean, F takes G2 was also here. Here, I thought definitely knight H4 was like.
Right, we
That's
were
what we
analyzing knight
expected.
H4.
And then E6.
We were looking at E6.
Is
Yeah,
that
I
what
mean,
you're planning?
I wasn't sure because I can also play knight E4, which I thought was interesting.
Yeah, in fact, the line we were looking at was E4, E6, F6, knight E4.
Yeah, I thought he could play knight F3 check here.
Yeah, Ben thought that this was really good for White, and I think
Yeah,
he's
King
right.
H7. I mean, I was very optimistic in this position too. I mean, I think more than full compensation.
Yeah, I mean F6, E7 now.
E7,
and,
I mean, there's
or
lots.
Bishop E3 followed by E7. This looks horrible for White.
Yeah,
it
probably
looks
just
great-
Bishop E3. I
looks
think
great
is
for White,
simplest.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean E6 is also, but yeah, knight
So
E4 is
Rook-
also.
So
interesting,
Rook
but
E8 not very good.
Rook E8, I think E6 now. I mean, he's not even threatening at F3, so I mean,
Right.
now it's 2 pawns up, and it's not especially difficult because I mean my king isn't even. My pieces are also more active, so.
And what if he plays knight H4 here?
I was just gonna play
Just Rook E4?
Rook E4. I
Rook
think.
E4
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
Or
The bishop is no longer
Bishop
trapped.
on A7 is a bit iffy.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, I was very surprised when he played C5. Not that C5 is a bad move, but why play C6 then C5?
Yeah, it's
I mean,
illogical.
C6 is like the normal type way to
Yeah.
play the position when you put the knight in G6, but with the bishop on A7, I don't
And this
think
was
it's-
just easy.
Yeah, it's. I mean, there's some cute tactics.
And you went from up a pawn or 2 pawns to a piece.
Yeah.
Even better. And the game ended. And who do you play tomorrow? Don't tell us what color you have. We don't want to know that. Just do you know who you're playing?
I have Curran Han.
Curran Han?
With black.
With black?
With black.
Trying to break your streak of all wins with white?
Yeah, hopefully.
Always trying to break it in those rounds where you have black. Exactly.
Great advice. Great grandmaster.
Well, we try, you know.
Yeah.
We have to give advice.
Do our best, yeah. Well, thank you very much, Arthur.
Thank
Once
you.
again, always beautiful to have you in the studio. Hope to have you here again. And yeah, we'll see what happens in the rest of the tournament. Go New Jersey, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
So we have one more game left, and this is the game between Akshat Chandra, who seemed to be glued to the board every time I look. Like, does he ever get up, I wonder?
No, maybe.
And here he is, getting up.
Yeah, as soon as the announcer says
the telepathy.
then
I
he
love
has to
it.
leave.
And Mika looks like he is lost in thought, and I guess, yeah.
Lost on the board or lost in thought?
Both, maybe. Wow, his last move was a6. Interesting.
Yeah, he wants to force the king to g7 before he trades his A and B pawns. Get that king out of there. Because the
But
2
can't you
versus
just go
1,
b3?
2 versus 1 should be winning. Yeah, you're right. I can play b3, b2, b1, and we're going to trade the pawns. My king will stay on f6.
Right.
Yeah, drawing chances, winning chances. More winning than
Not-
drawing.
Yeah, but not so easy.
No. As we saw in Steinitz Zuckertort when Steinitz had no idea how to win, but eventually he did. So that was good. It took him a while.
That's right.
That was with the 2 versus 0. 2 versus 1, probably we could have beaten Steinitz
Yeah,
with the 1, but okay. Yeah. So there's always one game where we can never leave. And
That's right.
This game will go on. I estimated about 15 minutes ago that it would end in 40 minutes. So that means we have 25 minutes left in this game.
Yeah, and you might be right.
Yeah, so it looks like in the next 5 moves, we're going to trade the A and B pawns. We're going to see 2 against 1. And then I think it should be winning for white with the 2 passed pawns. And I think Mika believes that also. He seems pretty unhappy. And actually, if Akshat does win this game, not only am I wrong about another game, but he'll have a 1-point lead.
That's correct.
A full point
That
lead
is
on the
correct,
field.
Yeah. So this tournament is, yeah, definitely going Akshat's way.
Yeah, I think if he wins this game, Awunder and Jeffrey both have 2.5 out of 4, and they're tied for second. So even with Awunder losing, he still maintains the tied for second with Jeffrey Zhang.
Wow.
A full point behind Akshat. It'll be Mika's first loss if he loses this ending, which seems pretty likely. 2 passed pawns for white.
But still, let's think of a winning plan here. So let's say we play b3.
Let's do it. b3.
What would happen here?
I would either play a7 or rook b8, but I won't tell you
A7,
which
b2.
one. Yeah, I think it's going to be very similar. Rook b8. We're going to trade. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we can go rook a2 or.
Well, king
probably
G3.
just
I don't think he will make king to g3.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So here, and takes.
Now
And
let's put our
rook
rook on the
a3.
6th
I'm
rank.
guessing, right?
Yeah. And we can play rook f2 and rook f3 and king g3. I hate when that happens.
Yeah.
And then we slowly advance the pawns and hope that the e pawn isn't very annoying.
Okay, so king g5. Let's try that. Yeah. And how about rook a1?
You're going to stop me from playing king g3.
No, I have to.
You're so mean.
What can you do?
After rook e3, I wonder if you can play king h4. See, now we're maybe getting close to a draw.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tricky. It really is.
No, it's not easy at all.
No.
So let's play rook to f8, and I'm going to go to g3 and block with my rook if you keep checking me. I'm sneaky.
Mm-hmm.
Although I'm not sure what I'm going to play here. So
Yeah,
maybe,
exactly. What
maybe,
is the
maybe
plan?
rook b1.
Rook b1,
and-
let's say a
and I
pass.
dare you to move. Yeah.
Right, pass.
Well, if you pass, I'll bid 2 no trump. I have 21 high card points. I have a flat hand. Oh, wrong
And you
game.
got the wrong game.
Wrong game again.
Yeah.
And we could go crazy and try to queen.
Whoa,
But
wait. Could
go
I have
crazy.
gone? I was hoping to go to h4, but
Really?
why
And
not?
I was going to check you out and keep
Do
checking
it.
you. Yeah, but you're right. Yeah, this isn't easy to win at all.
Nope.
Well, see, not easy to win. It might even be a draw. That's
No-
how hard
no
it is to
kidding.
win.
I agree. It's really
But I think
tough.
this is going to happen, something like this, and Akshat maybe has to figure out a way to advance his king before these pawns get traded.
Yeah, I'm starting
So this,
to think
so
if
this
it was
is the
really
position
the
here
smartest
after
idea.
a6. You just b3, b2, b1, take the pawn on the a file, play rook a3 and cut the king off.
Exactly, and run with
Yeah.
my king towards the...
Mm-hmm.
The question is, should white have played h4 at some moment? Like, let's say...
I could play h4 here.
Like, how about if I go rook b8 now?
Okay.
I'm dying to take the pawn on b3, where I can
Right.
then play queen g3.
Okay, so let's move our king up.
Very useful.
Got to be a good idea.
Agreed. But I can play rook to b5 check here.
But I can walk into mate. No, I won't do that.
So... Oh, I forgot about this move also. What am I doing?
That's right.
Oh, so this is not helping, is it? No, I cannot play
No,
this check.
my king's better than your king, so good drawing chances, which would
Very good range.
make Akshat only half point leader, and it would make sure that Mika maintains
So
his
maybe
four
he's just
draws.
not winning.
Possible.
But before, it really looked like he was winning when we were sawing. When
Yeah, he
when
just
black
played
played
B3.
g5.
Yeah, he played b3. Well, with two connected passed pawns, you assume you're going to win, but if your king is cut off and the other guy's king is active... But that's a really nice trick you had after rook f3, playing rook a1, not letting me just go forward.
From behind, yeah.
Now, what if I play h4 to keep you out? Now you can play king e5. Yeah.
Well, for starters, I can be very annoying here.
I can back you up on that.
b2, right?
Yeah, in fact, after rook b8, you could play rook a2. It's hard for white to escape these checks.
Exactly.
I can just keep checking you.
That's right.
Yeah, it's probably just a draw here.
And at the right time, I'll take a6. I was only thinking of rook takes a6, rook takes b2, rook a4.
Mm-hmm.
And every time the king goes up, I check, and you have to go down, I go back rook to the fourth
Right,
range.
and g5 check, king g6 looks like a draw.
Yeah, because I'm going to go to h5.
King f5,
and
yeah, it looks like
then
a
almost
draw.
without the e6 pawn, it could be a draw. You know, those rook and 2
Yeah.
versus 0.
I drew rook against rook and 2 against Ron Burnett in the junior championship before everybody was
It was born, yeah.
Yeah, it was just, we were the only two people on earth, if I remember correctly.
Right, and the dinosaurs.
He had the two pawns next to each other, and his rook was in front defending, and my rook was on the side, and he couldn't.
Right,
move
right.
his-
You can release your
couldn't
rook.
do
I know that.
anything.
Yeah, that's a book
so
draw,
some of these positions are drawn.
That's
Yeah.
right. That is very right.
Okay, so b3 is the current board position.
Yeah. Can we go back since we are? Can we go back like 10 moves or so?
Yeah.
Just maybe to the start, the very start of the rook inning, just to see how it happened. Because Akshat really looks
This was the start
awesome
here.
Wait, this happened fast.
Yeah. This seems like black.
I'm thinking that he should have played g5 first.
Oh, you know what? You know what white should play here?
h4.
Resigns.
What?
Resigns. h4 resigns. Yeah.
You continue my saying. I thought
Isn't that it?
h4, g5. Come on, don't they know that the...
Isn't that it?
Yeah, of course.
Wow, I mean, you resign here.
Oh, of course.
Wow.
Without
This
any
is
doubt.
You just do this.
Without any
You
doubt.
just move your hands. You don't have to move the pieces. You just say like this. And
Oh, wait. Before, how about takes? g5, h3 check,
Yeah.
rook f3.
Ah, you're so mean. Although I still like my game quite a bit.
I love your game, but we're not winning yet.
I'm not?
King
Rook E-
f7,
Yeah.
king f8.
What's the problem, officer?
The problem,
No, this is
officer,
the easiest of wins. Very easy.
rook f5 is the problem.
That's the problem?
Yes.
This I didn't see. I'm still going to win, but I didn't see it.
You might win, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. Does g6 win? Takes. I think no.
No.
We play rook f3. Why did you trick me like that?
Yeah, because rook endings are tricky.
That's a good reason. So are you in Zugzwang
No,
here?
let's go back before h4,
But are you-
seriously.
Yeah? You don't like h4?
No, I mean, I don't know, but I'm positive that it's winning there. I'm like, really, can you go like one move behind? One, and again, and again? Okay, so you took the knight, then you played rook, and now you played rook g7, right? So no, let's play g5. Let's play g5.
Yeah.
And you played rook d5?
Yeah, I'm going to take it with check.
Okay, so h4. Right. and
Rooks
then-
only go one square, right?
Really? So now go h5. Oh, you're going to go rook g6, rook g4
Yeah,
check.
and I could take it.
Wait, let me think.
Yeah, this isn't so easy.
Wait, I'm excited. Hold on.
No, this isn't so easy.
I play h5. What happens?
I take it.
Oh, you take it. I didn't think about that. You can take
Oh,
it.
you let me
G4
take
check.
it, yeah.
Forget about it. Go back.
I know why you were excited too. You were going to play
Because I have
H8 Queen
H6.
and Rook check.
I'm going to have 2 rooks.
Yeah, let me show you why Aviv was excited. Aviv was going to play this.
H6, yeah.
Yeah, this is why Aviv was excited. And take another rook. Yeah.
They took it away from me.
Yeah.
Okay, so go back, come on. After G5, H4, Rook E4. No, let's see. I want to see if it might be the same. So G5, Rook here, H4, Rook here, Rook G7. That's the same, right? Takes and takes. And you're going to play what?
Here, I guess.
If you do this, then am I not just going to win outright here? Rook check, Rook G7, and G6.
Yeah, that'll win. Maybe.
Or like king up and then G6, so you don't go behind.
No, this should be winning, but it's not like really easy.
No, it's not
you have
easy.
to calculate
but it
a
should
lot
be
of
winning.
stuff. Yeah.
So in the
that's-
game, you went Rook G7, which
I'm
seems a bit
surprised that
natural.
that's not winning. That looks also winning. King G2 looks right.
Oh wait, this is what happened. He didn't play G5 himself.
This is the game.
So maybe not King G.
No, this is where I thought H4 was good, but maybe.
Wait, I'm totally confused. Why did he have to play King G2?
You don't want to defend your pawn at
No.
all. Just play Rook takes and G5.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, if
Rook
Rook,
takes-
and if Rook
Rook
takes
takes
King
H3?
F7, then Rook H6. Yeah. So you just want to take this right away.
Yeah, and now, okay, hold on. Now I'm thinking King G2 or G5 immediately. What is better?
They're both good. Yeah, I like G5. I like them both.
Yeah, I mean, this should just
This
win
should
outright.
be winning, yeah. Should be winning, yeah. So instead he played King G2. I usually don't argue with moves like that.
Yeah, then G5. What a move! Wow.
Yeah, because he wants to get his. This is the move I like
If you
a lot.
lose, now in order to win the G5 pawn, you have to pay the F6 pawn. That's really expensive.
By the way, I have a question.
Why not Rook
Can I
E7,
play
Rook
Rook
E6?
E7 and then we get the same position as the game?
Yeah.
Except
only Rook
except
and-
your E6 pawn isn't there. You hear me talking?
But I didn't think that's what's going to happen. I thought he's going to go, instead of Rook B3, he's going to go King F7. After takes.
Oh, okay.
And here.
You're not going to let me do that. Okay.
But this must win.
Why?
Because I said so.
Oh, you're going to play H4 again?
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah.
So Rook A6.
No, I see what you're saying, and you want to, and after it takes, you want to play H4.
Mm-hmm.
And
And I have really, Rook
well,
G3
there's Rook
check.
G3 check. I hate when that happens.
Amazing.
Yeah. So there's looks like
So-
there should be wins, but it's not so clear.
No.
So I was thinking H4 here, which I'm still not against.
Yeah.
But he took on G5. Yeah, but this is really nice move G5.
Yeah.
The black played to get his
The
king
only
up.
chance.
Yeah, to get his king up.
So he took, and
And this is looking close to a draw now.
no, but I don't know. Can we go back 2 moves, back to the new position? Like here. Yeah. No. Here.
No. Crying.
Yeah,
Play it again.
No, but you're aging me.
Just to
no,
make you upset.
I think it's important the rook is on a5. I want to advance my h and g pawns.
Yeah.
I think he really did poorly. If I
Yeah,
go,
rook a8 is, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. I could play rook b5.
I'm happy
and
with
then
my.
I could push all my pawns.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm not going to queen the a pawn, so why not like h4 now?
Right.
Rook takes b3, h5.
Yeah, there's no reason to play rook a8, a5, a6, a7. It loses like
But
3 tempi.
let me give you the advantages.
Yeah.
When the pawn is on h5, I'm ready to play g5 without the king going to g6. My rook is not letting the king cross, and my king can hide
Yeah,
on
and-
h4
and
if
the-
he checks me
and-
laterally.
And when I play rook b5 and then push all my pawns, you can't play rook a3. I take your pawn on b4.
Super.
So you have to play rook b1, b3, b2, and you still can't do anything.
So what do you need rook
You
a8
still
for?
can't do anything. Yeah.
Rook
Yeah,
a8,
rook a8
unnecessary.
wasn't- yeah.
Unnecessary.
And then a5. Yeah, he's not pushing his kingside pawns. Okay, so let's see what happened.
Okay, so we have this.
Whoa.
What that? Okay.
Going back. Okay.
Yeah,
so
so
he
we
played
have-
a7,
Right.
b2.
Okay.
And we thought
takes
rook
thing.
a3 here.
Yeah.
But king g5 is just as good, right? No
I
reason
s-
to play rook a3. No reason. Just as good.
Not reason not to play it though.
Also.
Okay, so king here.
And then he played rook e2.
Uh huh.
What happens on king h4? They agree to a draw.
I suppose.
Oh, unless I can win this position after rook takes e6. Yeah, that's winning, I think. Yeah, that's winning.
It is.
Yeah, that's winning. Then I move my king up. I won a very similar ending against Seth Homa.
But this is just not necessary. What both sides are doing, unbelievable.
No, but king g5. If you played rook a3, I could play rook e2 anyway.
Yeah, then I go rook b3. How do you progress? Oh, maybe h4.
Right. So this is still really good winning chances.
Okay, and if I went...
I think I should just play rook a6 and not do anything.
No, but then rook e3, king g3.
Rook e3, king f4.
Oh, but then king h4.
Right, rook a6, then king h4. Right.
That's right.
Yeah.
So how does this
But I
gonna
think
go?
king h4, rook takes e6 is just a win. You check, I play king f3, you can't take my pawn.
Is that what he did?
No, I'm just saying if that happens. I think king h4, rook takes e6 is just winning.
Well, it has to be calculated.
And you want to move your king up to f4 or h4, so rook a6 has to be the move. So he should play rook a6, I think.
Oh, wait,
Then-
this is current?
I think he should play rook a6, so I played it.
Okay.
Yeah, rook a6 isn't current. That's the move I'm suggesting.
But the position before is current.
This is the position. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Because I thought they made more moves.
No.
Okay.
So after rook a6, I'm going to play king h4 next move.
Right.
And then I'm going to play rook b6, rook a6.
Right.
If you play king g3, I'll check you and go back to a6.
Right. What if I played...
You could play king f3.
Yeah, but then king h4.
Right, and then here. Yeah, this might be...
Yeah, but then
one.
I'm going to check you.
And I'll block it. And then
And
I'll
then
move
I'm
my
gonna
king
move
up.
back.
But then I move my king up. And this is good winning chances. I don't know if it's winning, but I think so. I think it's winning. But it's
After
not
king-
easy.
After king h4, g5 and g6. It could be winning. That is not,
Yeah,
not
could
what I
be.
want to play with black. I would hate to have to play for...
But I think he has to play rook a6 here. Because I don't see another move. I like the king on g5. I won't let him play rook takes e6. But what I'm
Okay, I have a
wondering
question.
is-
I have a
yeah,
question.
Yeah,
Is there a king f4 here?
it's legal.
Or king h4, for that matter. Let's say king f4.
H4 I take.
Okay. Oh, no, then you go king f3? On check, you're going to
Yeah,
go
we just
king-
looked at this, yeah.
Oh, wait, we didn't look at it. We just talked about it.
Yeah, well, it
So
seems
let's
like
go
an
king
easy-
f4. I want to go
I'm
king
always
f4.
gonna take it.
Show me what's going to happen. And now rook check.
I move my king.
Where?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, now I'm going to go king g3.
Okay. And now you're going to play king h4 and chill.
And good luck to you. Good luck trying to win this.
Thank you.
You
You
will?
wish me luck. I like that.
Yeah, I'm very kind.
So I play here, and I play g5 next move. That's my plan.
Uh-huh.
Or you could go here, and I can't play g5.
So if king... What's that?
Or maybe you should play
What
king
if I go king f3 now?
in this position?
No, no, even now.
Here?
Does it really make a difference?
I'm going to go here. Yeah, this isn't easy.
I don't see a...
It's easy when we go to the table bases on the internet.
That's right.
Then it's really easy.
Right.
But otherwise, it's not easy. Yeah, this isn't easy at all.
So if I went king f4, let's say.
Yeah, not easy.
I don't know how to win this.
Not easy.
If the rook moves, I'm going to go to g3 threatening the pawn.
Mhm.
And otherwise, I'm just not letting you advance. That's it.
Yeah, probably a draw.
It's really tough. Of course, probably somebody's putting it on the table by seeing a win and saying, haha.
So this is the current position. And will Chandra have a 1-point lead, or will Mika have 4 draws out of 4?
Well,
What did
we'll
I
see.
predict before the game? Draw, right?
You predicted a...
Man, if he draws, the only game I was wrong was the game where the guy was completely winning and lost.
Was that the only game you were wrong?
Yeah, I got all the games right.
You're a
If
star.
this game's a draw, how could I have been wrong?
We're going to play the lottery tonight.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah. Chandra looks confident.
Yeah, he's up a pawn.
Yeah.
But yeah, this should have been winning earlier, and now it's not so clear.
I think it's closer to a draw than it is to a win.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 2 against 1's usually
Pawns
a draw.
like this are really tough. If you could have
Yeah.
somehow done what we planned in the game, where the H and G pawns are advancing, then it's different. Now I think it's tough. But it may still have something. I don't know. Maybe he's seeing some continuation we are not seeing. Yeah, I like king f4 here.
So you
I
were
think
just
I would've
playing king
played
f4, yeah?
I think so. I mean, rook e6, what really bothers me is that he's going to go...
You know what's wrong with king f4?
No.
Is I check.
And
And
then
I
when
play
I go
king
king...
g3. That's what's wrong with it.
And you block?
Yeah, because you can't play rook g1 check anymore. Yeah, this is winning.
I see. And if king h4, then we have the king
Rook takes e6. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I think you should play rook a6.
So rook a6, didn't we say there was a problem?
Yeah, but I forgot what it was.
Me too. It was king f3, right?
Maybe.
Or not?
It looked like something happened, but I guess he didn't move.
Not yet.
No. Well, we've made variations, cheating. There's two of us, and we still don't know.
Right, exactly.
No wonder he's not.
Then
moving.
again, it's after 4.5 hours
It's
of
the same
analysis,
time
so
for
we're
us.
confused.
It's the same time for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they had good food.
So this is actually in a table base that we don't have.
What's
like
that?
on the internet, there's the 6-piece table base,
Yeah.
and they also have the 7-piece table base, which I think you have to pay to access.
Oh.
So
you
I have
only
to
get the 6, right?
Yeah, so I'll have to contact Ken Thompson at Google and have him hook me up.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah. So we
So
can
this
see it
position
then.
I think is known, but not to us.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And computer's going to say plus 1.3 or something. That won't help us at all.
That's useless.
Yeah.
Although,
Table base is not useless.
Table base is definitely not useless.
Yeah.
All right.
What does the computer say? What number does it give? After
he
rook e2.
gives-
The 2.3?
He says king f6, and he says rook a6, and he doesn't like king f4.
Those numbers are like winning kind of high numbers. They're not between 1 and 2, they're between 2 and 3. Usually that means you're winning.
I have to tell you that in the line I'm looking, I see the computer just a few moves. But the line with king f4, rook f2, king g5, king g3, rook a3 check, right? Rook f3. Now let me think where I want to put my city rook. Let's say rook a1, because that's the theme. Check king g6. Okay, so you made progress one file. That doesn't mean that you're winning, right? I mean,
It
you haven't
doesn't?
queened the pawn.
Yeah, that's true.
Now,
Yeah, king f4, rook a4 check. You'd have to go back. So that doesn't
not
do
so
anything.
easy at all.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm going to check you from the side. I'm going to check you from behind. The more you progress, the more space I have from the first rank to check you. Well, he made a move,
Okay.
and it's rook a6.
Rook a6, Finegold style.
Finegold style. Is that like Gangnam style?
It's very similar.
With the dance or without?
Are you insinuating that I listened to that song last night?
You did?
Of course.
Why?
Well, because they mentioned it in the Cleveland Indians game when there was like a rain delay. The guy was dancing to one of the players.
So you had to listen to it?
Of course.
I don't think I've ever listened to it.
I've listened to it at least 100 times.
Really?
That's how I play good chess.
That's how they have billions of
That's mainly their me.
hits on YouTube.
Mainly it's me. Yeah.
Half is you?
Yeah, mainly.
Wonderful. Okay, so what is the problem with that move? What did we say? There was an issue. What was the issue?
King f3 or no?
Wait, I can play rook e3, right?
No.
Why not?
Oh. King h4?
Oh, that was the problem, wasn't it?
Okay, cool.
Yeah, but didn't we say that that's a bit of a problem?
Then rook e5.
Rook e5, yeah, what happened?
Then king f3.
Yeah. And check again, I guess. Yeah. No, don't do that check. Or I don't even know if it's matter. But king. Oh. This is hard to analyze. King takes h3 maybe.
Yeah, and I could have just blocked with my rook, but I was being cute. That shouldn't be cute.
Here?
Yeah.
Why is this winning? I take the rook. Oh, sorry. Never mind.
I turned my head and look at you in a funny way.
I fixed it immediately.
Okay, good.
So here, rook a. Oh.
Well, I'll take your pawn on an e6.
All right. So rook a6.
I like white. I don't know if it's winning, but I like white.
So let's say rook check.
Maybe just move the rook.
No, why can't I check here?
You can, but why are you doing that? I
Because
want to play king e5 and you're making me?
Yeah, now king.
So you're just giving your pawn away?
No. This
That's
is
why.
dangerous.
That's why I'm not checking. I'm
Yeah,
just
this is
moving my rook
dangerous.
here.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. When you're right, you're right.
And then after here, I'm going to play just king here. Then I don't know.
It's a complicated ending.
Yeah, I
really.
don't know. 50-50. So he did play rook a6, and Akshat's thinking.
Yeah. I think within half an hour we'll know what's going to happen in this game.
You would think that. Akshat's very experienced at our chess club and playing games that go all the way to the final seconds.
Yeah, especially
'Cause of
the game against you.
Against everybody. When he had played the Norm tournament here last year, it was, yeah, 7 of his 9 games, I think, went to the last second, where everybody's playing on increment.
Wow.
Yeah. Norm tournaments are tough, yeah.
And here, that game live?
Yeah, here we don't know if it's a win or a draw. We only know that black's not winning. That's all we
Yeah.
know.
We only know that.
That's all we know. We tell you what we know.
And even that we're not sure about.
Well, I'm never sure.
Never
Against half
done.
the people at the chess club here, I play for a win with black.
Yeah.
Only half.
So did he play? Show me the position. Where's the live position?
There and there.
Rook e2.
No, rook a6 was the last move, and Akshat's been thinking.
Right.
Yeah, it seemed like Akshat had a winning endgame, and now not so clear.
No.
Yeah, technique wasn't perfect.
Didn't we say rook e5 in this position? Oh, then king f4? No, I mean, what did we say here for white? Why did we cancel rook a6 before?
No, rook a6 was my move.
No, but then we shifted to other moves. Why did we even bother?
We did?
I thought so.
Probably
Or did we say rook f2 here? No, king h4 again. So how do we stop king h4?
Yeah, if we play rook e3, we can play king h4 or king
That's
king
right.
f4.
No, king f4, rook f3 check.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay, because you're
And
going to
king
play.
g3, that's
Right.
just progress.
Yeah.
But king h4, I can't do anything. How am I stopping
Well,
king
yeah,
h4?
we play
here
rook
with a lot
e5.
of-
We already looked at that. We look at the same stuff over and over.
That's what I'm saying. So what did we say now? Rook e5?
Yeah, if king h4, then rook
And-
e5. We just looked at this.
No,
This
wait a
was-
minute. What did white play?
Well, with rook e5.
What? Just go back to the...
Boy, I don't know what's wrong with you.
No, go to the... You're not listening.
Rook e3.
That's what I was saying. Okay,
Yeah.
very good.
And if king
And then
h4,
if
rook
king-
e5.
Show
And
me.
rook e5. I just showed you.
Yeah, well, now we'd leave the position.
Okay, well,
So now,
I don't know. I give up. We just looked at this.
you know,
This
if,
is the
you
last
know
version
without
we
the
looked
rook
at.
it's stalemate, right?
Thank you.
Can we do something about that?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is what we just looked at. And then we were just moving back and forth, and then we said, I don't know. This is the line we just looked at. And then we're like, I don't know. And we give up.
No, we think it's a draw.
We do?
No?
I don't know.
I think it's a draw.
Okay, I'll beat you then, just because you said that.
Yeah? What
So if
a
I play
pig.
rook d6, you can just play rook here. And that you can draw. I have faith in you. Can I try to win by playing rook g3 and h4 check? I mean, eventually, I mean, like move my rook here and then go here? Or you just take it and... Is this a draw or a win? I don't know. I still don't know.
It looks more like a win than a draw.
Okay, so let's play differently. So if you play king g5 to stop like king f6,
Yeah.
I guess, then
Then
rook
you play the
g3.
amazing rook g3.
Well, I don't know if it's amazing.
Oh, it's amazing.
Thank you.
Beyond amazing.
And then simple plan.
A simple plan.
So maybe rook here, forcing h4.
Yeah.
Now we're forcing g5,
Yeah.
and now we save our pawn. And we have a pawn, but maybe our pawn doesn't matter. Yeah,
You're
this
just gonna go
g-pawn's
king
too
f8.
strong.
What
Yeah.
did you just do?
Well, I have a pawn, but I
Oh,
can't
that's
push
wonderful
it.
that you have a
I
pawn.
tried. Yeah, so even this I don't know if it's a draw or win. this is complicated. But this seems like reasonable play.
Unfortunately, reasonable doesn't cut it here.
Well,
This is do or die. I mean, this is
Yeah.
no maybe.
it's funny, the players are really thinking a long time on every move because they're looking at these variations too.
They're not alone doing that. Really frustrating.
It's frustrating for us to move the pieces and we still don't know what's going on.
That's right.
So it's really frustrating for them. Because they're probably more tired
So
than
we said
are.
rook e3, right? That's the testing move is rook e3.
That's what I thought, because I want to move my king up, but rook a3 check is
Yeah.
annoying.
Then we said rook king h5, rook e5.
King h4?
Sorry, king h4, rook e5. Okay, let's think for a second. This is hard to believe this is going to
We
win
have to
for white.
check, because we get mated in one if we don't.
Yes. How can this happen?
Then we have to check, because we get mated in one.
Oh, I thought you played king f4
No.
last time. This is what you played?
Yeah, and then you played here, and I
Oh, this is
played
why I almost played rook takes rook. Is
Mhm.
that what you're telling me?
Yeah,
The not so good rook takes rook, right?
not so good.
Not so good. Now,
Yeah, this just seems like it has to happen. This.
this doesn't
They're
look
not
good.
ki-
King
yeah,
f6.
king, yeah. And then this is the.
Wait, could I have played
unusual-
king f6? Did I have no time for it?
No, I'll play king g5.
So
it
rook
was
g3,
illegal.
and now you want to play
Rook g1 and h4.
h4.
Oh.
Let's see what I can do about it.
Yeah, good going.
Good luck.
Yeah,
What movie is that from? Good luck.
I know. I'm going to tell you. I can't think of the name of the movie.
Okay.
It's the one where they go to France. I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't think of the name of it.
Taken.
Taken. When you said it, I was thinking it because you're such a great actor.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Now, they have moved, but I'm dying to see what's going on. He played king f3.
King f3, not knight f3 or bishop f3.
And I guess this is the same idea.
Yeah, king h4, rook
Rook
e5
e5.
is this transposition.
Yeah. And so,
Yeah, I think white's winning.
really?
Yeah.
Hard to believe.
It's hard to believe that I think that or that it's true.
Both.
Oh. Well, I have a rule about this. So we'll see if my rule's correct. I always have a rule. The standard rule that everybody knows is all rook and pawn endings are drawn.
Right.
And my rule is all rook and pawn endings are
won.
winning. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
who do you
my
think
rule.
is who do you think is right?
Well, I always think I'm right. Come on, you know I'm right. Even you know I'm right.
Well, we'll see if he wins this one. I'll start believing.
No, but I mean you win them practically. There's some computer
No, the
way to
thing is, let's say
draw.
that I don't go to king h4, rook e5.
Yeah.
How are you winning? Let's say I go rook b6. What is your winning plan? You want to advance the pawns, right? Yeah.
Right.
So king f6, king f4. Oh, here.
I advanced the pawns. That was easy.
Okay, so king g5, king g3. Rook,
Well, I advanced my pawns. The question of whether that wins or not is different.
Yeah,
I think it should win.
I have to do it maybe more smarter. We want king h4 immediately.
Well, this is the game, king h4.
Yeah. So now the test is what happens after rook e5.
I think rook e5 is right because it stops king takes h3. But maybe you can play king f4, takes g5. That's probably winning too. If he takes it. I'm not saying he should take it.
Yeah, because it's hard to play king
Well,
h4 and
maybe-
chase the pawn.
Yeah, because if rook f a5, rook takes e6 wins.
Sure.
Check king e5 seems to win. I'm not sure if it wins. It seems to win.
Yeah, it should win.
Yeah.
Yeah, the pawn is just so much faster than the e-pawn. It's,
Yeah.
Sometimes that pawn is even annoying.
So
because
king
it
f4
comes
is a
inside.
move, rook e5 is a move. I don't think there's other moves.
No, rook e5 now looks necessary.
Wait, I thought king f4 was okay. What happened?
And he
Yeah,
did
he
rook
played
e5.
rook e5. So we predict rook a3 check,
Yeah,
stopping checkmate.
which was played instantly, of course.
Yep.
And he
played
went rook
E3.
E3.
And now if it was playing Aviv, rook takes E3 with confusion.
Yeah. With confusion.
Rook takes E3, what's the... Oh, okay, never mind.
It's almost like the red ending. Just the pawn is on E6 instead of A3 or something. Yeah, and now
So
what?
rook A6.
Looks 4.
Then king... This is what we're looking at.
Wait,
King
do I have
A4.
other moves?
No.
What happened if I went rook A...
Rook A1? Rook takes pawn.
What if I went rook A8, let's say?
Rook takes pawn.
Check on
King
F8.
G2. I'm 2 pawns up.
That's not so good.
No,
That didn't
it's good
happen
for white.
Oh,
See, the
yeah,
commentators are getting tired over here.
Well, I mean, come on, there's many
No,
possibilities.
rook A6, King F4, the line we're looking at. Rook B6, King E5, King
But
G5.
I didn't see how black is saving him.
Yeah. Right, but this rook G3, rook G1, H4, who would see that? Who, I ask you, who?
Who?
No. Akshat, that's who.
Is he seeing it?
Yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah, the game is tough. And there goes rook A6. Very good, waiting for the camera to get into position.
Right.
Very nice, Mika.
Very considerate.
Yeah.
And now,
King F4.
King F4. Rook A4 check, rook E4.
Rook A4 check, King E5. Rook A4
Oh,
is
just
bad.
King E5. Right.
Yeah, because I have King F6 then.
Right.
You
So
want to
then-
meet King E5 with King G5. Here's a funny trick too that white can fall into.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If you play this way and play H4 and King F6, which also looks winning, E5 check is a draw. And I get to play King G5.
What if King F5 here?
Yeah, but I didn't see King F5. I didn't see it was legal.
Probably still a draw.
Didn't see it was legal.
No, here it has to be a draw because
It does?
because I'm chasing your pawn.
What am I doing?
Nothing.
Oh, you mean just don't move and it's a draw? Maybe.
Okay, go back to the game
No, that
because he wants
loses.
King
That
F1.
loses, I think, to G5 and rook E1. But this might
What is
draw.
this?
This might draw. Yeah, King F4 was played.
Right.
No, I'm giving another way to play H4, but I think it doesn't work. I think you have to play rook G3, rook G1. I think rook E4, H4 doesn't work. Although I'm not sure. King F5 is interesting move. And there's no stalemates anymore.
Now it looks really bad for black.
Oh, he actually checked him. I don't like that move. Oh, I don't like that. He looked really confident, too. What's going on?
I don't know. He's seeing
Why,
something.
why is
else
he
here.
letting him do this?
And now he played rook A6.
Well, he didn't play King E5. He played rook check and looked really confident. So he hasn't played King E5. But I don't know why you'd let him do this, because now you can play King F6. Threatening rook takes
Well,
E6.
I mean, actually, it's just checking to see something.
No, but he did it really confident. Rook A4 check. He looks like real happy.
Let's see.
Yeah. I don't know why
Maybe
he's
he's
so
seeing
happy.
something we're missing. I don't know.
Okay, we're going to find out, because
actually he's going to go.
It could be he's going to give
E5.
his... Oh, yeah, he is giving
King
his pawn.
G5.
He is giving his pawn away and trying to draw 2 pawns down.
Right.
Yeah, he played King G5. Because if he had just played rook B6, rook A6, he could have this position with the pawn on E6. Now the guy can take it. That's very strange to me. Why is he looking so confident? Just losing, right? Like, I don't get it.
How is he losing?
King takes E6, it's just losing. I check and play rook H5. It's got to be winning.
Can I go?
No, it has to be winning.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah. No, but why did he do this instead of play rook A6, rook B6, and then do it? When he still has the pawn on E6?
I don't know.
That's what I'm saying, is in this position, after King F4, just don't do anything.
Rook B6?
Yeah, rook B6, rook A6, rook B6, rook A6.
And then King E5 with King G5, right?
Right, it's the same position with his pawn on the board. So it's
Maybe
strange.
he wants to
Unless,
split out.
he must have been worried about something else.
Okay,
Maybe
King
G5.
F4. Let's see the game. Let's see what
No,
happens.
maybe he's worried about G5 here, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out why he did that. Okay, so he didn't play rook A6.
No, he played King
yeah.
F4.
How could this not be winning? What's the problem?
Check and rook H6 or something.
Rook D. Come on, this is just rook here and I win.
Is that what he did? He went rook B3.
Whatever, it all wins.
Always far.
No, I like this, but okay, because I want to block checks with my rook. But there are no checks. My king can go to h4. Like if you check forever, king f7, king
not
g6.
for, no. Check. You checked him once.
What?
Go. Rook a6 check.
No, but king f7, king g6, king h5. You can't check me forever.
Not forever.
Yeah, I just go here and I win.
And now rook h6.
Yeah.
Stop talking nonsense. Rook h4.
Yeah, you resign. I'm talking nonsense. This is resigns.
Rook h8. And then g5, I guess.
It doesn't matter. Everything wins. Any legal move
Everything
wins.
wins?
Every legal move wins, except
Yeah, I
giving the
suppose
rook
it's
away,
winning.
which is a draw probably.
Every move except giving.
Rook b4 check resigns.
Yeah.
Even you agree.
Yeah, of course.
And if the pawn on h3 is not there, resigns.
Yeah.
Even without the pawn.
Yeah.
No, it's just weird. He's like playing it like, aha, this is a draw. When
Maybe
it's
he
just
thought it was
easy,
his first line.
When it's
What
just
can I say?
easy
He
win.
doesn't have much
easy,
time.
easy win.
Yeah.
So this is the game? No,
Yeah.
everything wins. The king d5 wins, king f7 wins, everything wins. Yeah, king f7, very professional. Yeah. Yeah, because you want to go to h4. And if black's plan was to put the rook on the h file, now we kick it out.
Yeah, it's losing.
No, it's amazing that he did it instead of keeping with the e pawn, which I think was losing, but I'm not sure. Yeah, Akshot's pretty happy. That's the happy look. Yeah, Mika not as happy as he was.
Yeah.
No, when you 2 against 0 when it's a draw, it's like a funny draw, not a normal position.
No,
It's just
of
normal.
course.
This is just normal winning. Yeah, the junior, I think it was 87. I think I drew this rook against rook and 2, and
Connected?
yeah. The pawns were next to each other on g5 and f5.
Okay.
His rook was on f6 defending his pawn. King on g7
And you have a
for
rook
me.
in the f file.
I had rook here on the side, and I was checking him. And his king, and he actually could win, but he walked his king up to the left, and that's a draw. And then when he played king b6 attacking my rook, I played rook e5. And when he played king d6 attacking my rook, I played rook a5, and he couldn't do anything. Eventually, I played rook check and took the rook and drew the king upon endgame. He had the doubled pawns, but he has to lose one of them. But okay, that was a very special instance, and I actually learned it a few months before at the New York Open when I saw it in another GM game. And I was like, I'm going to use that later. I use it like really soon.
So update our game. King f7 was played, right?
Yeah,
And did he play it since? No.
that's it. No, that's it. It's all over. There's no even a move here. If you play king g5, I play rook b5 check, and you can't move your king anywhere.
Right.
There's nowhere good to move it.
That's right.
Unless you want to play king h6, rook h5 for the crowd. And the crowd has rights.
No, so now he just lost.
Yeah. Yeah, if you keep checking me, king g6, king h5, king h4, no more checks. No more stalemates.
Right.
No.
That's definitely, yeah.
Yeah, you can see the body language now. Happy versus unhappy, and the time situation starting to favor him also, which doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's easy to hallucinate at the end of the game. You get tired
really
at the
is,
end and you're like, this
absolutely.
is an easy draw, this is an easy win.
Right.
You miss one thing, and this is why chess is tough. You ruin so many hours. But I
With
think
one
he was
little
I
move.
think he was losing anyway. But
Yeah.
this is definitely table base.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm sure it's a win.
No, but this is probably
This is
not
like made in
exciting.
23 or something. Yeah. Maybe 24.
Interesting to see what would have happened with best play in the first position.
And if you want best play, you go to the Singfield Cup. So, and even then,
Not always?
not every game.
Yeah.
But yeah, Akshot's very persistent. He has a lot of games that go between 5 and 7 hours, and he's getting a lot of experience
time
at a young
problem.
age.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and he's trying rook a5. That's not going to cut it.
Rook a5. Well, I'd play king g6, and the idea is he wants to play king g5 and cut the guy's king off. So if I play king g6 and you check, either king move wins, h6 or f6. And I'm sure rook b4 check also wins. But after king g5, now it's tough. So that was a nice tricky move. Yeah, he's playing king g6. Yep. And relatively quickly, too.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be really hard to stop the.
Yeah, now if it's white's move, rook b4 check, g5, gg.
Right.
Yeah. And if you stop that by checking me, king h5, same thing.
Yeah, all you need is one good pawn, huh? Yeah, so this game is over.
I think it's a Beatles song, huh?
What?
All you need is one good pawn.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's the name of the album or the song?
The song. All you need is one good pawn.
Oh, yeah, I know
Dun,
that song.
da, 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 da. Yeah.
So
Our-
we're
our
assuming
junior
that
viewers
Chandra
have
is going to
never
be
heard of
leading
it.
by a whole point after
Wow.
4 rounds?
Yeah, Akshat's going to have 3.5 out of 4. Reasonable. And a Wonder, who lost his game, will be tied for second with Jeffrey Zhang.
With 2.5 points.
2.5 out of 4, with a lot of people with 2. Yan Lu,
Wow.
Rufeng Li, Arthur Shen, and Michael Bodek. All 4 players with 2 out of 4.
Wow, wow, wow.
That's going to be the standings, yeah. Which I guess we'll see posted right after the round. But
I mean, the last
But yeah,
round
Akshat
is-
with 3.5 out of 4 is going to be pretty happy with, a Wonder losing this very complicated game and him winning in 6
Right,
hours.
opening a gap, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, so check was played. King h5 will be played in seconds. Seconds.
Nanosecond.
Yeah. Unless he always repeats. And the
Sometimes
idea
the
is,
ending after many hours is
Yeah.
better not to repeat.
and
because
the
then
idea is
you-
after rook a8, we're going to check, and if king g3, we're going to push, and we're very happy. Well, white's very happy. Yeah, there's king h5. I can sense it. You can do it, Akshat.
I can sense it.
I can sense king h5.
It's coming to you now.
It's too good. He's like, what's the problem? Now he's looking at rook check, king h4, then rook threatening mate. Then he's like, oh, I just check and I win easily. That's what he's thinking.
Do refresh the position, please.
This is the position. He didn't play king h5, but I still... See, refresh the kings on g6. That's not good. The only thing he could be looking at is rook check, king h4, and then rook here. And then I just check, and that's easy. And that has to happen.
And we're looking at the live picture from this game.
Yeah, and he'll check
Pretty
again.
confident with a king
He'll
h8.
check again and then play rook a8, and then rook check, and then resigns. That's how the game will end.
You think so?
Yeah, he might play king f3.
I think the game is going to be played a few more
Might be
minutes.
play king f3. Yeah, he'll play on some more. Yeah, this is what I predict will happen. Check here, check, king f3. And now I don't know. I guess he could play g5 and hang mate in 1.
That's right.
That's good for the crowd. But more likely he'll play rook here. Really, rook h6? No, rook h5. Yeah. Rook b5. And then rook f5 check, and that's all over.
Well, Mika checked twice. He checked and checked.
Right, king h4 will be played, then rook a8. Rook check, king f3, rook b5 resigns. That'll be the end of the game.
That's your prediction.
Yeah. Okay, so far so good, 1 in a row. Yeah. Yeah, he played, now he'll play rook a8. Does it move 60?
Yep.
Yeah, that's why they get the new
Yep.
score sheet.
Yes.
Making a typical blunder of an amateur, not resigning a move 60 using another score sheet.
Was that your experience?
Exactly.
When losing, instead of filling a whole page, you just
Exactly,
resign?
then exactly.
Being economical?
No, it's my opponent resigning, not me.
You rock, man.
Actually, he doesn't have to play rook b4 check, but it's more accurate. He could play rook b5 and win also. Actually, no, rook b5 doesn't win.
Why?
Doubled h pawns, rook check, rook. Oh, king
Rook-
take. I didn't see king takes rook. It's too hard. I can't see so far ahead. He did play rook a8, right?
He played,
Rook
no.
a8. It was rook's on a8.
Oh, yeah, rook a8.
Yeah, now I predict rook b4 check.
Yeah.
Rook b5 also wins.
Well, rook b5, he's going to go check, rook h5, rook f8. Could be annoying, however.
It's not annoying.
No? How do you
Rook
play?
h7, it's really not annoying.
Not annoying?
Yeah.
Okay.
But he'll play
So
rook
it's all
check.
the same.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he'll play
yeah.
rook
Now,
check
now
'cause
the
he gets
king is just
out
too
of
good.
there.
You cannot, if the king is next to the pawn, it's just going to win. You have to kind of disconnect.
But this is how hard chess is. If it's black's move, black's winning. So man, chess is tough.
It's black to move, black's winning.
Like again, like a third of the he checked. Very good.
Chest.
Every move is suggested. Now I predict king f3, rook b5.
You've seen this game before, right?
Yeah. King f3, rook b5. You agree?
King f3, rook b5?
Then resigns. This is the prediction, which I predicted a few moves ago.
Should be.
Yeah.
I believe it.
He's not resigning now.
No.
There you go, because he's going to make a move. Good. And now rook b5 resigns, and everything is complete. Everything predicted happened. Except I predicted this game would be a draw beforehand. Again, he could still lose with g5.
Yeah, g5 is interesting here. Changing the cross table in one shot.
Yeah. What if he adjusts his g4 pawn and they say touch move?
Oh gosh. See what I mean? In a position like this, would you be touching the pawn without saying adjust? Having to later explain it?
I would do it just to, I'd be like Aviv.
Yeah, I couldn't wait to see something like that. So you're touching the G pawn without saying adjust. The TD comes. Yeah, I didn't say adjust, but it was obvious I was trying to fix it. Oh yeah? Yeah, you can fix it on G5 now. Yeah, crazy people stuff. Crazy people stuff.
So you guarantee rook b5?
Well, I mean,
because I would check twice and then play rook b5. You know me. You know my repetition.
Yeah.
He might repeat and then play rook.
Frustrate the opponent a bit.
No, you always repeat.
Yeah, now it doesn't make sense to repeat.
Yeah, always.
Technical phase, just play rook b5.
He might do it. I'll be proud of Akshat if he repeats then plays rook b5. There's a future student for me. He has to lose a couple of games, so I'm higher rated than him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. After winning this game, he's much higher rated than me.
Is he?
In fact, I think after winning this game, he's higher rated than Jeffrey.
Really?
Well, Jeffrey lost rating points in 3 games, and he gained rating points in 3 games. So yeah.
And how far were they?
2606, 2589. Probably he's higher now.
Oh.
Probably.
This is ELO?
No.
UCF?
No. But okay, after this game, he's definitely 2600 USCF. 3.5 out of 4.
Against such a position.
Yeah. Boy, Mika looks pretty pleased.
How is he looking pleased?
I don't know. Look at him. There you go. Okay, so I predicted resigns here 5 moves ago.
Yeah. Let's see if you're right.
Now I can take with a G pawn and win. After rook h8 and rook h5.
But there are not going to be any moves according to you, so.
That's correct. A brilliant finish, if so. Predicting all the last moves.
Yeah.
No, best is if he like almost moves and he resigns instead. That's the best. Because it looks like I'm wrong, and then okay. You know this story? Have I told you?
No.
I was playing Falcon.
Yeah.
Don't do it. Don't move.
He's about to.
I know. I'm playing Falcon, and I thought he resigned because he went like this.
So you,
and oh no, don't do it. Rook f5 check, guaranteed. Anyway, so he puts his hand out to make a move, and I thought he was resigning, and I put my hand out. And he's went, and then he shook hand. Okay, I resign. Okay. Making my opponent resign. Rook g8, the worst move of the game. Better was resigns. Still waiting for g5.
Yeah.
Rook f5 check is guaranteed. That's a guarantee. Yeah, then I guarantee resigns.
Yeah, he's just
I'll just play rook f5. Yeah.
Why isn't he playing it immediately?
He's savoring the moment. Yeah. He doesn't want us to leave. He's looking at king g2, and he's like, why am I looking at king g2? That's what he's thinking. No stalemate tricks ever.
King g2, g5.
Yeah. Finally, g5 wins and doesn't lose.
What a difference a move makes, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And, wow, he's not moving yet.
The tension's getting to him.
What is the time?
There's
on
no
the clock?
variations to analyze. Rook G2, and yeah, exactly. Look at your watch.
What is the time on the clock?
He has lots of time. His opponent has less than 3 minutes, and he has about 5.5. Wow, King E4. Insult.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, now it's winning without the H-pawn, so.
yeah.
Yeah, just King G3. Oh, Rook F1.
Very professional. No king takes rook ever.
Yeah, no, G5, King G4.
No, rook F1
Every
is the
move he
professional
makes
move.
now is just
Rook F1's the professional move. Yeah.
the move that's going to force resignation.
No,
he's
because
gonna
then he
do that.
can't ever take the rook. Kings don't move
Yeah.
that way.
Yeah.
Always move your pieces away from your opponent's pieces. Good job. Now resigning is forced. Absolutely forced. No other move. I guarantee the
I think
audience
he's
at
gonna
home
resign
will
because it makes
resign
no
here.
sense now.
Yeah.
Now it makes absolutely no sense, but he looks like he wants to make a move.
No, he'll resign. Yeah, but he hasn't lost a game in the tournament. This is the first loss.
Right.
His first junior, too, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And it's really heartbreaking. The game went so long. Yeah.
He's resigning.
Good move. Yeah.
He's a good sport, you know?
Yeah. No, that was tough. Yeah, some people ask me, do you like to lose in 90 moves or in, in
say you hate
15
to
moves?
lose.
I don't like losing, but I did it to Shabalov 2 years in a row. I lost to Shabalov in 93 moves in the last round of the U.S. Championship. Next year I lost in like 20 moves.
Painful.
I was like, well, I saved 70 moves this time. Yeah.
Economical.
So, yeah, we have Akshat Chandra in clear first with 3.5 out of 4. And
One
Jeffrey
full point ahead of the field.
Yeah,
my
Jeffrey
goodness.
Zhang and Nawander Liang a full point behind at 2.5. Well, if I'm a Wander, I'm pretty happy that after losing, I'm tied for second. Only in a two-way tie, not even with a lot of people. And we have a log jam at 2 out of 4. Yan Lu, Rufeng Li, Arthur Shen, and Michael Bodek all have 2 out of 4.
Mm-hmm.
So, in fact, yeah, there's,
we have
there's
the
the standings there.
Very nice.
They actually agree with what I said, too.
Yeah, Akshay Chandra alone at the top with 3.5 points out of 4. A full point ahead of the aforementioned Jeffrey Xiong and Erwanda Liang, Michael Bodek, Rufeng Li, Yan Liao, Arthur Shen, all with 2 points, Luke Harmon Valeri with only 1.5, Mika Breton after today's lost also with 1.5, and Kuran Han lost his third game of the tournament. He has he has half a point.
Right.
Going into round 5. So with only 5 rounds to spare, it's going to be really tough to stop Chandra. I think only he has to play Jeffrey though, so we will see what happens in that game.
5 rounds left, so anything can still happen.
A lot of points. Yeah. But he looks very confident. You know, he's.
So we had 4 decisive games today. Very impressive.
Yeah.
Very impressive. Yeah. And the Luke Zhang game was a real dud. That was a draw, and it was always about equal.
There was one break without much effort.
And the other games were, I mean, Bodek got nothing out of the opening, and then after knight takes e4, he was winning. Arthur Shen, very interesting win. Very well played. Rufeng Li was losing, and then he won. And Akshat just kept playing and playing and squeezing, eventually getting a winning endgame. And very difficult at the end for both players.
Yeah.
Not easy to play. Easy for people at home with their computers, but after playing 5 hours and your opponent's making everything tough
Yeah,
on
with
you.
the computer, everybody's stronger.
Yeah. Except us.
Yeah. So we have a look at the post-war conference room. The pieces are set and ready for round 5 tomorrow. We are going to have just a brief chat with Akshat Chandra, who won his game. And here we see the Chief TD, Tony Rich, again in his post-round rest, speaking to Austin, our camera guy.
It's funny, the post round picture. At the World Open one year, I stayed over that night. And in the morning, we were about to leave, and I was like, oh, I'll go look at the tournament room. And I was like, where am I? Because I played the World Open year after year after year in Philadelphia at the Adams Mark Hotel.
Right, and
it was set up for something else. And I was like, wait, this is the World Open. Does it just stay like this until next year?
And then you had the Clouseau saying,
yeah,
not anymore.
Not anymore. It wasn't the World Open. And then what's funny was the next year they tore the hotel down.
Right.
They built a Target, and I've been to that Target.
It's not Target. It's Target.
Yeah, but I've been there as after the World
As
Open.
a customer?
Exactly.
I couldn't stay away from
I couldn't stay away from the World
the
Open.
area.
Now the World Open's in suburban DC, and I haven't gone there since then. Yeah. After the round, it looks a lot different.
Right.
Now Tony can rest because during the round he's actively doing lots of work.
That's right.
Now he's
That's
resting. It's a lot different.
This is the recovery of
They
the
can
warrior.
probably hear us now. That's why. Smart.
And my camera, look at my camera.
Talk about a hard worker. And we're going to have the Friday action quads tonight here at the Chess Club.
Directed by my
Not going
camera.
to start very late. What time is it now?
It's now 6 o'clock.
So it's going to start in the next hour. For the Friday action quads, they usually get about 30 players.
Yeah.
And
I heard
Matt
it's
Larson
getting-
will come back.
I heard it's getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah, sometimes we have Matt Larson and we have Doug Eckert.
Strong players.
And we have another player who's higher rated than both of them, whose name escapes me because we've done 5 hours of coverage. But I'll think of his name. He's a 2,300 player also.
Okay.
Goes to Webster, I believe, in fact. So, yeah, a lot of strong players here, and there's a lot of not as strong players. We usually have 7 or 8 quads every Friday night. And they'll be playing on that floor, but not in that area. That's reserved for the junior players.
Yeah, outside of the conference room.
Yeah.
In the tournament hall. Yeah, so we see Tony talking to his deputy, Mike Hammer.
Mike Hammer's like the knight moves like this, and Tony's like, did you touch the knight?
Yeah.
I don't know.
He's talking about the knight's velocity.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And as we're giving one last look for today's standing after round 4, seeing a new leader emerging with a sole lead of a full point. I am Akshat Chandra. In order of that lead of a point, we have decided to bring him again to the studio.
Man, I thought he was going to get 0 this tournament, but look at him, he's 3.5 out of 4.
Yeah, amazing success. And here he is. Hi again, Akshat.
Yeah, sure, hi.
And congratulations for your very tough grinding
4
victory.
decisive games today. Good job, guys. That was good.
Yeah, I mean, I was.
Yeah, you seem like
I didn't know the
confused in the
Yeah,
opening.
for some reason I didn't never check this. I mean, I knew I didn't know how to play against it, but I was too lazy to check it ever. So somebody decided.
So after
to play.
A6, it was I'm on my own.
Yeah, I was just playing. I mean, I knew there were some lines like C5 and all that, but like I don't know. I don't know any concrete theories. So.
You're afraid to go into this something topical?
Yeah, you were thinking a long time.
Yeah, it was totally equal. I played terribly.
So
For the
let's
first
see the analysis engine on
20
the...
moves, I was playing awful.
Yeah, it seemed like Black had comfortably equalized.
Yeah, of course. So I was surprised that he castled.
Okay, go slow because I don't think we have the analysis engine on the analysis board.
Yeah,
on
I thought he
the,
would play
okay, yeah, they're not
knight
showing the
E4
board.
or something.
We are still having the last pictures from the conference room, and here we are. Let's add the board.
Yeah, let's have a
to
look at the
us.
board and see. So we got to this position where we thought it was about equal, but maybe you thought you weren't even
I
equalizing
thought it was maybe slightly better for black.
And
Okay.
here's the board.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought he would go knight E4 and
And
try
you-
to. Yeah, I was surprised he castled.
Yeah, in fact,
with the
didn't I say something like that?
Yeah,
Why
because it
castle
made
when you
sense.
could
I
have
thought he would,
H8?
but then I was
That's
going to
right.
go knight D2, but it's totally even. I mean, I thought he would leave his king in the center because his king's pretty safe. I mean,
Yeah.
um,
You think White can fight for an advantage?
no,
now,
no,
or
it's still totally equal,
Okay.
but maybe black.
When was the first time you thought you were getting an advantage?
On move 26, I think.
Okay, so
On
this
move
all still
25.
equal?
Yeah, totally equal. I mean, I was just waiting to draw. I was just going to offer a draw soon. But then he made some inaccuracies because now suddenly my pieces have got some good squares and it's not so clear what black's doing. I mean, I got the C file. I mean, it's not much, but like...
And this is move
what does he
26
do?
here, now you like White?
Yeah, I mean, after D5, knight G8, F3, I felt like White's now getting some chances, although it should be still. With correct play, a draw, of course, but it's now not so easy for black because he has no clear plan. White's just going to open up the position because I have my bishop, so I want to open up the position. And then I'm just going to slowly like move around, and I'm going bishop E3 maybe next move.
Sure, and A5 and B4 are
So
targets
you
for
already
the
like
black.
White quite a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, rook c8 was a blunder. I didn't even expect it. I thought he would see it loses, but I wasn't sure what he would play anyways. But yeah, rook c8
It's
looks
already
natural.
very passive, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, now it's just...
Knight E7 doesn't look like any fun.
Yeah, I was thinking either I could take in rook c7 or I could play a knight c5. Both of them look good. Yeah, I think he missed this. Because
Very
maybe
nice.
missed rook c6, knight b7, king c7, rook c6, king c6, knight a5, king b6, and then the intermediate check, knight c4. That might be what he missed. Not sure though.
And you save your bishop, and everybody's happy. Everybody who's White.
Right. Yeah. So.
And now
You
you're
know,
up a
it's just-
solid pawn.
It's clearly winning, and then I somehow, I don't know, I thought it was pretty straightforward, and I messed
so
up.
now it
I don't
became
know,
more
this
difficult.
all looked normal.
And
Yeah,
here
he-
we were a bit suspicious about what happened. I think we voted for. Didn't we vote for?
I missed G5, that was really...
G5 I thought was really good.
No, but
defense
G5
there.
here, Rook G3 checks.
No,
not
he
here.
means he missed when Black played G5.
Oh, he missed when Black played
Yeah,
G5.
Yeah.
I was at the translate over here.
Excellent. Good job.
Yeah, so G5 was really a good resource, but I still think it's winning, but it's just much more difficult
Did you look
now.
at H4 here, or too complicated? And then G5.
Yeah, I didn't calculate that. Yeah, H4, G4, G5, Rook G3.
Right, King H2.
King
We were looking
yeah,
at that,
King
and
F8.
we were like, I don't know.
Yeah, same. I didn't really bother checking it. Because I thought this should be straightforward win.
So what we didn't like, actually, was when you, here.
Yeah,
the way
Rook
you-
8 and A5 was...
Yeah, you just, I think you
That
should
was
just,
the biggest.
just H4, Rook B5, and keep your Rook on B5.
Yeah, that
And
that
then
was
push
just,
your pawns.
That
and it
would have
should
been
be-
really
should
easy.
be a win, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
Now, so
I missed this
we-
idea of King G5, King H4, but then I...
Right, we weren't using computers, but let me tell you what we thought, because we did a lot of, we moved the pieces around a lot. So we moved the pieces around a lot. We thought this was right. And then in this position, we thought he could get the way he played in the game, but without giving his e-pawn away. So we were looking at just like Rook
Rook
B6.
B6, yeah, then I go Rook A3.
Rook A3. Okay, so let me tell you what I was looking at. Tell me if I'm wrong, because we didn't have computers.
Yeah.
We
Neither
thought
do I,
here
but-
we thought here you could play Rook G3, Rook G1, H4.
Yeah, that was an interesting idea. I
We
saw
thought it
that,
was
but
winning, but
I
we
thought it
weren't
was
sure.
too slow. I thought like...
I wasn't sure what he would do. Like you do, those are your moves, and what does he do about it?
Yeah, it might be winning, yeah. But I just felt, I think
So you
I
have
had a
another
more
winning plan
safer win.
where you're going to
with,
play Rook A3.
Yeah, Rook A3.
And I'll continue
Rook
my
C6,
silliness.
King E5. King G5, Rook A8. I thought that was...
Ah, and you're coming in here. That makes more sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't have to give up the pawn.
Should be winning. Yeah. He looked really confident when he gave up his e-pawn. I was like, that's just an easy win.
Yeah, he moved it pretty fast, and I was
Yeah.
like
But
wondering,
maybe
did I
it's
blunder
just
something?
winning. Maybe you're winning
Did
anyway.
you assess this position to
Because
be
of that,
winning?
Rook A3, Rook A8 is winning, I think.
Yeah, no, I think it's winning. Yeah. Because it seems like he defended okay, but it was
Yeah, King
lost
G5,
anyway.
King H4 was all forced. That was the only way to make any
Yeah.
problems. But I think this maneuver with Rook E5, Rook E3, and then Rook A3 and King.
Well,
King
didn't
up.
we say there was an idea to play King F4,
But then I just go Rook F2,
King G5?
and King G2.
Yeah, King G3.
Okay, so you advanced the pawns.
He
one-
wanted to try to draw that position. But
Let's
I
say
don't
you
know
advance
if
one
it's-
rank, and then my position, my king is close to the.
That should be straightforward,
I think it's just a win, yeah.
You think so? Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
I'm just pushing the pawn.
I think that should be winning. But that's better than what he did because he lost his pawn. And then you had the same thing. So in the junior, way before you were born, I was playing Ron Burnett, who actually is playing in your tournament.
Right, yeah.
And I had Rook against Rook in 2. He had pawns on F5 and G5. He's white. And he had a Rook on F6 defending. I had a Rook on A5. My king was on G7.
Yeah.
And if his king goes to H5, he can win or try to win.
Yeah.
But he went the other way. Now it's a draw. I checked him. King went to the 6th, and my Rook just moves back and forth.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
And then eventually, he played King E6. I checked and took on F6 and drew the king and pawn.
yeah.
That's actually a book draw. So that was So I had Rook against Rook in 2, and I drew. But this just seemed.
Yeah, this one's.
This
definitely
just
winning,
seemed, real easy.
Real deceiving.
In fact, I was predicting when he would resign, but I was wrong as usual.
Yeah, I was surprised he gave up the pawn because.
Yeah, then it's just no problem, right?
Then I'm forced to find that maneuver with Rook A3, at least calculate a bit.
Right.
This was just simple. I mean, I just took the pawn and then got my king back.
He kept letting you play G5 and get mated, but you never did it.
Yeah.
Like here you can play G5. Here you can play
I
G5.
almost started thinking about G5, then I was like, what am I doing? It's just mate. Yeah, and here I was thinking about G5 for a sec. But
Then you wouldn't be sitting down here with us.
Yeah,
You'd be
probably
upstairs
not.
breaking some of the chessboard.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I thought this would all happen and he'd resign here, but he tricked me.
Yeah, if he goes King G2, I just.
Rook F1, very professional. Move your rook away from his king. I like that.
Yeah, and obviously G5 doesn't work again. So.
Again, yeah, G5 is always the losing move. but Mac Molnar and Matt Larson would be very happy because White played G4 and won the game. Their favorite move. So do you know you're a full point in the lead now? You have 3.5 out of 4. A wonder lost. Jeffrey Zhang drew, so they're tied for second. We're full point behind you. And everybody else in the tournament has 2. All other 7 players somehow. No, not really.
Except
4 players have 2.
Okay, yeah.
So you must be very
tomorrow?
pleased, yeah? 3.5 out of 4.
Oh yeah, but there's still a lot of rounds.
Lots of
left,
rounds. And who are
so
you playing?
I don't remember honestly tomorrow who I'm playing. But I was looking at the game Jan versus Roofing. Wasn't Jan just winning?
Totally.
Yeah,
I
in
was
fact,
surprised
I
he
predicted
lost.
every result right except I had you drawing, and then I thought I was going to be right until you
Yeah,
weren't drawing
yeah,
anymore.
right.
And then I had Jan Lu winning, and I was like, good, and then
Yeah, what
many,
happened
many,
in that game?
many
It was winning,
blunders.
right? That's
Yeah,
right.
we can actually show you.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the vine stays open late tonight. Yeah, we got this position. White was just totally outplaying black strategically and had this great position.
Yeah, of course.
And then black did something I would tell my students who they would never do it. They would do it when they're winning and it's unsound. But
Yeah, this is all beautiful for white. I
right,
thought.
instead of just losing for no reason, he played knight e5. He's like, I'm going to lose this way.
Right.
And okay, but losing with chances.
Yeah.
As opposed to
Others
losing
he
with no
just gets
chances.
squashed,
Yeah. And white made many bad moves here. He's still winning.
And
But
it's-
even here, bishop d5 is a mistake. After f3, the computer's not so sure. And white's still winning here, and he should play either rook c4 or knight d2. And he played rook e1, which actually loses the game. Black's actually winning now. Not only is he winning, it gives some big number.
Wow.
Because you play bishop,
Bishop
f5,
F5, bishop
h3, g2.
And there's no way
defense.
to stop it?
Yeah.
But this looks so this looks
Yeah,
like,
but
I mean,
but
wow.
and the queen can't leave the rook on e1, so it's
wow,
like.
yeah.
And now this is a really beautiful move you're going to like. Bishop g2 check.
Ah, yeah, nice. And
Queen
then-
g5, and if you play queen f2, I play bishop h3 and queen g2.
Oh, wow.
which-
and rook
yeah.
f1, yeah.
Yeah.
Very nice.
And then I promoted to a rook because I'm silly, because the knight can take.
Yeah. Very
Our
nice.
viewers who are patiently watching, okay, I'll make it a queen this time. We even asked him. He said to make it a queen. Got to be. And the way the game went instead was he played the move h4,
Right.
queen g3. Now if queen f2, queen h3, and if the queen moves f2 check and then queen h1 mate.
Oh, wow, yeah. Wow.
Yeah, so he resigned here. But after bishop f5, it's over.
Yeah, of course.
And it was 10 moves ago, it was over, but the other way.
Yeah,
So,
wow.
and that was Yan Liu, who was really having a great tournament, and now he's 2 out of 4.
Yeah, against Luke also, you shouldn't have drawn. You
Right,
should've
he should have won
missed
that
that, yeah.
game. Yeah, so he's
King
counting the
Rufeng's
points he
been a
didn't
little
win.
lucky this tournament. He escaped with Bodek somehow.
Yep.
And with Luke, I mean, no, with Luke he wasn't lost, but still, this
But
game
he was
really
worse and drew
worse,
pretty
yeah.
easily. Yeah, so.
This game was really a fortunate win for him.
But what an amazing turnaround. You're up a piece, you're winning.
Yeah, I mean, even
it's just
the
plus
last
5.
position looks so good for white, but then somehow he's getting mated. I mean,
Yeah, this
everything
looks
so
more like a
beautiful.
King's Indian than a Sicilian, but yeah. The Neidorf lives on.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to wish you great success. Hope to see you here again. Probably more victories, and I'm sure you'll take a rest and prepare to that mystery opponent of round 5. And yeah, we are going to close the show for today. We hope that you enjoyed the live coverage, and hope to see you tomorrow at 12:50 Central Time from the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis for coverage of round 5.
Yep,
of
and
the
don't forget to go
tournament.
to uschesschamps.com for the live coverage, for standings, for pictures, for games, and for everything else we do here at the Chess Club and Scholastic Center. And I'll let Aviv wrap it up with the
that
wrap
is
it up button.
We wrap it up. We're going to say goodbye for Akshat Chandra and Grandmaster Ben Finegold. I'm Aviv Friedman. Hope to see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. And that is done.